Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Digimon System Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. But that was normal, it was summer after all. And yet, it felt different at first. Just a very subtle yet noticeable change in temperature from the moment he fell asleep. He did fall asleep, right? And the moment he was just now waking up. It was warm but cooler. The sunlight wasn't quite reaching his eyes, blocked by a tree providing helpful shade. How did he fall asleep? Aizawa-sensei, and especially Tiger, would definitely give him an earful for sleeping when he should be training. To think he went out of his way to sign up for this special summer training camp, which took in students from all over Japan, and here he was, wasting away the opportunity by dozing off. He should probably open his eyes right now. The sun hung high in the sky. Was it morning before? Did he really sleep all the way until noon? How did he even manage to sneak away to do something like that? Midoriya Izuku tried to move his head, only for a sudden uncomfortable feeling to overwhelm him. It wasn't quite like his head hurt, nor was it really nausea. It was a dizziness of the kind where you sit up too quickly, only he definitely hadn't done that. The feeling went away quickly enough and he ran a hand through his head as he sat up on the grass with a groan. I have to get back to camp. And maybe if I apologize enough times, I won't get in trouble. He mumbled to himself as he slowly took in the environment around him. He seemed to be pretty deep in the forest surrounding the wild pussycats campsite. He couldn't hear any of the other members of his class doing their training. Members like Katsuki and Kuji were pretty hard to miss, given their respective trainings. Although the more he looked at the forest surrounding him, the more something felt. He wasn't exactly a botanist or anything, but the trees around him looked rather different from what he'd grown accustomed to in the campsite. They were wider, a more purplish-gray coloration of their trunks, and they twisted in often bizarre shapes. Could trees really bend like that? How far away am I? Please, let him not be lost. Izuku rubbed his legs, which felt a bit tingly for some reason, and that's when he realized he wasn't in his school tracksuit. This was odd, since that was the first thing they put on at 5:30 in the morning. He was wearing the same outfit he was wearing last night, a pair of brown cargo pants, and a green shirt that said coat. So did that mean, did I not go back to camp last night? What other explanation is there? If I never got dressed for morning practice, does that mean I slept all night in the wilderness? Everyone must be worried about me. What even happened last night? I need to get back right away before dash. He stopped his frantic mumbling as he realized something else. A fuzzy shadow on the very corner of his vision, staring right at him. Slowly turning his head, he saw a cat. Or at least, someone who looked like a cat, since, well, they were standing on two legs. Their fur was snow white, with a bushy and lengthy silver mane that stretched down their back. On closer inspection, given their rounded ears and the fur at the tip of their tail, it was more likely some kind of lion mutation, more specifically. And given the blue armor they wore, covering their torso, hands and paws, and a visor resting on the forehead, were they a hero? They were really small too, only reaching just about Izuku's waist. Did the wild pussycats have a mentee or something? Izuku looked at them. And they looked at Izuku. And he looked at them. And they looked at him. You're Izuku? The tiny lion asked. Oh, Weiss, that's me. Things quickly fell into place, Izuku guessing that this person really was here on behalf of the pussycats to find him. I'm so sorry for all the trouble I caused. I have no idea how any of this even. Izuku blinked, seeing the look on the lion's face grow more and more. Disappointed? Teach, that can't be right. Izuku blinked, clearly surprised. No. You can't be Izuku, the lion adamantly claimed. Izuku is supposed to be strong and gallant. But you just look like a wimp. This is all wrong. Izuku felt an arrow sharply burst its way through his self-confidence, but it's okay, there wasn't much of it to begin with. I'm sorry? But, wait, did someone at the campsite describe him as strong and gallant or something? The lion only seemed more and more distraught each time Izuku opened his mouth. No. This has to be a mistake. The old man must have gotten it wrong. You can't be my partner. You can't. Izuku flinched. While he had no idea what this was about, it was getting a bit uncomfortable to watch. The lion was acting more like a little kid than a hero, student or otherwise, as he threw a tantrum over Izuku. Hold on, please. What do you mean, partner? Is this some kind of training exercise? I thought you were here to rescue me. The lion frozen, staring wide-eyed at Izuku. Rescue Y-. And those wide eyes quickly welled up with tears, the lion falling to the ground as its tantrum only magnified. No. You're not Izuku. You're not Izuku. Wah! Another flinch, Izuku nervously hovering over the crying lion. Wait. I'm sorry. It's okay. Please stop crying. Please. Damon. A voice called out from deeper in the forest, urging Izuku to look in its direction. Not long after, Spunman. Spadamun. A small dragon leapt out from some bushes. Hey! Spadaman. Spada-man. The tiny dragon blinked, staring down at the crying lion. Spadaman, is this a new dance? Izuku could only stare in amazement at the small dragon. Was this another kid with a mutation quirk? It had to be, right? Sure, he was looking at a teal dragon that seemed like it jumped right out of a fairy tale, with tiny red wings and 2 red horns on the back of its head, but that wasn't out of the realm of possibility for Quirk when you consider heroes like Godzilla. Was he near some kind of camp for small kids? The lion boy did say he was supposed to be partners with him. Was this really some kind of training exercise? Did he just hit his head really badly and forgot the entire morning? Or maybe, hey mister, why you mumblin'? Izuku blinked, realizing he was doing his muttering again as he looked at the small dragon. It's funny. The dragon smiled brightly at him, which at least urged Izuku to smile back, even if a bit awkwardly. Dracoman. Another voice called coming from the same direction the dragon had come from. Dracoman, don't run off ahead without me. Izuku's eyes widened in recognition as the figure stepped into view. Vivid orange hair tied up in a ponytail on the left side of her head. As she noticed him, she quickly recognized him too. You're from Class A. Izuku quickly got to his feet. And you're from Class B. Itsuka. The tiny dragon girl jumped up excitedly before making its way back to Kendo Itsuka, quickly hugging her leg. Hey! Itsuka. Spadaman's doing a funny dance. Look. It's not a dance, the lion, Spadaman apparently, petulantly shouted. The dragon, Dracoman it seemed, blinked. It's not? Then you really were crying? I wasn't crying. Spadaman pouted as he quickly wiped the tears from his eyes. You weren't. Dracoman tilted her head. No, I was just angry. Angry because Spadaman quickly aimed a finger at Izuku. This imposter claims he's Izuku. Izuku flinched at the accusation. I'm telling you, I really am Izuku. What? Dracoman looked at Izuku. Hey, imposter-san. Are you really saying that? Are ya? She stepped closer, clutching Izuku's pants leg to shake him as she repeatedly asked. It's just Izuku had no idea how to respond. Dracoman, stop bothering him. Itsuka called, which quickly got the dragon to stop doing what she was doing and just giggle as she bounced back towards her. Hee. Itsuka. Dracoman happily sung. What? Spadaman jolted. That's Itsuka? You really found her? Dracoman did. She did. Dracoman cheerfully answered. Spadaman stared up at the ginger-headed girl, then slowly back at Izuku. And tears quickly formed in his eyes again as he fell on his back, flailing his arms and legs in another tantrum. No. Why is this happening? Where's Izuku? I want to meet Izuku. Wah. By this point, Izuku was done being surprised, and just resigned himself to silently sigh at Spadaman's continual and vocal disappointment in him. It was Midoriya-sen, right? Izuku blinked, looking back at Itsuka at her question. If that's right. And you're Kendo-san? Itsuka smiled and nodded. That's right. I'm so relieved to see a familiar face. Do you know the way back to the camp, Midoriya-sen? Izuku was also pretty relieved, but if even Itsuka was lost out here. I'm afraid not. I don't even remember how I got here. You too then? Itsuka said, which quickly told Izuku she was every bit as lost as he was. I don't even remember waking up this morning, and considering I'm not wearing the tracksuit. She looked down at her outfit, a sensible peach-colored top with a blue vest on top and baggy jeans. Those are the same clothes you wore yesterday? Izuku asked, which Itsuka nodded. It's the same with me. He brought his hand up to hold his chin in thought, but what exactly that means I can't really say. He thought about it a bit longer, then gained a slightly more uneasy expression. Why you don't think our teachers somehow knocked us out and dropped us off in the middle of the forest as some kind of test, do you? Itsuka blinked. Come on, they wouldn't do dashed, and then stopped, her expression flattening as she remembered how many times their own teachers had lied to them for some kind of lesson. Okay, maybe I wouldn't put it past you, B, but what about them? She motioned at Spot Amon, who was lying face down on the ground as he wallowed in self-pity, and Dracomon, who just poked at Spatamon's side as she giggled. I mean, they seem to be just a pair of kids. Wouldn't it be dangerous to just leave them lost in the forest like that? Izuku hummed and nodded, agreeing with Itsuka that that was a flaw in his reasoning. Although we were given this. Opening his eyes, Izuku blinked as Itsuka opened up her vest, showing off a small but strange device that was hooked on an inner pocket. Izuku wasn't really sure how to describe it. It kinda looked like a watch, but too big to fit on the wrist, and without any strap to do so anyway. It had a small screen in the center, 3 buttons on its front, with a 4th one on top of it, and a shape that kinda resembled a dorayaki. Wait, Izuku asked, and Itsuka nodded as she pointed, Izuku following her finger down to the hem of his pants. Sure enough, he had the same device clipped on. He quickly picked it up in order to inspect it more closely, the device fitting perfectly in his hand. What are these? No idea. I tried pressing every button I could to turn it on and try to find out, but nothing worked. Itsuka! Dracomon called as she tugged on her pant leg. What's that? Is it food? Is it tasty? I don't think it's food, Dracomon-chan. Itsuka answered with a smile, the dragon girl quickly understanding and leaving her be. Well, anyway, whatever happened, we should probably try and find our way back to camp. Izuku nodded in agreement. I'll just use my quirk real quick to jump into the air, and see if I can get some sense of how far we are. Izuku stepped back a bit, placing the strange device back where it was, then braced himself. He felt the familiar sting of one for all coursing through his entire body. But something felt off. I'm using 5% of my power. But why does it feel so weak? He wondered and let himself raise it up just a bit more. 7%, still. Too weak. 9%, still not good enough. This was crazy. He'd never gone past 10% before without wrecking his body in some capacity, but he was nearing 30% and he still felt too weak. It took him double that before he finally felt he was at the same level as he normally was, only at 3%. Was he simply too dazed still to recognize what was going on, and he really was at 5%? Something to think about later. Izuku leapt straight up into the air, landing atop one of the main trees surrounding them, peeking his head out from the leaves at the highest point he could get to get a good view of what was around them. Well, there were trees. And more trees. That was probably to be expected. They were in the middle of a forest, but he couldn't see any clearings or anything. Thankfully, his scouting mission wasn't a total failure. Do you see anything? Itsuka asked from ground level. Yeah. There's a wind turbine a ways off from where we are, he called back. A wind turbine? I don't remember there being any of those near the camp. Izuku jumped off the tree, again, feeling like he needed to use 60% of one for all just to make the landing, and nodded. Yeah, me neither. But there's more. I don't see any mountains around either. This got Itsuka noticeably more nervous. But that's impossible. We were surrounded by mountains. We can't have gone so far off that we'd lose sight of them. Itsuka? Dracomon asked. What's going on? What are you and Imposter-san looking for? Dracomon, what was it? Izuku crouched down to be closer to her level, We're looking for a way back to our camp. Did you and Spot-Amon come from somewhere nearby? The dragon blinked, but she quickly smiled. We came from the village. There's a village around here? Dracomon quickly nodded to answer Itsuka. Yeah, it's that way. That's where we come from. Digimon Gigi lives there. Digimon? Izuku blinked, and was starting to wonder if maybe all of these people were related. He looked over where Dracomon pointed and stood back up. That's the same direction I saw the wind turbine, so I guess it's as good a direction as any to go towards. Let's go. He looked at Itsuka, who nodded in agreement. Pfey! Spot-Amon scoffed as he slouched on his side. Look at this guy. He climbs up a tree, and suddenly thinks he can act all leader-like. It's pathetic. Spot-Amon, let's go back to the village. See Digimon Gigi. Dracomon hopped. The lion sighed and stood back up. Alright. But I'm not going there to follow you. While he spoke generally, he aimed his finger directly at Izuku. I'm only going back so Digimon can confirm what I already know. That you're not Izuku. Izuku's shoulders sagged, but he let it pass. At least Spot-Amon was going to come along without a hassle, so the four of them could actually make it to civilization. But Izuku quickly remembered to ask something rather important. Say, Dracomon-chan. He figured he'd get a straighter answer from her than Spot-Amon. How do you guys know our names? The dragon glanced up at him as they walked and hummed in deep thought. That I don't know, she cheerfully exclaimed. As soon as Dracomon saw Itsuka, Dracomon just knew right away it was Itsuka. Haha. Izuku couldn't say he was particularly happy with that answer, and a quick exchange of looks with Itsuka told him he wasn't getting anything more complicated than that from Dracomon. So he figured it wouldn't hurt to try. And you, Spot-Amon? Don't get so full of yourself, the lion scoffed. I just mistook you for Izuku at first, that's all. But Digimon will get this all straightened out, I'm sure of it. Is this Digimon a friend of yours? Itsuka asked. Digimon is the village elder. Spot-Amon answered. He knows more about everything than anyone we know. Digimon is very smart. He's as smart as he is old. Dracomon giggled. I see. Itsuka nodded before turning to Izuku. At least we know there's an adult around. They should be able to help us. Izuku nodded in agreement, and the four continued their trek across the forest. It took a while, a bit longer than either Izuku or Itsuka felt comfortable with, but they finally reached the wind turbine the former had spotted before. Unfortunately, there was still a bit of a journey back to the village, but at least they knew they were halfway there. The wind turbine itself wasn't particularly notable, maybe a little smaller than Izuku was expecting, but other than that, it was just a regular wind turbine. But there was a single cable leaving it, and that cable was connected to a randomly placed kitchen blender. That got Izuku to stare a bit as they got closer, as naturally quite a few questions were raised inside his brain. Who would build a wind turbine just to power a blender? Why have a blender sitting on the ground in a random part of the forest? Who would ever need a blender in the middle of the forest? And most importantly, why would you build a giant wind turbine just to power a blender? That seems a bit wasteful, doesn't it? Itsuka said what Izuku was fervently thinking, getting him to chuckle a bit. Well, at least it shouldn't be too long before we reach that village, right? Yeah. Dracomon skipped. Another 20 minutes or so. Spot-Amon answered, which got Izuku to flinch. That long? How did these kids manage to get all the way out here? Midoriya? The voice got Izuku to suddenly stop. He recognized that voice. Jiru-san? Sure enough, the familiar shape of his classmate made itself seen as she stepped out from the other side of the wind turbine. Holy crap, it is you! Jiru-san. Izuku quickly gained a wide smile at the sight of his classmate, and he quickly ran over to her. Jiru-san, do you know what we're doing all the way out here? I was kinda hoping you would know, she answered with a light sigh. Naturally, Izuku was a bit disappointed, but he couldn't hold it against her for not knowing either. Let me guess, no memories at all since last night? Itsuka asked as she approached. Kyouka shook her head. None whatsoever. I'm even wearing the same clothes I was wearing then. She lightly motioned at her favorite, the end of villain's gray t-shirt and black leggings. But she then got a better look at Izuku, realizing he was wearing the same thing from last night too. Same. Izuku nodded with a light sigh. It's so weird. If we'd woken up at the same time we always do, we should definitely be in our gym clothes and not dash. Who's your friend, Kyouchan? Izuku trembled as he felt someone's breath right on the back of his neck. Turning his head, he'd find someone quite blatantly invading his personal space. A pair of wide dark brown eyes and plump lips beneath a head of fawn-colored long hair. Once the information reached his brain and told him he was this close to a girl, his face quickly reddened as he jumped in embarrassment, sputtering incomprehensible gibberish. Yeah, this is Utsushimi Camie. Kyouka said. Just Camie is Fian, the girl cheerfully exclaimed. She's with the second years, and finds herself in the exact same situation we're in. Camie, this is Midoriya, Izuku, and Kendo? Kendo Itsuka. Itsuka bowed lightly as she introduced herself. Pleasure to meet you. We're all from UA. Kyouka concluded. Hello. It's so cool to meet you. I'm a second year at Shiketsu, but I'm way confused about where we are now. Despite that, she sounded incredibly positive and happy, a small but sunny smile stuck on her lips. Once Izuku was over his little embarrassment attack, he could have probably told she was from Shiketsu just from the way she looked. Unlike UA, Shiketsu was incredibly stingy about the use of their uniforms, and even outside of school, students were expected to wear their uniforms on official business. While everyone else was wearing casual clothes, she was wearing the same white shirt, black and orange jacket, which was tied around her waist, no doubt due to the heat, and black skirt, and the iconic Shiketsu black and orange peaked cap. Both Kyouka and Camie had the same curious device Izuku and Itsuka had, clipped on their skirt and jacket respectively. It's nice to meet you too, Utsushimi. Camie, she playfully whined. You don't have to be so stuffy with me, friendo, she winked, which got Izuku to blush all over again. What are we? Chopped live? As was getting customary, a new voice made itself heard, but this was another one Izuku didn't recognize. He peered past Camie, and as a small part of him was expecting, there were two small beings nearby, one resembling a shaggy white dog with floppy burgundy ears and a lengthy burgundy tail, and the other some kind of lanky yellow possum, on 2 feet wearing brown long johns, and with a somewhat shifty look on his face. Kyouka's expression flattened at the possum, but started introducing them. This is Neimon apparently. And this is Labramon. Camie quickly picked up the shaggy dog, holding him up so Izuku and Itsuka could see him better. Isn't he just the cutest? It's very nice to meet all of you. Labramon spoke with a courteous bow of his head. Yo. Neimon casually introduced himself, making a V sign with his tiny hand. Labramon. Neimon. Dracomon cheerfully hopped over. You guys found them too. That's great. Dracomon found Itsuka too. Kyouka glanced between the small dragon and lion. You found some too, huh? Why yeah. Izuku said. That's Dracomon, and this is Spadamon. The lion quickly scoffed. I can introduce myself, imposter. Kyouka blinked and looked at Izuku, who just gave her a light sigh and an expression that screamed, I don't know either. We're on our way to the village these guys came from. Itsuka spoke up. Kyouka nodded. We were heading there too, but stopped here just to rest a while. Feels like we've been walking for hours under this heat. And it was so cool, and I remember it being so chilly yesterday too. Camie whined. That's the only reason I even have my jacket with me. We're good to go now though, so we won't keep you. Izuku nodded. Alright, I think it's better we get to the village as quickly as possible, just so we at least know where we are. Let's go. With everyone in agreement, the group carried on their journey. As they did so, Izuku still felt it prudent to ask, did either of you guys find a sign of anyone else? Kyouka shook her head. No, it's just been us two, Wolfor. I take it you woke up and found these little guys standing by you? Itsuka asked. Yep. Camie answered with a bright smile. Labramon was protecting me from any bad people while I slept like a baby. He's such a little gentleman. Dracomon protected Itsuka too, the little dragon cheered, which got Itsuka to chuckle. That's right, Dracomon was protecting me too. Izuku smiled and looked over at Spodaemon as the lion marched at the front of the group. So you were? Spodaemon jolted, sputtering a bit. I was only looking out for you because I thought you were Izuku. The right one. Had I known you were just an imposter, I wouldn't have bothered. While he maybe should be a little hurt, Izuku couldn't help but find how embarrassed Spodaemon sounded to be a little cute. Then you and Neimon must have been the Sadesh. Izuku stopped when he saw the sheer icy look on Kyouka's otherwise expressionless face. He was asleep. Why, you should take it as a compliment. Neimon argued, I felt confident there was no danger, and you didn't need me to protect ya. This earned a light huff from Kyouka, but she did seem to warm up a little by, I mean, have you seen your mug while you sleep? You could scare off anything looking like the... Neimon squeaked as Kyouka's earphone jacks on her earlobes suddenly stabbed into Neimon's neck, a deadly move Izuku had seen used on Minoru and Denki a lot, and hoped to never be on the receiving end of. But Izuku quickly noticed. Something was off. He had a habit of overanalyzing quirks, and that included his classmates. All the times he'd seen Kyouka's earphone jacks in action against Minoru and Denki had allowed him to pick up how strongly she channels her heartbeat through them, and what she was using on Neimon was considerably less powerful than she used to. While it could just be that she isn't really interested in hurting the little guy, considering what he experienced earlier with One for All. Have any of you used your quirk since you woke up? The group blinked, looking at Izuku after he asked the question out of the blue. Not really. Itsuka answered. Haven't, had a reason to know? Camie said. Just now, on this smartass. Kyouka added with a slight leer towards Neimon. But have you tried using it to its full potential? Turned to her, getting Kyouka to blink. She took a moment to think, before Itsuka letting out a light shout caught their attention. What is this? Itsuka stared at her hands, which were now about twice their normal size. A far cry from what her big fist could normally achieve. I'm trying as hard as I can, but this is as big as I can make them. Camie took in a short breath before she blew out a twinkling light purple smoke from her mouth, and within it, crude images like scribbled drawings appeared and danced around for only a second before vanishing. Oh. I haven't made illusions that lame since I was in elementary school. What gives? Now that you mention it. Kyouka realized, when I tried using my earphone jack earlier to detect anyone nearby, it was like I couldn't hear anything past just a couple meters or so. Izuku hummed. I was afraid of that. The same thing happened to me with my own quirk. It's like nearly all of its power's been siphoned away from me. Itsuka. What's a quirk? Dracomon asked, waving her arms to get attention. Itsuka blinked. What do you mean, what's a quirk? Shouldn't you know that by now? I mean, isn't your quirk? Itsuka trailed off as the four kids. Both looked at her with obviously no idea what she was talking about, which only got Itsuka to feel more awkward. Did they really not know what quirks were? Then how else would you explain the way they look? Were they just not told for some reason, or... You guys. What are you? Izuku's mouth maybe asked that question faster than his brain could decide whether it was a good idea or not. The group of strange animal-like figures all looked between one another, and their answer was as simple as if he'd asked what color the grass was. We're Digimon, answered Dracomon, cheerfully. What else would we be? Said Neimon with a shrug of his shoulders. Isn't it obvious? Scoffed Spodaemon. Dinetmon? Mouthed Kyouka, clearly baffled by this. What's a Digimon? Camie questioned. You mean, you're not humans? Itsuka asked, albeit a bit hesitantly. And sure enough, what's a human? Dracomon's question was so simple and innocent, but it didn't make the student group any less nervous. All of them had been working under the assumption these were just humans with mutant-type quirks, but now they couldn't be so sure. There was always still the possibility they were animals with quirks, just like Principal Nedzu was, but then why not introduce themselves as that? Why didn't they know what humans were? If they lived in a village, surely there must be humans there, right? Izuku exchanged looks with the three girls, their collective uneasiness only growing. The most they could do now was wait, and hope they could find answers at the village and whoever, or whatever, this Digimon was. Of course, that was just too much to ask for, and they were left with only more questions once they arrived at the village. For one, the village looked like it was made for toys, each hut being about as tall as the Digimon that followed them here. Even Minoru would have a hard time getting inside one of these huts. Second, when all of the villagers showed up to greet the Digimon, they didn't look any more like familiar animals than they did. Most of them didn't even look like animals at all. They looked like, well, heads. Bouncing heads with no limbs, some fuzzy, some not, some with a single horn in their head, others with antennae, and some just looking like walking jelly. Oh, you are just the cutest little bean. Camie cooed as she picked up one of the bouncing heads, a purple one with 2 crooked ears. What's your name, you little cutie booty? The tiny creature blushed, turning its eyes away from Camie in embarrassment. I'm Yaman. Yaman's shy. Nice lady. So big. Pick me up. Pick me up. I want to be big too. The other tiny creatures crowded and hopped around Camie with excitement and curiosity. This is too much, Itsuka claimed, bewildered at how this was turning out. Are all of you guys Digimon too? Yeah, said a pink head with 2 antennae on it. But you don't look like a Digimon, said a green head with 4 stubby feet, and a plant growing out of its, well, head. It's true. You don't, said a tiny hamster-looking gray creature with a yellow mohawk and yellow spikes coming out of its backside. Why do I get the feeling things are only going to make less sense here? Kyouka muttered, which Izuku could only sigh in resigned agreement. What is all the commotion out there? They heard a voice call out from deeper in the small village, before a tall young woman with a Heim cut barged her way out of the larger hut in the center. Her hair was lavender, and she wore a very expensive-looking white waistcoat over a pale purple shirt, a baby blue sweater tied over her shoulders, clean white dress pants and a white beret atop her head, along with a gray satchel carried around her shoulder. Has this Digimon come back Oh, her expression changed from annoyance to surprise, and a bit of relief. Oh, thank goodness. People, she marched out from the hut making her way closer to the other students. Finally. I knew someone had to be out there looking for us, and now we're saved. Izuku and the others blinked, but only Camie actually seemed to recognize the other girl. Oh, you were at the camp too? The girl blinked. What are you on about? Of course I was there. Isn't that why you're here? Because I disappeared? She sighed as she held her forehead. Good grief, did they send other students on a rescue mission? She stood up straighter before introducing herself. I am Saiko, second-year hero student at CI Academy. I'm the one you came looking for, right? Kyouka frowned slightly at the attitude on display. If she really thought they were here to rescue her, she could show just a little bit more gratitude. Sorry, lady, we're every bit as lost as you are. Saiko blinked, her expression quickly growing incredulous. What? That can't be right. Are you seriously telling me all of us somehow got separated and got lost in this wretched forest? Unbelievable. I thought the Pussycats specialized in mountain rescue, but here we are, 6 students lost under their watch. Hey, slow down. What do you mean 6 students? Itsuka looked past Saiko and sure enough, another figure crawled out from the larger hut, but this one she actually recognized. Kodai? You're here too? The gloomy-looking girl with black hair and a simple white summer dress stood up, her eyes widening so slightly it barely made a difference. Kendo-san. Well, this is just fabulous. Saiko scoffed. I'm stuck in the middle of nowhere, who knows how long before rescue gets here, and all I can do is rest on my laurels waiting for this Digimon character who might not even exist, surrounded by these bizarre things who dash. Back up a second? Izuku asked. You said Digimon isn't here? Saiko blinked, but quickly answered. He is not. We were brought here to speak with this man, and he has the gal to be away in a matter of life and death. Izuku quickly noted Saiko also had one of those strange devices attached to the straps of her satchel, and as Kodai Yui got closer, she too had it clipped to the sash around her dress. But just as importantly were the Digimon that were following. Up to this point, as strange as some of the sights have been, he could still somewhat make sense of everything as strangeness that wasn't totally impossible in this world. He hadn't yet ruled out the possibility these Digimon were nothing more than mutated animals, perhaps ones that have lived all their lives so deep in the forest they had never interacted with humans before, explaining why they wouldn't know what those were. But seeing these two Digimon made it incredibly harder to believe that. The one that had walked up next to Saiko was wearing cardboard as clothes. And not in a simple cardboard cutout kind of way. He was covered head on toe in some kind of makeshift cardboard box armor. His shoes were cardboard boxes, his pants were cardboard boxes, his arms and torso, and the head was literally a plain cardboard box with one large left eye drawn on it, while the right eye had a small hole on it that made the Digimon's real eye orange glowing, and kinda creepy, to be perfectly honest, eye faintly visible. But it was the one who bounced next to Yui that completely turned Izuku's world on its head. It was a candle. A candle with arms and a face, hopping on its candlestick. And a lit wick with a large flame that he was pretty sure was grinning right at him. Izuku did not know what to think anymore. "Saiko, are these friends of yours?" the box creature asked, but this only seemed to rile up the young woman. "What did I say about acting so familiar around me?" She aimed a finger down at the quickly growing scared creature. "For all I know, you could have been the one to kidnap me." Intellicent no. I would never do that." The creature waved his arms, desperately trying to plead his case. "Hey, go easy on the guy, will you?" Kyouka was quick to butt in. "We're all kind of freaked out, but these guys are clearly just as out of the loop as us. Bakuman is nice." Dracoman stepped up to defend the other Digimon. "Then how did he know my name, huh?" Saiko countered. "This whole thing reeks of a planned villain attack. They planned on kidnapping a bunch of students from their camp, possibly as hostages, or worse, some attempt of brainwashing them into joining their ranks. So they left us all scattered in the middle of the forest where we could wake up?" Itsuka argued back. "Seems like a strange plan, don't you think?" Saiko opened her mouth as a rebuttal, but then paused to think about it for a moment. "I suppose it would be unlikely these villains just accidentally dropped all 6 of us behind while they made their escape. We shouldn't jump to any conclusions just yet." Izuku stepped in, albeit a bit intimidated by this girl. "The Digimon have been nothing but helpful so far, so let's just hear them out, alright?" Saiko aimed a rather icy glare at Izuku, easily getting him to jolt, but she did seem to quickly drop. "Oh, fine," she relented. "I suppose there's nothing we can do beyond waiting for this Digimon fellow anyway." Camie seemed to ignore the conversation, skipping over to Yui and the little candle following her. "And who's this cheerful dude?" "Kanmon." Yui simply answered. "Hiya. Nice to meet ya." Kanmon waved its gooey wax arm. "Labramon, you found your partner too." The dog-shaped Digimon nodded as it followed next to Camie. "Yes. I was very fortunate." "So the only one left to find their partner is Ulramen," the box-covered Bakuman added. "And me. I haven't found mine yet." Spot-Amon quickly interjected. "Ulramen?" Izuku blinked. "You mean there's one more of you out there?" Bakuman looked up at him and nodded. "Yes. She left at the same time we did, but she hasn't come back yet." "Oh no. Do you think something might have happened to her?" Camie worriedly asked. "The forest can be quite dangerous, but there shouldn't be anything around here that any one of us can't handle." Labramon said. "That's great to hear." Camie smiled, a lot more relieved as she petted Labramon's head. "You little guys are so dependable." Itsuka was also a bit relieved, but she noticed Izuku chewing on his thumb and thought, "Midoriya? Is something wrong?" "No, it's just," he hummed, "it's just a theory of mine, but all of us woke up in the forest, next to a Digimon, and he motioned at the device clipped to his pants, with one of these on us, right?" Itsuka and the rest of the group nodded. "Then I don't think it's too much of a long shot to say these things might be connected. Meaning if there's still one Digimon out there, then there's one more student they're looking after." Kyouka quickly pieced it together, Izuku nodding to confirm. "If that's the case, maybe we should go try and find them. Just in case they need help." Itsuka said, which Izuku quickly agreed with. "Eh? You actually want to go back out there and risk getting lost all over again?" Saiko jumped in. "That's crazy. Look, the rescue team is more likely to check a village like this, so we should stay put and wait for them to come. We don't all have to go. A few of us can stay behind in case help arrives. Izuku firmly said, clearly 100% committed to heading on search of the 7th student and the missing Digimon. The noticeable change in demeanor did seem to catch Saiko off guard after how easily he was intimidated by her earlier. Midoriya's in hero mode now. You can't get his mind off of it once he gets like this. Kyouka explained, which did get Izuku to blush a bit even through his super serious look. So, what's the plan? Alright. Izuku quickly explained, even with our quirk being weakened, Jiru-san's quirk can still be useful in finding people. I have just enough of a boost that I can climb up trees to get a good look of the area around us. With my quirk the way it is, I don't know how useful I'd be in a fight. Itsuka lamented. Same. Yui plainly stated. Without tea, I can't access my brilliant quirk. Saiko huffed. I could probably figure out a way to get us out of here in no time if I could just get a sip. Oh. Camie raised her hand. Maybe I could use my illusions as, like, a flare or something. Alright, that works. Izuku nodded. Myself, Jiru-san, and Utsushimi-san will go. You three, stay here in case someone who can help arrives. So, let's hurry up and dash. Kai-iawa-ia. A frightened scream pierced through the air, urging everyone to get their guards up and turn towards the forest. But for Izuku and Kyouka, that wasn't just an ordinary cry for help. That voice dash. It's a Shido. Kyouka quickly identified, just as they spotted a familiar shade of pink emerge from the bushes, running for dear life, as a small green creature with a purple plant on its head, large arms that resembled leaves but ended in 3 large claws, and stubby vine-like legs ran after her. No doubt the missing old ramen. As soon as this happened, Kyouka relaxed as a picture of a Shido Mina getting frightened by one of these Digimon painted itself. I can't believe that girl. She held up her hands, shouting, a Shido. Relax. That thing is perfectly harmless dash. But then, a powerful gust of wind picked up coming from the forest, breaking apart several trees in the process. Evil hurricane. An unfamiliar voice shouted, summoning another powerful hurricane forward that blew Mina and Ulramen off their feet, letting them tumble into the floor. And then from the destruction emerged a large oni-like shape, orange skin and clad in a tiger print loincloth, with tiger print armbands on each wrist, pierced ears and long gray hair. On his right hand he carried a large studded club, and his mouth was so large he never even closed it. Guha! There ain't no use runnin', girlies, the oni taunted as it stomped forward. No one escaped the howling wind king. That's Fugaman. Labramon shouted as the vicious demon came into view. But Fugaman shouldn't be in the forest. His home's in the Badlands. Neimon said, but the question of why wasn't on any of the students' minds. Without hesitation, they all rushed towards danger. Stay here. Itsuka shouted back at the Digimon, even as they could see the nervousness in her eyes at having to fight with a weakened quirk. Fugaman took his eyes off the downed Mina and Ulramen, noticing the approaching kids. What's this? Some friends you brought along? Good, saves me trouble of hunting them down. He raised the studded club before swinging it powerfully. Evil hurricane. And launching a powerful gust of twisting winds towards the approaching students. Izuku knew this was no time for half measures, and since his quirk was weakened anyway, he did something that under any other situation was crazy. One for all 100%. His body crackled with pure power as he rocketed ahead of the other students, charging directly towards the raging winds as he spun his body around and raised his foot. He'd only just started training this technique during the camp as everyone practiced towards their provisional hero license exams. It could easily fail and blow up in his face, but he knew it'd be the only way to stop Fugaman's attack. Shoot style, Manchester smash. He swung his leg down with a powerful axe kick, cleaving through the wind and dispersing it harmlessly before it could reach the others. What? Fugaman was clearly taken aback by this, giving the students just enough time to reach Mina and Ulramen. Camie and Kyouka knelt down to help, Izuku and Itsuka standing in front to shield the others from Fugaman, while Saiko and Yui stayed behind them just in case they needed to move the injured at a moment's notice. Ashido, are you all right? Kyouka lightly shook her pink classmate, who thankfully opened her tearful eyes. Jiru? Mina was still a bit dazed, but other than a few scuffs, she seemed fine. Ale ramen. Is she dash? She's fine, hun. Camie answered as she already held the injured Digimon in her arm, ramen having one eye open as she smiled down at Mina. Mina-chan. I'm so glad you're safe. Ramen said, which let Mina relax considerably. Unfortunately, that moment would pass very quickly as, so you brats have a trick or two up your sleeves, big deal. You'll be out of my way soon enough, and once I'm through with you, I'll raze that whole village to the ground too. Guahaha. Fugaman cackled. This only further cemented in Izuku and the others' minds that they had to put a stop to Fugaman no matter what. Izuku turned back, quickly shouting, "Get Ishido to safety. We'll hold him off as much as we can." Yui nodded her head and stepped closer, grabbing Mina to help her up. My quirk is useless here as it is. I'll take her. Kyouka nodded and handed the pink girl off to Yui. Camie then rushed to Saiko and shoved ramen in her arm. Hey, what's the big idea? Get her safe with the others. That's the idea, obviously. Camie said with a light pout. You said you can't use your quirk without tea, right? Then you can't help as much as we can holding that ugly guy back. Saiko flinched. How blunt of you. I'll have you know I have plenty of uses still thanks to my incredible intellect and strategic thinking, and I don't take kindly to dash. Just go already. Camie hissed, which finally seemed to get Saiko to relent. With Mina and ramen in hand, the two girls quickly started heading back the way they came. Heavy swing. Fugaman shouted as he swung the thick bone weapon down on Izuku and Itsuka, both quickly jumping out of the way of it. As soon as Izuku landed, he immediately sprung towards Fugaman, landing a clean kick on the side of the Digimon's large head. Fugaman grunted and stumbled a bit, but he didn't seem too hurt by the attack. Pesky little dash. Evil hurricane. He quickly whipped up another gust of wind towards Izuku, catching the boy as he was in the air and blowing up a few feet away. Itsuka took advantage of Fugaman's distraction, growing her fists as much as she possibly could to gather enough strength before delivering several blows to Fugaman's torso. Unfortunately, she had to quickly step back, as the Oni Digimon swung its arm without any sign of pain to try and smack her away. Fugaman turned his attention to Izuku, raising his weapon to strike at her, only to suddenly be swarmed by a few dozen tiny and crude scribbled devils that hovered around his face. Huh? What the heck are you? Get lost. Beat it. Fugaman swatted at the tiny devils, the illusion quickly dissipating and giving him a good look at Camie who was close by. That was your trick, wasn't it? When I get my hands on ya, I'll pulverize ya. He swung his club down, Camie quickly jumping out of the way as the bone punched into the dirt beneath. Seeing an opening, Kyouka rushed in and let her earphone jacks extend, stabbing into Fugaman's arm to hopefully let her heartbeat vibrations be enough to get him to drop his bone club. Unfortunately, Fugaman swung his arm too quickly, smashing his forearm against Kyouka and sending the girl falling back with a shout. Jiru! Izuku shouted as he got back to his feet after a rough landing, and immediately dashed as fast as he could towards Fugaman with his fist reared back. But again the Oni Digimon was too fast, swinging his club and managing to catch Izuku in midair with the thinner part of the club, tossing him aside like an annoying fly. When Itsuka then tried to approach from behind, Fugaman stuck a foot back and caught her with a firm kick, also sending her down to the ground. As they mad Aether retreat, Saiko suddenly stopped as she heard the cries of pain coming from behind them, looking back in fear. It's hopeless. We're just too weak, and there's nothing we can even hope to take advantage of. Yui also stopped to look at her, her otherwise cold expression turning into a frown of concern for the others, but try as she might she couldn't think of any way to help them. Further ahead, at the edge of the village, the other 6 Digimon watched in horror at how badly the fight was going. Itsuka is fighting. Dracomon said with shakiness in her voice, but then her eyes grew more determined. Dracomon can't stay behind while her partner fights. She then dashed ahead, wings flapping furiously even if she couldn't actually lift herself off the air. Dracomon! Wait, it's too dangerous for us. Neimon shouted. No. She's right. Labramon said, "We must protect our partners," before he too ran forward towards Fugamin. "Hawa, I'm burning up just sitting here. I won't let any harm come to Yui," Kanmon shouted as he jumped as fast as he could towards the heat of battle. "I'm scared, but I have to protect Intelli-san too." Bakuman soon followed the others as well. Spadaemon seemed to hesitate for just a moment, his eyes fixed on Izuku in the distance as he struggled to get up yet again. The lion clenched his teeth and fists. "What sort of knight would I be if I didn't defend those in trouble?" and let out a war cry as he charged ahead towards the enemy too. Neimon flinched as everyone rushed into battle. "Why, you guys are crazy, you hear me?" But he paused and let out a groan. "I knew this whole business would be nothin' but trouble. Alright, I'm going, I'm gwai-thyin'. Hway," until he finally dashed behind them with fearful tears in his eyes. As the Digimon rushed past Yui and Saiko, Ulramen quickly jumped off Saiko's arms to join them in their rush. "I won't stand back and let Mina-chan get hurt either." Hearing the commotion, Fugamin turned his attention to the charging Digimon. More annoying flies? Reaching the Oni Digimon, Dracoman opened her mouth, unleashing a small burst of fire towards him. "Baby breath!" Labramon reached second, immediately barking, "Retriever bark!" sending a vibrating ball of air as a projectile towards Fugamin, both attacks forcing the foe to raise his arm and shield himself. Nemesis Ivy! Ulramen's large claws stretched from her hands, wrapping like vines around Fugamin's right arm. Gum roll! Bakuman tossed duct tape from inside his box sleeves, wrapping them around Fugamin's other arm, both Digimon then pulling on them to try and hold the larger Digimon in place. "Gah! You pesky bugs! I'll kill all of ya!" Fugamin shouted as he began pulling against Ulramen and Bakuman. But before he could free himself, bonfire! Kanmon jumped up and spat a fireball straight into Fugamin's eye, getting the larger Digimon to cry out in pain. Seeing his opening, Spadaemon dashed closer to Fugamin and summoned a small sword with a blue light to his hand, slashing it in quick succession to scratch Fugamin's face. "Blue Brave!" Fugamin let out another shout of pain, the combined attacks actually forcing the Oni down to one knee. With his head closer to the ground, Neimon rushed in with a fierce look on his face, stopped right in front of Fugamin and turned his back, sticking out his backside before, gassed off, letting out a deadly fart right into Fugamin's large mouth. "What? That's disgusting." Two. Fugamin cried out, "I've had enough of you twerps," but he then quickly stood back up, swing his arms wildly with immense strength to throw Ulramen and Bakuman away. Evil Hurricane. He then swung his club to whip up another gust of wind, blowing away Labramon, Dracoman, Neimon, and Kanmon. Spadaemon stabbed his blade into the dirt, holding himself down against the strong winds. Once they cleared, he held his sword as he glared at Fugamin. "You won't get away with this, you monster!" He charged at Fugamin again, swinging his sword with a wild cry. Heavy swing! Only to cry out as Fugamin slammed the bone club on top of him, forcing the lion back to the ground. "Pfey!" Fugamin spat. "You little pests should have just ran away when you had the chance. But don't worry, I'll make your death quick." He raised the club high above his head, before slamming it straight down on Spadaemon. The force of the attack shattered the ground beneath it, but, Spadaemon wasn't there anymore. Spadaemon slowly opened his eyes, seeing Izuku's pained face just above him as he lay in his arms. "Wadash! Why you? You again?" Fugamin grunted. "Just lay down and die, you brat. I promise I'll make it painless. I won't stand down." Izuku quickly shouted back. "No matter what. I won't. Because heroes always save those who need help." Spadaemon's eyes widened, seeing the sheer determination on Izuku's face. Even as he was hurt, even after the way he had acted towards him, he was willing to go this far just to save him? Hero? Fugamin just scoffed. "Suit yourself, kid. When you're dead, you won't have to worry about that anymore." Raising his club as he drew closer, Fugamin cackled. Heavy swing. Spadaemon closed his eyes as he suddenly shouted, "Izuku!" and felt his body heat up immensely. And then a light shone, coming from the small device Izuku had. A light so potent it actually momentarily blinded Fugaman to halt his attack. Yet somehow, Izuka didn't feel the need to close his eyes. The light just felt natural, somehow. He then looked down at the Digimon in his arms, Spadamon's whole body beginning to glow that same vibrant light. Izuka's eyes widened as Spadamon leapt from his arms, standing between him and Fugaman. And then, Spadamon's form began growing. Spadamon digivolved too. The glowing shape grew larger than a horse, taking on a four-legged stance. The tail split into two, as a wild braided mane grew out, two hooped earring appearing on each ear. Sharp claws at the end of each paw, and a fearsome face emerged from within the light. Spadamon had transformed into something wild and far more powerful than before. Lion! The giant lion roared proudly, standing imposingly before an flabbergasted Fugaman. WWO, what just happened? The Oni exclaimed, visibly growing frightened. Hey! Why you can't just transform like that? That's not fair. Lion let out a low and threatening growl. You, who so callously pick on those weaker than you, dares talk about what's fair? Fugaman flinched, only growing more nervous. WL. Why you see. Your evil ways end here. Lion roared as he swung a clawed paw, smacking Fugaman to the ground in a single swipe. Fugaman let out a pained screech as he fell, quickly scrambling himself back to his feet. WIU. You think you're a big shot now that you gained a couple pounds? Well, I'll show. I'll cut you down to size. Evil hurricane. Fugaman sent out another vicious gust of wind, but much to his horror, Lion held his ground. Impossible, dash. Lion glared at Fugaman before pouncing on his foe, slamming into the Oni Digimon with immense power and throwing him further back. Crackling electricity then began gathering around Lion's mane as he stood back up, before roaring out, Thunder of King, unleashing a powerful bolt of lightning from his mane that aimed straight for Fugaman. The Oni Digimon shrieked as he failed to get out of the way in time, being struck by the lightning that blasted him and sent him flying through the air. He landed with a heavy thud by the forest's entrance, and very slowly and painfully dragged himself back to his knees. Why you? A pulverized dash, but another powerful roar from Lion made the Oni jolt to his feet in fright. Fugaman clenched his bone club tightly, then immediately turned tail and ran right back into the forest. Dash. Thai Saintovrio Harmielo pay for these. As soon as Fugaman disappeared, Lion's body began to glow once more before it shrunk drastically in size. The glow dissipated, leaving behind a tired-looking Spadamon who dropped down to sit on the floor with a heavy sigh. Phew! Izuku was, at first, frozen in awe what had happened, but as soon as Spadamon became visible again, he immediately rushed to his side. Spadamon, are you all right? Why, I just need to catch my breath, is all. Spadamon said between gasps. Midoriya. Spadamon. The other students and Digimon quickly approached them with concern on their faces. You guys, are you all right? Izuku asked, knowing full well that Kyouka and Itsuka in particular got hit pretty bad. Thankfully they seemed fine, both nodding to assure him of that. Okay. You look way worse for wear than us. Itsuka said. Spadamon, that was so cool. Dracomon jumped around excitedly. You digivolved. You really digivolved. Kanmon said with just as much excitement in his voice. I did? Spadamon blinked wearily, still a bit dazed. Hey! Saiko shouted as she and Yui approached, Mina following them as she looked able to walk again. What in blazes just happened? How did that tiny thing turn into that huge thing? What was that? That, young ones, a voice carrying many years behind it caught everyone's attention as it drew nearer. Is all the proof we need. Everyone turned to see what looked like a very short old man, with a lot of hair on his head, his fringe and beard completely covering up his face, oversized feet, and carrying an old staff with an ornament shaped like a cat's paw on top of it. Digimon, Namon said, getting everyone else's attention. Digimon. Camie repeated. That's Digimon? Kyouka asked. Proof? Proof of what? Saiko, meanwhile, kept focusing on her own question. Digimon stepped closer, paying close attention to Izuku. Proof that the legends were indeed true. 7 humans, sent here at a time when our world needs them the most. Wielding the sacred devices that hold the power of digivolution. Yes, you are, without a doubt in my mind. The chosen ones. The old man's words only raised more questions among the group. And the way he spoke instinctively told them there was much more going on around them than they could possibly imagine. The adventure was only just beginning. All right, old man, let's hear it. Where are we, and how did we even get here in the first place? Saiko quickly demanded to know. The group of students, along with their Digimon, all gathered in the center of the small village along with Digimon, its tiny inhabitants now free to continue their carefree and playful lives around them as the danger had passed. Kyouka quickly gave Saiko a slight dirty look at the girl's lack of manners. Calm down, will ya? We all want to know this stuff, but you don't have to act like that towards the one person who might actually help us. No, it is fine. Digimon assured the girl, I understand. I'm sure you all have many questions, many of which I sadly may not have answers to. But I will do my best to offer whatever guidance I can. Well, I guess the obvious first question would be. Itsuka said, where are we exactly? Digimon nodded before he answered. You find yourselves on Island, the smallest island of the Menu archipelago. This is Dawn Village, a place where newly born Digimon can live and grow free of danger. On Island? Menu archipelago? What are you trying to pull, old man? Saiko immediately scoffed. I've never heard of such names in my life. These certainly aren't Japanese islands, I can tell you that much. Japanese? Bakuman blinked, looking up at Saiko. Intelli-san, what does that mean? Is it food? Is it tasty? Dracoman asked as she enjoyed sitting on Itsuka's lap. Surely you can't be serious. Saiko exclaimed, Japan. As in, the country. Surely you have to know what it is. You're speaking Japanese right now. Bakuman flinched, quickly looking apologetic. I'm sorry, Intelli-san. But I've never heard of this place my whole life, and this is just how I always talk. From our point of view, you're just speaking Digimon. Naaman said as he rested on his side on the grass, scratching his belly. I don't know anything about this Japan place either, sounds kinda made up to me. I mean, what kind of name is, yes bread, anyway? Now you're mixing up 4 different languages. Saiko yelled. If this is some kind of joke, it's in remarkably poor taste to pull on a bunch of lost students. Camie blinked as she looked down at the dog-like Digimon at her side. So, you guys really don't know where Japan is? Labramon just shook his head. I'm afraid not. Hey, Itsuka. Do you come from Japan too? Is it nice over there? Dracoman asked as she fidgeted with excitement in Itsuka's arms. Well, yes, it's pretty nice there. Itsuka answered. Wait. Mina spoke up. If nobody here knows where Japan is, then how are we supposed to get back? How far even are we from home? What if we're, somewhere near Europe or something? Let's relax, everyone. Izuku tried his best to reassure Mina. Just because no one here knows about it, that doesn't mean there can't be someone out there who does. Surely Dawn Village isn't the only town around, right? Digimon nodded. I am deeply sorry I cannot be of any help in this regard. On Island is a small place, we don't get many news from the outside. Your best bet would be to travel to Main Island. There are many villages and towns there, so you may be more fortunate. Saiko sighed in relief. Thank goodness. As nice as it would be to get everything cleared up straight away, I suppose it is too early to start losing hope. That's right. That's the spirit in Telly-san. Bakuman cheered. So, which way should we be traveling? She continued. Digimon aimed his staff as he answered. Main Island is located to the east. You will come upon a beach and be able to see the island from shore. Perfect. Saiko clapped her hands together as she stood up. Well then, we'll be off straight away. Thank you for your help. And Dash. It in Telly-san. Izuku spoke up. Teach, there's still a couple of questions I want to ask. Like, what did you mean when you called us the chosen ones? What's with this device we all have? And the Digimon? How do they know who we are? How did they find us? Why do they call us their partners? And what happened to Spadaemon earlier? He turned huge and dash. Breathe, Midoriya. Izuku flinched and did as commanded, blushing a bit as he got himself caught in another word storm. Dash. Thanks, Jiru-san. You raise good questions, child. Digimon nodded. The chosen ones. They are an old legend. One every Digimon has heard of. A legend that speaks of 7 holy heroes from a world beyond our own, who wield 7 sacred devices to bring about salvation in our world's darkest hour. He aimed his staff at the small device Izuka had. These are those devices. The Digivices. Holy relics of an ancient time, and proof that you are the chosen heroes. Mina blinked. Chosen heroes? I mean, I guess that's flattering, but, she frowned, we're not heroes, we're just students. We don't even have our provisional licenses yet. Digimon-san, is it possible there may have been some mistake? Itsuka asked, but the old man shook his head. There is no mistake, and what happened earlier proved it. He turned to look at Izuku and Spadaemon, who sat down next to him. What you saw back there was the power of Digivolution. The legends also spoke that the Chosen would battle alongside 7 partner Digimon, that their bonds would unleash a tremendous power. The Digivices would allow their partners to grow stronger and stronger at an unprecedented rate. Spadaemon would not be able to digivolve as he did had he not found his destined partner. The same goes for all of your Digimon. Before you arrived, they were but babies like those you see around you. But then, great lights appeared above in the sky, and they all digivolved at the same time. The moment they transformed, they knew they were being summoned to take their place besides the Chosen. Labramon nodded. Digimon has always told us of the legend of the Chosen. We grew up on them, each of us hoping to one day be selected as the Chosen's companions. Yeah. It sounded so super cool. Kanmon jumped, pumping up his fist. We get to be heroes. And, Zappo, help people and fight off the bad guys. Doesn't that sound awesome? Yui said as she knelt next to her animated partner. Izuku and the others couldn't help but chuckle quietly, as they could definitely see the parallels between Kanmon's excitement and their own excitement over the years to do pretty much the exact same thing. Okay, but what about the names? Saiko asked instead of chuckling, because that's still a bit creepy if you ask me. That I cannot answer. Digimon shook his head. Perhaps it is the will of fate. Or perhaps they'd known from their very birth that they were destined to meet with you. I cannot say. Mina let out a hum before she turned to Ulramen. Do you really think it was destiny we got to meet? Maybe. Ulramen tilted her head. I just know, when I saw Mina, it was like reuniting with a dear old friend right away. It was the same when I met Intelli-san. Bakuman said, That's preposterous. Saiko quickly huffed, Bakuman quickly flinching. I've never met you in my entire life. I definitely would have remembered if I did. I'm sorry, Intelli-san, but that's just the best way to describe it. Izuku couldn't help but feel a bit in awe as he was explained all of this. His mind flashed back to that powerless young boy who so adamantly tried to convince himself he could one day become a hero, and how a freak twist of fate allowed that dream to become a reality. But if what Digimon was saying was true, was this really meant to happen? He was never really one to believe in fate or destiny or any of that, and he wasn't sure whether to start believing in it just yet either. He looked over at Spadaemon, the tiny lion jolting when he realized and turning his head away to hide the light blushing over his cheeks. If you will head to Main Island. Digimon spoke, getting everyone's attention again. Then you must head to Header Town. A dear friend of mine lives there, Bobbin. She is very wise, and will surely be able to tell you more. I'm sorry I could not be of more help. Itsuka quickly shook her head. Just telling us where we can search next if help enough, Digimon-san. Thank you. She's right. Thank you for all your help, Digimon-san. Izuku agreed as he got back up, the rest of the group doing the same as they prepared to leave. Wait, so... Kyouka said, what about these guys? She motioned at the Digimon. Does this mean they're coming with us? But don't you live here? Well, we kinda gotta, don't we? Neimon said, "How are you guys meant to find your way around without someone who knows the area? Besides, we must protect our partners after all." Labramon nodded. "There's no telling what dangers we may come across." "You mean, like that Fuga guy from earlier?" Camie asked. Digimon nodded. "Yes, there have been strange happenings on our once peaceful island. Dangerous Digimon from main island have started appearing here, and we haven't received any news from the other island to find out what is going on." "We'll be careful," Izuku said. "Thank you again, Digimon-san." "Guess we're off then," Kyouka said before. "Chosen ones." Digimon spoke up again. "There are evil forces at work in this world. Evil forces that have long feared the legend of the Chosen. You must be prepared, for they will surely strike against you." Fugamon took in deep gasps of air, as it felt like he had been running for hours. Finally he'd reached the exit of the forest, and found what he had been looking for, a phone booth standing in the middle of the wilderness. He rushed over to it, quickly squeezing his large frame into the small rectangular structure, and picking up the phone straight. A way to make his call. "Seaman, come on. Report." "Ah-dash." Fugamon straightened up as best he could inside the phone booth at the sound of the voice on the other end of the line, even doing his best to salute. "This is Mr. Orange, reporting in, Boss Gray-sama." "Mr. Orange. What have you found?" The cold voice wasn't so much asking questions, but firmly demanding the answers. You were correct, Boss Gray-sama. Those strange lights you mentioned seeing over on island? It really was them. The legends were true. The Chosen have arrived." Just as I expected, the voice didn't sound the least bit shocked. "Have they been dealt with?" Fugamon jolted, already beginning to sweat. I of course did just as you ordered. I fought against them with all my might. Even when they began using all sorts of strange tricks, I didn't back down. But then their partner Digimon got involved, and they all cowardly ganged up on me. I fought valiantly with every ounce of strength I had, but then one of them digivolved. Of course, I still had the upper hand, but a cheap trick caught me by surprise. I had to make a quick decision, whether to fight until my very last breath, or retreat to warn you, Boss Gray-sama. I would have gladly fought until I couldn't anymore for you. I made the tough decision to leave the battle, and come warn you right away. Disappointing. The simple but cold response didn't make Fugamon any less nervous. But I can still catch up to them, Boss Gray-sama. I can take them all out in one fell swoop. That won't be necessary. Yes? I had predicted you would need assistance, and sent Mr. Yellow to intercept the targets should you fail. You did? We will let Mr. Yellow handle the Chosen. You will make your way to Point Delta to assist Miss Purple with her mission. Fugamon saluted the phone again. Yes, Boss Gray-sama. I will head there at once. Thank you, Boss Gray. Excuse me. Fugamon gingerly hung up the phone and pushed himself off the phone booth with a lengthy relieved breath. That was stressful. My pride as a Digimon may be wounded because I can't go after those brats, but at least I don't have to work with that yellow creep. Just take the wins where you can get 'em, Fugamon. He then ran off, heading towards his next destination. Onwards, fellow Chosen heroes. Mina yelled with a wide grin on her face as she confidently marched ahead of the group. We have a world to save. Yeah. Just Mina-chan, and everything will go all right. Oramen echoed as she followed Mina. Ashido, you're going the wrong way. Mina flinched and froze as Kyouka pointed out the mistake. I knew that. I was just making sure you were paying attention. She then turned to the, hopefully, correct direction and continued her marching. The group had made it fairly deep into the forest already after having left Dawn Village, and according to the Digimon, they should be nearing the exit soon. You lot don't actually believe that whole Chosen nonsense, right? Saiko asked. What? Why wouldn't we? Mina argued. I mean, we have our partners, our DG thingies dash. She held up the Digivice clipped to her shorts. Everything lines up. Still, it is a bit hard to believe just like that. Itsuka said. Can a bunch of students, even be legendary heroes? Camie wondered aloud. We don't even know yet if we'd make good pro heroes. I believe in Camie's potential to become a great hero. Labramon said, quickly earning a happy cooing from Camie. Ah, you're so nice, Labracoon. Besides, Itsuka spoke up with a bit more caution to her voice. The way Digimon was talking, it almost sounds like we're in a completely different world than our own. I'm really not sure how to process that. Obviously you should just discard the possibility straight away. Saiko huffed. We're clearly just trapped on some nearly deserted island, with zero modern infrastructure and no contact to the outside world, with a high percentage of mutant-type quirks. That explains everything, why they don't seem to know basic geography, the unique terminology, everything. What about the wind turbine? Kyouka asked. Or how we can understand each other so easy. Camie added. Saiko flinched, her certainty visibly wavering. I am sure there's perfectly logical explanations for that too. Just give me a minute to figure out what they are. In any case, we should just focus on getting to Header Town. Izuku said, maybe we'll get a clearer picture there, right? He looked at Yui, but all he got was, which didn't fill him with a whole lot of confidence. Maybe Babamon can tell me for sure who my partner really is. Spadaemon said, arms crossed behind his head. Izuku jolted a bit. Are you still on about that? I'm telling you, I really am Izuku. You're Izuku, I'll admit to that, but I still don't know if you're my Izuku. I mean, you keep saying it, you guys don't exactly look like legendary heroes, right? Spadaemon clarified. What happened back at the village could have just been a fluke, for all I know. I'm sure Babamon will clear things up for me once and for all. I guess I can't argue with that. Izuku said with some uncertainty. Hey! Mina called from up ahead, the exit's right here. Come on, you slowpokes. Yeah, come on. Ramen echoed, urging the others to pick up their pace slightly. Sure enough, they'd reached the end of the forest. It was impossible to think otherwise, given how drastic the change in scenery became. The trees and grass ended abruptly, replaced by reddened dirt and rocks, with craggy hills dotted all over. It was like they'd stepped into an entirely separate biome that shouldn't exist anywhere in the forest's vicinity. And speaking of things that shouldn't exist in the vicinity. Hey look! Camie said, vending machines. Kyouka blinked in confusion as Camie dashed off ahead. Vending and sure. Enough, just as Camie had said, straight ahead were a whole bunch of vending machines, dotting the various hills and mounds of this new place they were in. Just what is this place? Itsuka said, more than a bit confused. So? How do you explain this, Miss Know-It-all? Mina taunted Saiko before she too dashed away with a giggle, leaving Saiko at a loss to what to even say. Guys, there's no point getting too excited. It's not like these machines are even going to work. Itsuka tried to be the voice of reason until... Fuea! Camie's more than pleased sigh was heard, as she enjoyed a nice refreshing can of soda, so cold that one could see the moisture dripping down its side. That's the stuff. WB, how? Itsuka jolted. How did you even get that? Did you bring money with you? Nope. Camie giggled. I just pressed the button and it popped out. Yeah, it totally works. Mina backed up the other girl, holding up the can of iced tea she and ramen had. Are you too mad? Saiko yelled. Even if these things work, we have no possible way of knowing how long these have been sitting here. All of these beverages might have gone bad by this point. Mina just shrugged as she took a sip of her drink. Tastes just fine to me. And it hits just the spot after all this heat. Mina-chan's right, this feels great. Ramen said. We have been walking for a long time. Maybe we should just take the opportunity to rest. Izuku suggested. No argument from me. Kyouka said and made a straight line to the vending machines. Is this just drinks, or is there anything to eat? Just drinks, it seems, but there's so many machines I can't even say for sure. Mina answered as Kyouka set out to explore. Itsuka still looked uncertain together with Saiko, but as everyone else scattered to get something to drink, Dracomon tugged at her pants. Itsuka! Itsuka! I'm thirsty! Let's drink! Alright, let's find you something, Dracomon. And she walked off with Dracomon to inspect the vending machines. The group took the opportunity to just relax, enjoying the shade that the vending machines offered as a shield from the sun. Upon further inspection, it seemed like the vending machines really were nothing but beverages of practically every kind. While no brands were listed, the buttons were only labeled by what kind of drink there were. After some searching, Kyouka decided to just go with a Diet Coke for herself. "What do you have there, Name?" she asked as she saw Namon choose something from the next machine over. The Digimon picked up his can, opening it with a pleased sigh. "My favorite. Barbecue-flavored soda." Kyouka flinched, staring at Namon in bewilderment as he gulped down the beverage. That can't be real." She tried very hard not to think about how disgusting that sounded, and just tried to focus on her own drink. She did notice Saiko finally wander over to the vending machines and pick out something for herself, although the way she was squinting so hard as she looked at the buttons made it look like she was having a bit of a rough time for some reason. "You need any help there?" Saiko squeaked with a jolt, quickly stuffing something back into her waistcoat before she waved her arms at Kyouka. No, of course not. I know exactly what I want, then it's this." She quickly pressed a button, confident that she'd nailed it. "Pipping hot coffee?" Kyouka read out loud. "Are you sure that's what you want in this weather?" Saiko remained frozen, trying hard not to start sweating. But of course. Have you never heard of the power of mind over matter? Overcoming the heat is elementary for one who is in full control of their body. Why, I barely feel this heat you speak of at all because I am capable of tuning it out through the sheer power of self-suggestion. Wow, that's amazing, Intelli-san. Bakuman cheered. Kyouka and Namon, though, they didn't seem all that convinced. Well, enjoy your coffee, I guess. I think the heat's already cooked her brain. It's too late for her. Namon said as the two walked away to find some shade. Saiko kept up appearance until they were away, before she let out a lengthy exhale. Bakuman. She quickly turned to the box Digimon. "You're willing to do something for me, correct?" Well, of course, Intelli-san. Anything for you." "Good. I need you to find me a machine that sells canned tea. I haven't had to rely on canned tea to activate my quirk in years, but dire circumstances demand dire solutions. You can do that, right?" "Of course, Intelli-san. But why do you need my help for that?" Because. Aren't you supposed to be my partner? What does it matter what my reasons are when I'm asking you?" Bakuman jolted a bit and quickly bowed. You're right. I'm sorry, I'll get on it right away." The Digimon then quickly rushed away to find some tea. Elsewhere, Dracoman, "Don't drink too fast. It's very cold." Itsuka warned. "Okay, Itsuka." Dracoman giggled as she sipped on her drink. Itsuka smiled warmly, then focused on her classmate nearby. "Koisen, be careful up there." The quiet girl looked back at her and Kanmon having climbed up a somewhat steep mound to get to a particularly fancy-looking machine. Was all she responded with. Itsuka sighed, still having no idea what to make of that girl even after half a school year of being in the same class. "Kenda-san." Izuku called to get her attention as he drew near. "Here you go, I found one with water." "Thank you, Midoriya-san." She gratefully took the cool can of water. "Sorry I made you get it, I wanted to stay close to Dracoman." "You don't have to apologize, I was originally going to look for water too, but..." Itsuka tilted her head slightly to read the text on Izuku's can. "Orange juice." "Why yeah, I don't know why, but I just really started craving for it when I saw it." Itsuka giggled a bit as Izuku blushed, then looked down at the lion at his side. "What about you, Spot-Amon? What did you get?" "Lemonade," Spot-Amon said as he held up his can. "It's the best." Hey, you guys." Camie called as she and Labramon approached. "Hey, you have to, try this Coke. It's so good." "Really? What is it?" Itsuka and Izuku leaned in as Camie held out the can. "Whipped cream. And candy flavored? It's so super yummy." Camie beamed a brilliant smile. "It's like drinking cotton candy." Izuku and Itsuka shared an awkward glance, and very politely declined the offer. Elsewhere, Mina let out a lengthy, refreshed breath as her and Ulramen rested against a cool vending machine. You know what? This ain't half bad at all. It almost feels like a little mini vacation from training camp, huh? Kyouka sat nearby and raised her eyebrow. You know we're still lost, with no clue how to get back home, right? Yeah, I know that, Mina said. But come on, we were stuck working to the bone back at the camp. We wouldn't be able to just relax like this over there. Despite her best attempts, Kyouka didn't seem swayed to see things her way, but before the conversation could continue, I've got it. Mina, Kyouka and their Digimon blinked, looking at Saiko as soon as she approached with Bakuman. With a confident gleam in her eyes, Saiko aimed a finger at them. The wind turbine. That was an abandoned project to build a wind park on this island, before it was found out it was inhabited. Oh, Mina said. I guess that could happen? Kyouka said. As for these vending machines, obviously they must have washed up here from the ocean, and someone brought them all here for their growing collection. I haven't heard of anyone who collects vending machines, but I guess everyone has their thing, right? Mina said as she looked at Ulramen, who nodded. Wait, does this mean we're drinking stuff that's been in the ocean for who knows how long? Kyouka frowned. I don't know about that. This doesn't smell too fishy for me. Neimon cackled. Well, how about the language stuff then? What's your answer for that? Kyouka asked. Saiko chuckled quietly as she took a sip from her can-labeled green tea. Quite simple, actually. Languages are an ever-evolving thing, derived from many older languages that change and adjust over time. Much like modern English can trace its roots to Old Norse, which itself can be traced to Proto-European languages, so too does Japanese have its own connections to older forms of our mother tongue. Clearly, this island's native language has taken many of the same inspirations as Japanese did, thus creating by sheer coincidence, a language that is nearly identical to Japanese. Has that ever happened before? Kyouka asked, clearly still skeptical of Saiko's speculations. Wow, that's cool. Mina said, a lot more willing to buy into it despite only half understanding what Saiko had just said. You seem pretty smart, Intelli-chan. Saiko scoffed, but clearly smirked at the compliment. I do not seem, I am. I'm at the top, not just of my class, but the entire CI Academy. Even without using my quirk, my intellect far surpasses the common riffraff. So, does your quirk make you smarter, or something? Kyouka asked. Certainly doesn't make her any humbler. Neimon commented. That is correct. Saiko said with pride. By drinking tea, I increase my brain's analytical abilities to allow me to predict every possible outcome of any situation. Wow, that sounds great. Mina said, I know I could sure use a smart quirk to help with my test scores. Oh, so do you have a limit? Could you get even smarter than Principal Nedzu with your quirk? The only limitation of my quirk is that the level of boost is equal to the quality of the tea I drink. The better the tea, the better my quirk works. She held up her can. This is simple green tea and processed one at that, so the boost is rather small, but still effective. Oh, are we sharing? Camie said as she and the other approached. Like, a lot of us don't really know one another, right? That's a good point. Izuka said, if we're going to have to travel together, maybe it would be best if we know what each of us can do. Just in case. Oh, I'll go next. Me next. Mina raised her arm and waved it. I'm Ishido Mina, from Class 1A at UA High. My quirk lets me create acid from my body. She held her hands together, before squirting out a weak stream of acid from between her fingers. Although, since I woke up here, I can't burn through anything. So really, I've been demoted to making slippery goo. I'm sure it's the strongest slippery goo around anyway. Ulramen said, as the other Digimon looked on with interest at Mina's quirk. That seems to have happened to everyone. Itsuka sighed. Well, I'm Kendo Itsuka, from UA's Class 1B. My quirk allows me to increase the size of my hands, boosting my strength in the process. But now, she tried to grow her hands, but only got them up to twice their usual size. Normally I'd be strong enough to lift one of these vending machines with no problem, but not like this. I feel like my quirks regress to my time in elementary school. Itsuka is still the strongest. Dracomon just knows it. Dracomon cheered. Kodai Yui, the quiet girl, introduced herself. 1B. My Quirk. She demonstrated it by having the can of sparkling water in her hands shrink to half its size. Oh. So cool. Kanmon said as he witnessed Yui's skill, the other Digimon also looking rather impressed. If everyone's doing it. Kyouka straightened herself up. Gyre Kyouka. Also 1A. My Quirk's earphone jacks. These things, obviously, she said as she raised the jacks coming from her ears. It lets me pick up sounds and vibrations across anything I stick them to. They also let me use my own heartbeat as a weapon if I plug them into some speakers. Namon hummed. Well, I bet gossiping can be very easy when you can just hear what's going on in the next room. Bye. Namon flinched as Kyouka jabbed one of the jacks on him. I can also send my heartbeat into people's bodies this way, she concluded. Namon can be smart, but sometimes he just doesn't know when to stay quiet. Labramon commented. I guess it's my turn. I'm Midoriya Izuku, also from UA's 1A. I have a superpower type quirk, letting me boost my strength and durability. Normally, I can only access to a small percentage of my power, or else I risk seriously damaging my body, but since coming here, it feels like my quirk's full potential drastically weakened. At best, I can maybe operate at 8% of my full power. How much would you full power be? Spadaemon asked, much to Izuku's surprise. Well, that's kinda hard to say dash. He took out a giant 100-meter tall robot to get in UA. Kyouka said, which got Izuku to flinch. But how dash? Otsuka-chan told the story. Mina giggled. That was very brave of you, Midori. Izuku only blushed harder, trying to focus his attention on anything else other than Mina. He did catch Spadaemon staring at him with a slightly skeptical expression, but the lion didn't seem like he had any further questions. Me next. Camie happily sung. Atsushimi Camie, but just call me Camie. I insist. I'm a second year at Shiketsu, and totally psyched to get to know all of you. Well, at least it's good to know I'm not the only second year here. Saiko said. Mina chuckled lightly. I guess that makes you guys our senpai. I guess it does. Camie giggled. Oh, as for my quirk. She took in a short breath, before exhaling a subtle pink smoke from her mouth. The smoke danced around the group, before creating little floating scribbles of each student and Digimon gathered, earning a lot of impressed noises from the others. I create illusions. But they look all gonky now, but I swear I'm way better on a normal day. It's still really cute, Camie-senpai. Mina said as she poked at the tiny scribble Mina before the illusion wore off. Do all humans have powers like these? Do they, Itsuka? Dracomon asked, looking up at her partner. Well, pretty much. It's more common for people to have quirks than not, although it wasn't always that way. Yui's home sounds like a really interesting place. Kanmon said with a hop. Are there lots of strong guys there too? Izuku nodded. Absolutely. And the strongest end up taking a job as pro-heroes, who put their skills to protect everyone. And if I understand what you said earlier, Labramon hummed, all of you are training for that same job, correct? That's right. Mina answered with a grin. We're all still learning how to become pro-heroes, and we were all in a camp to train extra harder. Because if you want to be a hero, you can't rest on your laurels. You have to constantly be willing to push yourself, or as our school motto says, you need to go plus ultra. Ramen clapped as she laughed. I bet Mina-chan is already a great hero. She tried to defend me against that big bully, Fugaman. Well, I don't like to brag, but I'm pretty good among my class. Mina chuckled. Didn't your parents basically force you to sign up because of your grades, Ashido? Mina flinched at Kyuka's brutal honesty. Shut up. That doesn't change what I said. Sadly, I cannot find an acceptable pattern. Saiko mused out loud. If someone was looking to kidnap a bunch of UA students, then why would myself and Atsushimi be targeted? But on the other hand, if the targets were simply those from the training camp, why are most of you first years? Why risk kidnapping the more experienced second years? It just makes no sense. It could just not have been a kidnapping. Kyouka shrugged. Not sure why you're so hung up on that. Because what other explanation is there? Saiko said, think about it. We could very well have been transported here via a teleportation quirk. Perhaps the kidnappers made a mistake and dropped us off somewhere they didn't intend to. What if it was an accident? Camie asked while raising her hand. Like, I knew this kid in kindergarten. He couldn't teleport things, but he could make them fly way up in the air by breathing on them. And one day we found all of the tables in the classroom were stuck on the roof because he had a cold and kept sneezing all the time. So your suggestion is that a kindergartner was at the training camp for whatever reason? How is that any less crazy than my theory? Well, there was a cute little tyke with the pussycats. The one with the horns on his hat. Camie quickly said. He looked kinda gloomy, but maybe he did it. Didn't that kid punch a boy in the dash dot? Itsuka stopped herself before she actually said, coughing awkwardly. Didn't he attack someone when the camp started? Yui nodded to back up Itsuka's claim. Izuku flinched, already feeling the weight of humiliation creeping up on him. He could feel the amused looks on Mina and Kyouka's faces, as the only ones who knew the truth. Couldn't have done it. He spoke up, his quirks shooting water from his hands, not teleportation. How do you know that? There was a bit of an incident involving a member of our class Dash. A dastardly little goblin called Mineta. Mina hissed. Kuda-kun protected us from his nefarious deeds. He was a real hero that night. Anyway, he took a nasty fall, and I quickly took him to the pussycats. Izuku continued, they explained to me he was the son of the pro-hero's water hose. Saiko blinked. Wait, I recognize those names. Weren't they killed in a villain attack 2 years ago? Izuku nodded. Sadly, that's why he's so, well, gloomy, as Atsushimi-senpai put it. What? Camie gasped. Oh, now I just want to hug him even harder. The poor thing. That's, like, definitely the first thing I'll do when we get back. If Yui plainly said, getting Itsuka to flinch. See, come on, Koda-sen, thinking negatively isn't going to help. Neimon stood up from where he was, stepping closer to Camie with his arms wide open. I'm available as a hug replacement, Camie-chan. Don't be shy, I really don't only for Kyouka to stab him again with her jack. If I find out Mineta was meant to have you as his partner and not me, I'll be angry but not actually surprised. Nain, you need to start acting with more sense. Spadaemon chastised. You're the oldest one here, so you need to be responsible. I don't remember signing up for the job of responsible one. Neimon grumbled as he lay on the floor, as the rest of the group tried their best to keep their snickering at a minimum. Well, I'd say this has been plenty of rest. Saiko said as she stood up from the rock she was sitting on. Just 5 more minutes. Mina whined. Intelli-senpai's right. Izuku nodded. We should get going so we can reach the beach before sundown. Fien. Mina pouted. Cheer up, Mina-chan. I'm sure we'll get plenty of chances to rest. Ulramen said, which did get a grin out of Mina. Alright. But where do we put these cans anyway? Itsuka blinked. That's a good point. We shouldn't just leave them outside. Oh, that's simple. Camie jumped up to her feet. I saw a dumpster just over that mound over there. Gimme your cans, I'll take 'em all there for you guys. Really? Thank you, Camie-san. Itsuka said as she handed over her empty can. Yeah, much appreciated, said Kyouka as she did the same. With her arms filled with empty beverages and many thank yous from everyone, Camie still beamed like a star with a wide smile. No problemo. A senpai has to look out for their kohai, don't they? And with a playful skip, she set off towards the mound. Truthfully, there was another reason she had volunteered, as when she reached the very top of the mound, she simply threw all of the cans into the dumpster, letting them loudly ring out in a symphony of can smashing against steel. Sometimes you just had to appreciate the little things in life. But then Camie blinked, seeing something from her heightened vantage point. Hey guys? Someone's coming over. This got the group's attention, who were quick to run over to the mound so they could get where Camie was. And, sure enough, is that? Itsuka blinked. A bear! Kyouka finished the thought, seeing the bipedal bear-like creature heading towards them. It was quite large, with a big round belly and round face with beady black eyes. It almost looked like a snowman, except one made out of mud and dirt. A dash! It's Tsukidaraman! Dracoman excitedly exclaimed as she jumped, wings fluttering despite them not being able to hold her aloft. Digimon Analyzer. Tsukidaraman. Level 4. Tipped. Mutant. Attribute. Harmonious. A Digimon whose body is mostly made out of earth. Though it dislikes battle, it is much faster than it looks. Its special move, Rock to Mud, shakes the ground with a heavyweight punch. Tsukidaraman? Is that a bad Digimon too? Should we hide? Mina asked, quickly growing nervous. Neimon was the last one to climb onto the hill, with some difficulty, but still raised an eyebrow. Can you even hide with that shirt? He motioned at Mina's garish multicolored acidic patterned shirt, filled with bright yellows, greens, blues, and nearly every other color in the rainbow. Spadaemon shook his head. There's no reason to fear at all. Tsukidaraman is a kind and noble Digimon. He bring treats to the village sometimes. Kanmon said with a wide smile. He's really nice and just as strong too. He must live nearby somewhere. Labramon added. Camie blinked. If he lives around here, does that mean this is his vending machine collection? Could be. Labramon tilted his head, not sure if that was the case, but he couldn't really rule it out either. Tsukidaraman kept wandering closer, arms hanging limply at his side and a vacant stare in his simplistic face. And then he bumped into a vending machine, the Digimon being a good head or two taller than it. And he let out a furious shout, raising an arm and smashing a giant fist down to utterly crush the vending machine in one single blow. The group atop the mouth jolted with yelps in surprise, which unfortunately only served to get Tsukidaraman's attention. The mud bear raised its head, aiming a furious expression and a dangerous glare their way, before letting out another angered scream. His footsteps struck the ground hard as he started running towards the students and their Digimon. Everyone run! Itsuka called out, but just as she did, Tsukidaraman was raising his massive fist once more. Rock to Mud! The rampaging Digimon yelled out, slamming his mighty fist into the earth below, causing it to quake and shatter, stone and dirt shifting violent until it reached the mound the Chosen were standing on, completely collapsing the structure in a thunderous sound, muffling out their shouts of shock. As the cloud of dust cleared, Izuku was getting up as he coughed, trying to quickly assess the situation. He could see the others, they seemed fine, just a bit swamped by dirt and stuff, but no serious injuries. Unfortunately, he could also see the large black shadow approaching them in the dust cloud and heading straight to the person closest to it, Camie. In a split second, One for All coursed through his body at his maximum output. Izuku shot out like a bullet, sweeping Camie right off the ground before Tsukidaraman's large fist crashed into the earth. Camie opened her eyes to see her and Izuku flying over the large mud bear, sparing a quick glance at Izuku himself, before she focused on something else. Before she could speak though, Izuku had landed, placing Camie on the ground. Get somewhere safe, Atsushimi-sen. I'll get the others was all he told her before he dashed off again. The green bullet flew straight towards Tsukidaraman this time, slamming his shin as hard as he could against the side of the Digimon's head. This worked to get his attention off the others, but unfortunately it only got its attention on Izuku. Reiwa! Tsukidaraman let out a loud cry as it swung its arm much faster than Izuku would have anticipated for such a clumsy-looking beast, grabbing the boy by his outstretched leg. Tsukidaraman swung Izuku around like he was weightless, swinging back then slamming him down against the dirt strong enough to leave an Izuku-shaped imprint on the floor. Midoriya! The others shouted, getting up and preparing to jump right in to help him. Izuku! Spadaemon cried out, and jumped in front of all of them, summoning his sword. Get your hands off of him. Blue Brave! He swung his sword as hard as he could, but Tsukidaraman quickly swatted the small Digimon aside with his other arm. Spadaemon cried out and collapsed on the floor, struggling to get back up. Dang it. Why can't I dash? Why can't I digivolve again? Dash. Baby breath. Bonfire. Dracomon and Kanmon stepped in front of Tsukaderamon, launching out their fire to put a stop to the rampaging Digimon. All it seemingly did was make the monster even angrier, as it let out another howl of rage. Kendo-san. Itsuka blinked, hearing the quiet but distressed call next to her. Kodai. Throw this. The girl handed something small and green to her. This is. Itsuka's eyes hardened, quickly realizing her classmate's plan. Got it. She took the object, growing her hands for extra power before she hurled it straight towards Tsukaderamon. As soon as it flew over him, sighs. Yui pressed the pads of her fingers together, causing the dumpster to grow back to its original size, slamming right into the large Digimon with all its weight and forcing the monster off its feet. We did it! Itsuka shouted, we need to get Midoriya out of, but the celebration time was very short. Tsukaderamon very quickly pushed himself back to his feet, raising a fist while furiously shouting, rock to mud. Tsukaderamon slammed his fist into the ground, cracking it and shifting it, a wave of mud and rock erupting from the earth to wash away Dracomon and Kanmon, and forcing Itsuka and Yui to retreat. Grabbing Izuku again by his leg, the mud Digimon slowly approached the remaining Digimon and students, growling quietly but strained. They dash. Mina could barely get out a word, tripping over herself and landing on the floor. Aminan, I'll protect you. Ulramen stood in front of her, arms raised to shield her from Tsukaderamon's rage. Tsukaderamon, why are you doing this? Labramon shouted. This is not like you. Stop. Tsukaderaman let out another crazed howl as he raised his fist. Rock to him before its screaming turned more pained. The others looked on in confusion as Tsukaderaman let go of Izuku as he cried out in pain, stumbling backwards as his arms raised above his head. The Digimon began flailing, clearly in pain, and only when it turned around did they see. Camie! Labramon shouted. The girl was hanging off from Tsukaderaman's back, gripping onto something on the monster's back. But Tsukaderaman violently swung itself around, throwing her off of himself and down to the floor. Tsukaderaman let out a strained growl as he turned to Camie, letting out another howl as he raised his arms to crush Camie beneath them. Camie! Labramon yelled again, feeling his body grow increasingly warmer, until a light shone, brighter than any other light, coming from the Digivice on Camie's jacket. The sheer power of the light forced Tsukaderaman to step back, and yet, but Camie and Labramon, the light didn't hurt. It was warm, it was good, and it filled them with power. Labramon, Digivolve too. The light washed over Labramon, completely engulfing him before his form began to grow. The thick coat of fur grew shorter as his forelegs grew long and muscular, his ears turned thinner, no longer drooping down the sides of his head, but swaying backwards as his tail shortened. A thick spiked metal collar appeared around his neck, for blades emerging on the back of each of his legs. The light dissipated, revealing a black and brown coat of short fur, two menacing red eyes not only on his long head, but also on his forelegs. Doberman! Camie's eyes widened at the large hound that dashed to her, tackling Tsukaderaman away as it did so. L-Labrakuen? The former Labramon, Doberman, stood before Camie to protect her. I humbly ask that you do not lay another hand on Camie, he growled towards Tsukaderaman. Skitteruman glared at the giant dog Digimon, letting out another strained howl as he wildly swung his arms, smashing the vending machines around it. Camie saw this and quickly yelled, Doberman or whatever. His back. There's something on his back. Doberman glanced back at her and nodded, just as Tsukaderaman began his charge towards him. Growl-larm! Doberman let out a mighty howl, the air shimmering from its power as it overwhelmed Tsukaderaman, the rampaging monster crying out in pain as it stumbled blindly, turning around just enough for Doberman to get a clean look at its back. There! Camie pointed, letting Doberman notice the small circular object piercing into Tsukaderaman's back. Understood. Doberman jumped to the side to get a clear shot, shadowy energy gathering inside his powerful jaws. Schwartz Strahl. He unleashed the energy in a black beam of energy, blasting at the object stuck to Tsukaderamon's back. The mud Digimon let out a pained cry as the energy exploded on his back, smoke billowing out from where it did. A short few seconds after, the black object emerged from the smoke, bug-like wings flapping as fast as they could, the circular object with a lengthy spike on its front flying high into the air and disappearing in the distance in short. Tsukaderamon stumbled forward before collapsing onto his knees, his breathing strained but slowly growing more stable. What dash? What happened? He blinked wearily, slowly looking around. What did I do? Camie let out a relieved sigh, just as Doberman was washed with light once more, shrinking back down to the more familiar form of Labramon. Camie, are you all right? I'm fine, thanks to you, Labrakuen, she happily said, quickly picking up the dog Digimon into her arms for a hug. Is it safe now? Mina cautiously asked, while Oramen and the rest of the Digimon still kept their guard up. Midoriya. Itsuka quickly ran over to where Izuku was. Are you okay? Why, I'm fine. Had worse. He nervously chuckled as he sat back up with Itsuka's help. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. Scooterumen said as he stood back up. What have I done? I am so sorry, everyone. Sorry? Oh, you better be after that horrid show. Saiko huffed. Tsukaderaman, what happened? Bakuman asked. I'm not sure. The large Digimon shamefully admitted. I just suddenly felt so angry. Like everything around me, I just had to destroy. Oh dear, it was awful. There's just no excuse. That's not true. Camie spoke up. Seems pretty obvious that weird bug was the cause of this, right? I mean, I get it, I get pretty peeved when I get a nasty bug bite too. Yuck. Thank you so much for rescuing me from such an awful situation. Really, with all my heart, thank you. Tsukaderaman bowed as low as he possibly could to display how sorry he was. I know. There are many medicinal plants that grow around here. Please, allow me to handle all of your injuries. It is the least I could do. The following few minutes were much less stressful. Nobody was seriously hurt, but thanks to Tsukaderaman's ointments, the scrapes and bruises hurt a lot less than they normally would. I truly am sorry. Tsukaderaman said yet again as he finished helping Izuku. It's fine, Tsukaderaman-sen. Really, you can stop apologizing, he tried to assure the mud giant. Nobody got seriously hurt. Water under the bridge and all. What was that thing stuck on his back anyway? Kyouka asked, hoping the Digimon might have some answer. No idea. Neimon shrugged. Didn't look like any Digimon I'd ever seen. Well, whatever it is, it's gone, and I'm thankful for that. Mina huffed. Tsukaderaman's not such a bad guy after all. He really is like a big teddy bear. You'll make me blush. Tsukaderaman rubbed his head in embarrassment. But I'm sorry, I must ask. Why are you so far from the village? We're heading to Main Island to meet with Babamon. Bakuman explained. We were just resting here before you showed up. Main Island? The mud Digimon hummed. I see. Well then, this still won't make up for anything I did, but... He raised his arm, pointing to the distance. If you keep going ahead, the terrain only becomes rougher. You should head that way. You'll come across a road that's going to take you straight to the beach. It's much faster. Ooh, that's surely very helpful. Labramon smiled. Thank you, Tsukaderaman. Thank you so much, Tsuchikuen. Camie said, only getting the mud giant even more embarrassed. A few minutes passed to allow the injured to get enough rest, until the group was ready to leave. They waved their goodbyes to Tsukaderaman, heading off towards the path he had pointed them to. Just as Tsukaderaman had told them, the group had soon come across the road that would lead them to the beach. After everything they'd seen up to this point, Izuku was almost expecting to find an actual modern concrete road, but it was actually made out of impressive stonework instead. The scenario around them had also shifted, from an earthen waste to a sleepy country road, the sides of which were dotted with tall and skinny trees. Absolutely remarkable. Saiko exclaimed, actually taking some time to study the road beneath their feet. There's no doubt in my mind. This is definitely built in the style of an ancient Roman road. Ashido-kun may very well have been right. We could be somewhere in Europe, or at least, close enough. Perhaps an island on the Mediterranean Sea? Tell me, is Malta a name you would be more familiar with? Or Sicily? Ibiza? Seriously, you're making up all these words, aren't you? Naaman asked as he glanced back at Saiko. The girl huffed, aiming an annoyed look at Naaman. No, I most certainly am not. There's over 30 countries in the Mediterranean basin, any one of them that could have influenced your names for any nearby territories. And do any of them have any connections with Japanese? Kyouka asked. That was your theory from earlier, right? Saiko frowned, feeling like the girl was needling her on purpose. And not that I'm aware of, but that doesn't mean it's impossible. The only nearby lands we know of is Main Island. Bakuman said, Hey, what if we're in the Nansei Islands? Mina proposed, maybe the Amami Islands? Amami? Oramen asked. It's a place in Japan. Mina explained. South of Kyushu, so it's way down there. Saiko's frown remained, not taking too much stock in the proposal. If that were the case, we'd have either heard the Amami accent by now, or just the Amami language outright, in which case we wouldn't be able to understand each other at all. Not to even mention that they would have definitely hear about Japan, and it most certainly wouldn't explain how we're on a genuine Roman road. Maybe it's just a really isolated island somewhere? Mina said, maybe they just forgot. That they forgot about Japan? Kyouka flatly asked. Are you just hung up on this because you wanted a vacation in the Amami Islands? May Abe a little? Mina giggled. Saiko sighed. Even if I were to take that seriously, that still doesn't explain the Roman road. Maybe the Romans got here first? Mina wondered, which only got Saiko to give her a flat. That's preposterous. The Romans never got anywhere near Japan. How do you know? Were you there, Intelli-senpai? Mina stuck out her tongue at the other girl, who bristled at the comment. Why you dash? I will not stand idly by and hear you make a mockery out of history with your dash. La la, I'm not listening. La la la. Mina sung as she covered her ears while Saiko continued to argue against the pink brick wall. Itsuka looked at the back of the group, chuckling a bit nervously. Things are pretty lively back there. She then looked to the girl walking at her side. How about you, Kodai-san? Are you all right? If you start getting tired, you can just say so and we'll stop for a rest. Or thirsty. We did bring a few cans of water in Intelli-san's bag. Don't be shy about asking. Itsuka awkwardly groaned, still having no idea how to even begin speaking to Yui. Well, Kenmon? How about you? Do you need anything? Nope, the candle Digimon answered with a wide smile. As long as Yui is fine, I'm fine. The heat doesn't bother me at all. In fact, I wish it was hotter. Way hotter. That's how you get tough. Right, Yui? We can handle anything that's thrown at us. If we can't, we'll just get stronger. So strong that I can digivolve. In fact, I think I'm digivolving right now. Ha! I bet I'll be next. I'll be next, won't I, Yui? These two couldn't be more different from each other. Itsuka thought to herself with an awkward chuckle. Itsuka! Itsuka! Dracoman jumped. Do you think Dracoman will digivolve too? Probably. Itsuka smiled down at the tiny dragon. Dracoman will grow big and strong. Big and strong to protect Itsuka. Oh, Dracoman, we should train together. Kanmon excitedly said. We'll train our bodies to their very limit until we can both digivolve. Dracoman will train. Train hard for Itsuka. Spadamon's ears twitched as he heard Dracoman and Kanmon get excited over digivolution. He quietly grunted, keeping his arms crossed as he silently walked. He couldn't help but think back to the fight against Sakadaraman, and how he wasn't able to digivolve again. Did he do something wrong? Or was he actually right and the first time was just a fluke? When he looked over at Izuku, the latter option seemed more and more likely. Because Midoriya Izuku wasn't chatting or paying much attention to what happened around him. He was currently as red a ripe tomato, slowly disintegrating on the inside hour of sheer embarrassment as he tried hard to keep himself together while Camie, once again, infiltrated his personal space. She stared intently at him, her head nearly resting on his shoulder, but her hair definitely brushing his shoulder, which only made her current proximity even more real, along with practically feeling her breath on his neck. Oh no dash. Yui and Sashimi-senpai, why you should be careful and watch the road. Izuku barely managed to squeak out. While his speaking to the opposite gender skills had most definitely evolved, the same could not be said about dealing with cute girls standing this close to him. Camie kept her large eyes focused on him as she hummed. Don't think I will. Not until you say it. Yutsushimi-senpai, please, I can't say it. Why not? You said it earlier, didn't you? She leaned in even further. Right before you saved my life. So, what's the difference? I just wasn't thinking back then. It's totally different. Labramon blinked as she watched this battle of wills unfurl. Camie, what is it you want Izuku-san to say? Camie finally gave Izuku some space, pouting a bit as she explained. My name, obviously. I'm confused. Labramon admitted. Is Utsushimi not your name? Well, yeah, but it's my family name. Camie then paused and blinked. Come to think of it, I guess Digimon don't have family names, huh? Actually, do you even, have families? Izuku jolted a bit at Camie's blunt forwardness. Utsushimi-senpai, that's dashed, he wasn't even sure what to say, only giving Spadaemon a worried look. The village is our family, the lion simply answered, which was probably the best answer Izuku could have hoped for. None of you mind being so far away from it? He asked, still a bit worried about them. Not at all. Labramon answered. We're still together after all. And together with Camie and the others, we are never alone. That's so adorable. Camie quickly swooped up Labramon into her arms. You're like the little bro I never had, Labrakuen. I promise we'll never be apart. Izuku couldn't help but smile at the display, quickly noticing Camie was someone who wore her emotions on her sleeve. Spadaemon meanwhile glanced at Izuku, a look of uncertainty crossing over his face. But rather than dwell on it, fate thankfully had given Spadaemon something else to focus on. Spadaemon's ears twitched as he heard a rustling coming from the bushes. Something's coming, he yelled as he got on guard, summoning his sword to be ready to attack at a moment's notice. The rest of the group stopped when they heard him, just as the rustling grew louder, which did get many of them on guard straight away. The rustling only increased, now plainly visible just ahead of the group as something drew nearer and nearer, until finally, a bright pink flower walked out from the vegetation, soon followed by several more. Wait! Don't those look like Dash? They look just like ramen. Mina said, as the group of creates walked out into the road in front of them. Ramen quickly nodded her head. Those are Palmon. We may look similar, but we're actually pretty different. Digimon Analyzer. Palmon. Level 3. Type Plant. Attribute, Harmonious. A reptile Digimon that evolved to take on the attributes of a plant. It buries its root-like feet on the ground to absorb nutrients. The flower on its head emits a sweet fragrance that can change to a putrid stench depending on its mood. Its special move, Poison Ivy, entangles opponents with its vines. Tainman too. Backgammon noticed, the roughly a dozen Palmon being accompanied by 5 of those tiny green heads with plants growing on top. Maybe there's a Palmon village nearby? Spadaemon wondered. Namon quickly shook his head. No, this many of them traveling together can only mean one thing. It's the Wide Falls pilgrimage. Oh well, hello there, partners, one of the Palmon, seemingly the leader of the group, noticed them standing there and waved a hand. Are y'all here for the pilgrimage too? Actually, we're just following this road towards the beach. Labramon explained. We're trying to get to Main Island, you see. Well, shucks, that's still the same way we're all going. You're more than free to join the troop if y'all wanted to. Palmon said with a friendly smile on her face. Safety in numbers and all, some mighty curious characters have been spotted round this island, and things ain't as safe as they used to. You can say that again. Mina said, we've already been attacked twice today. It's terrible. It does sound like a good idea to travel in large groups. Itsuka nodded. We can keep everyone safe thanks to Digivolution. Labramon said, which Camie quickly nodded. Yeah. We can totally, protect all these little cuties. She quickly picked up one of the Tainmen off the ground to hug it. That's great. I've always wanted to go to Wide Falls. Ramen cheered. Could we stop there just for a bit, Mina-chan? Could we? I don't see why not. Saiko jolted slightly. Hey, wait a minute. Don't go making decisions on your own. We should look into getting to civilization as fast as possible, not monkey about with sightseeing. Come on, Intelli-sen, there's nothing wrong with taking a quick rest every now and then. Itsuka reasoned, we don't know how much longer we're going to have to travel, so there's no need to pointlessly tire ourselves out right now. What's Wide Falls anyway? Kyouka asked. Must be pretty important if there's a pilgrimage to it. Something of the sort, the lead Palmon chuckled. It's an old story, but one worth retelling. As the group resumed their trip, Palmon began to explain. You see, long ago, this here section of the island was mighty dry and arid, practically a desert. In the hotter seasons, life for Digimon were mighty harsh without water or food, or even so much as a shade to sleep under. But then one day, they say, a mighty dragon from beyond the ocean flew over this island. They saw the hardships the Digimon here had to endure, and took pity on them. Using their mighty powers, the dragon shaped the island to get the waters from the West Hills to flow through here, creating Wide Falls in the process. The water from the falls brought life to a once empty wasteland, and all the Digimon cheered gratefully for the miracles given to them. The dragon then flew back into the sky, never to be seen again, but the Digimon continued to express their admiration for the dragon's deeds by traveling to Wide Falls every year and enjoy the bounty it offered us. Wow. So cool. So cool. That dragon sounds so cool. Dracoman cheered. When the season's at its hottest, all sorts of Digimon travel there. Neimon explained. It's a nice way to escape the heat, but there's lots of dancing, celebrating, and food. Food? Spadamon's ears twitched. Growl. Duh. Everyone turned to the lion, whose face quickly turned bright red after his stomach made its not-so-subtle intentions clear. You sound quite hungry there, partner. Palmon chuckled much to Spadamon's continuing embarrassment. Come to think of it, we haven't exactly eaten in. Izuku stopped. Actually, I'm not sure when was the last time we ate. Probably since last night's dinner. Itsuka said. Assuming we even still were at the camp last night. Kyouka said. In truth, none of them really knew how long it had been since their last camp memories. Oh, y'all hungry then? Well, don't you worry your little heads. This here place is burstin' with food. Palmon assured them, just look around you at the trees, and you'll find all sorts of tasty fruit. The group looked up and sure enough, bananas. Kyouka quickly spotted a bunch of them on the tops of the trees. There's some apples over there too. Mina pointed. Saiko looked a bit dumbfounded as she looked at the fruit. But how? None of these are banana trees or apple trees, they're the exact same trees, how are they giving different fruit? Who cares, it's food. Kyouka said. Itsuka. Itsuka. Dracoman will get some for you. What? Watch. The dragon bounced over to a tree, flapping her small wings as hard as she could. She jumped. And not very high. She tried again and again, struggling hard to keep herself airborne but to no avail. Let me, Dracoman. Ramen stepped up. Nemesis Ivy, the vine-like claws on his hands extended, wrapping around a banana cluster to easily pry it out and bring it over to her. Mina-chan, come on and grab one for yourself. Everyone else can have one too, of course. Thank you so much, Camie cheered. Bonfire. Kanmon spat out 2 small fireballs towards the fruit stalk, snapping the apple cleanly off their place to quickly hand one over. Here you go, Yui. Nice and red. Doesn't it look like it's on fire? It's the best apple around, I'm sure of it. The girl quietly thanked. I can do that too. Baby breath. Dracoman hopped over to another tree, blasting out a stream of flames that fizzled out before they could get near the fruit. Oh! A blur dashed past Dracomon, Spot-Amon jumping from tree to tree before cleanly slicing the fruit off the tree with his sword. He landed gracefully, catching the fruit as it then fell out. The others clapped at the display, which got him to try and hide his blushing face. I can do that too. Watch me, it's a abuse. Dracomon squawked as she tried to jump against a tree, only to smack right into it. Dracomon. Itsuka quickly ran over, picking up the small dragon. Just relax, okay? Let the others worry about picking the food. Dracomon looked up at her, then watched as the other Digimon kept collecting more food, even the Palmon joining in. She slumped a bit in Itsuka's arms, looking disappointed at herself. Intelli-sen here. Bakuman pried off the duct tape from an apple he'd picked before handing it to her. Saiko took the apple and inspected it closely, a frown quickly forming on her face. This is covered in sticky tape residue. How am I supposed to eat this? Bakuman jolted. I'm sorry, Intelli-san. I wasn't thinking. I'll climb up a tree and get another one right away. Don't bother. Saiko scoffed, tossing aside the apple. Ashido-kun, let me have one of those bananas, please. HM? Oh, sure thing, Intelli-senpai. Oh, ramen, she turned to her partner, who held up a banana for Saiko. Thank you. Saiko picked up the banana, inspecting it first. Aside from the orange color, it sure looked like a regular banana. Of course, red bananas did exist, but she wasn't so sure about orange ones like these. But as she felt her stomach start to squeeze, she figured it best to throw caution to the wind and began peeling the fruit. Only once she did, she found it to be nothing but peel, the banana itself missing. How is this even? So good. Mina nibbled at the peel without a care. Try it, Intelli-senpai, urged Ramen as she tossed the peel into her mouth. Saiko didn't look very pleased with this at all, but carefully took a little nibble from the peel. And blinked. It really wasn't half bad. These apples are really juicy too. Kyouka commented, it's like eating an orange or something. But you just can't beat that taste, can ya? Neimon giggled as he tossed the core of the apple up and into his mouth, swallowing it whole. Well, everything else about this place has been kinda strange so far. I guess it only makes sense the food is different too. Izuku said as he chewed on a banana peel. How's your apple, Dracomon? Do you want it sliced? Dracomon jolted a bit. No, this is fine, Itsuka. The girl smiled down at her before she focused on the road again while eating her own apple. Dracomon's shoulders sagged, her cheeks puffing out a bit as she looked down at her apple. If the others weren't here, Dracomon wouldn't have been able to get food for Itsuka. She thought to herself, lamenting her inability to help her partner. Chomp. She still ate her apple, of course. The journey with the Palmon and Tainman had been thankfully uneventful. With full bellies, everyone was ready to face anything that was coming to them with more positivity than ever. Coming across a clearing in the area, the group was surprised to find a wide and deep ravine that cut the earth directly ahead of them. You have got to be kidding. Saiko huffed. That mud bear told us the road led straight to the beach. What is this? Calm down, lady. It's all right. Palmon chuckled as she assured her. There's a bridge right over there. It's just a short hike to the side. You mean that bridge? Kyouka pointed. Why, yes, that's exactly, what in tarnation? The Palmon shrieked as she noticed what Kyouka was actually pointing at were the charred remains of a suspension bridge. Oh no, how could this have happened? Looks like it caught on fire, somehow. Izuku noticed, stepping a bit closer while being careful not to get near the edge of the ravine. Great. Just great. Saiko threw up her hands. Think you could just make a bridge ourselves? Ramen asked. Your poison ivy is just like my nemesis ivy, so maybe? Palmon shook her head. The ravine is much too wide, we couldn't reach the other side. She looked back at her group, seeing them quickly lose morale. Now, come on now, I don't want to see them look on those faces. Nothing lost here, we just gotta alter the course a little. We can walk around the ravine still, just gotta lift up the old belly weight and hit the road again. I guess we don't have much of a choice either. Itsuka sighed. Do you know the way, Palmon? Darn tootin', I do, she smiled at the tired group with confidence. Unfortunately, it's a whole day's trip still, but it's the best hope we got. A whole day? Mina groaned. Give me a break here. So much for a shortcut, I'll say. Saiko echoed the groan. See, cheer up, Intellison. Bakuman tried his best to keep positive. It could always be worse, right? How could it possibly be worse? Saiko bristled, getting Bakuman to flinch. At least we have an alternate route already waiting for us. Bakuman's right, getting stressed out isn't going to make the journey any faster. Itsuka spoke up. I get being upset, but the quicker we get on the road again, the faster we'll get to the beach. Labramon walked up to Dracoman, telling her, Itsuka-san seems to always be defusing tension when everyone's on edge. You have a very responsible partner, Dracoman. Dracoman blinked and nodded, but her mind was clearly elsewhere. She looked at the ravine, only feeling more and more guilty. If she could just fly everyone across, then nobody would have to feel bad about taking a longer trip around it. All right, everyone. Round up, and let's get this show on the road. Palmon called. We've got a long trip ahead, but let's not let that stop us. We'll get to Wide Falls even if it has to be later rather than sooner. Whether they liked it or not, the group realized this was their only choice. Everyone followed the leader Palmon as she took them towards the alternate route, but Saiko paused for a moment with a huff. Why must I be stuck on this wretched island? She sighed, and noticed a rock sitting on the ground nearby. With a strong kick, she sent it flying right into the ravine just to let out some steam. Only kinda worked. Let's go, Bakuman. Why yes, Intellisen. The box Digimon quickly followed her as they trailed behind the group. And the rock kept falling down the ravine. And falling. It landed. And a low rumble could be heard echoing in the ravine. Soon followed by a mighty screech that traveled the area, catching the group's attention. What was that? Itsuka said as everyone turned around to look in the direction of the screech. It came from the ravine, I think? Oramen said. Saiko, the one at the back of the group, blinked and looked behind here. Just as a giant black shadow emerged from within the ravine, causing her to jolt and shriek in shock. The shadow spread out its wide wings, its body crackling as if coated by black fire. Sharp yellow eyes glared in the group's direction as the monster screeched with a sharp-toothed beak, the massive bird bearing sharp talons on its feet. What is that? Yelled Mina. A giant bird? Itsuka said, already on guard. A Digimon? Kyouka wondered, which Namon nodded at. It's Saberdramon, he said. Digimon Analyzer. Saberdramon. Level 4. Type, giant bird. Tribute, moral. A bird-like Digimon covered in black flames. It prefers to be alone, and will attack ferociously if disturbed. Its special move, Black Saber, strikes with the razor-sharp talons from which it gets its name from. It also stores pitch-black flames in its wings that it can then fire at an opponent. Any chance it's a nice Digimon like Palmon? Mina asked. Saberdramon are loners who keeps to themselves. As long as we don't bother them, they should leave us alone. But the strange thing is... Namon crossed his arms in thought. What's one doing all the way out here? Saberdramon flocks live on Main Island, not our island. The group watched as the giant fire bird flew up into the sky, screeching furiously, but seemingly not paying attention to them. We should probably go and onagaisetsukaming this way. Izuku shouted as he noticed the giant bird turn around and swoop down on the group with a roar. Everyone quickly ducked, just narrowly avoiding getting sliced by the sharp talons on Saberdramon's feet. Camie grunted as she raised her head when Saberdramon flew up. What's his problem? We didn't do anything. He's coming around again. Namon warned, seeing the bird Digimon make another turn. Camie! Labramon shouted as he jumped between her and the attacking Saberdramon. It won't let him get near. A light shone from Camie's Digivice, just as Labramon was engulfed in another brilliant light. His form grew, transforming once again into the much larger Doberman. Adash! Labrakuin, you digivolved again. Camie cheered, but quickly noticed the Saberdramen was quickly drawing nearer. Doberkuen, watch out. Doberman readied itself, standing his ground even as the other Digimon barreled down towards him. Schwarzstrahl. As soon as the giant bird was close, Doberman shot out a beam of black energy towards it, forcing the Saberdramen to change directions to avoid it. Everyone braced against the powerful wind as Saberdramen flew over them again, before taking to the skies once more. Everyone back to the woods. Get the Palmon and Tainman to safety. Izuku shouted, urging everyone to start helping the Digimon get somewhere safe by picking up the slower, more awkward-moving Tainman and carrying them towards the treeline. Schwarzstrahl. Doberman shot out more energy up at Saberdramen, each one missing its distant target. It's no use. It's too high up, I can't get a good aim on it. Do your best, Doberkuen. Camie cheered on her partner. Atsushimi-sen, you should get to safety. Itsuka rushed over to her as soon as the Tainmen were hidden. I'm not leaving Doberkuen alone. Camie, it's all right. Doberman assured her, I'll keep Saberdramen's attention, the rest you must get to. Oh no. Doberman noticed the flames surrounding Saberdramen's wings flare, before a rain of black fire was shot down towards them. Camie, Itsuka-san, watch out. Doberman jumped in front of them, using his body to shield them from the fireballs thrown down. Doberman let out a pained cry as the fireballs connected, exploding against his body and sending Doberman falling down on top of the two girls. Atsushimi-san. Itsuka quickly grabbed Camie by the wrist, yanking her out of Doberman's path while she jumped away too, the both of them avoiding being pinned down by the giant dog. Adash. Doberkuen. Camie didn't waste a second to rush over her partner as soon as she could and check up on him. Doberkuen, are you all right? It's coming back down. Watch out. Itsuka heard Kyouka's shout, but it was too late as the giant bird was already barreling towards them. Itsuka moved before she could even think, jumping over Doberman as she grew out her hands, and swung her fist to strike the bird Digimon on its face as it swooped down on them. The Saberdramen let out a shriek, stopping its dive with a powerful flap of its wings to hover above the fallen Doberman and the two girls. But just as Itsuka was falling, it stuck out its foot, clasping its fingers around Itsuka to grab her. Itsuka! Dracoman shouted, hearing Itsuka yell as the Saberdramen took flight and lifted itself higher and higher into the sky. Itsuka! Dracoman yelled out again as she flapped her wings as hard as she could, but not once managing to get herself off the ground. The others' cries of distress only grew more and more distant as Itsuka was carried higher and higher. This was bad, but freaking out wasn't going to help her. She had to stay calm and try to think of a way out of this. Saberdramen had just let go of her. She was falling from really, really high up. Now was the time to freak out. Itsuka let out a loud scream as she saw the distant ground quickly grow closer. Itsuka! With Dracoman's tearful cry, the radiant light beamed out from Itsuka's digivice, as the same power overwhelmed Dracoman's entire body. Dracoman, digivolve too. The warm light covered her completely, just as her body began to lengthen. Her wings grew out into a majestic length as her arms and legs seemingly vanished from her body. The light vanished, revealing a lengthy blue serpentine body, powerful red wings, and a white carapace covering the top of a mighty horned dragon's fearsome head. Airdramen. Taking flight, the dragon intercepted Itsuka's fall to save her, the girl quickly grabbing onto the mane on Airdramen's head out of sheer survival instinct. It took her a second to realize what had happened, opening her eyes to see her partner's transformation. Draco.mon? Itsuka, hold on tight. Airdramen said as she flapped her wings to gain more altitude, chasing after the Saberdramen just as it readied another attack. It flapped its burning wings, sending down more fireballs. Airdramen expertly swooped and swayed around the fireballs before roaring out, God Tornado, launching out a tornado of blue flames to shield her and Itsuka from the rest of the flames. Airdramen flew like a rocket, nearly slamming into Saberdramen as she flew higher and higher, before turning to look down at her opponent as she blocked out the sun with her wings. Spinning Needle. With a powerful flap of her wings, Airdramen sent down dozens of blade-like air needles, each one cutting into Saberdramen's body as it let out a pained cry, falling down as it lost altitude, crashing hard against the floor, lifting up a large cloud of dirt and dust. And from the cloud, a small winged sphere quickly flew out. "Hey, look!" Kyouka pointed as that same bug-like thing from before hastily making an exit from the area and flying off towards parts unknown. The saber dragon let out a pained growl, slowly turning itself over and flapping its wings, taking flight away from its once targets with its tail between its legs. "It left," Izuku muttered. "Do you think it was the same as Tsukadaraman?" "Mich," was all Yui said, much to Izuku's slight awkwardness. Airdraman descended, Itsuka waving her arm to get everyone's attention. "Guys, hop on. Airdraman's gonna carry us across the ravine." The dragon nodded, coiling her serpentine body as she landed, and lowering her head to let everyone on top of her, before taking flight once more. Wide Falls was definitely a magnificent location, the powerful falls roaring loudly down into a large river. Abundant vegetation covered the area, filled with all sorts of exotic flowers and berries, giving the place a colorful and lively air. Helping that were all the various Digimon that happily frolicked along the river shores and splashed along the waters, various Patamon and Gomamon, Betamon and Wormmon, and many others celebrated a very special location and an ancient good deed told in legends. "Itsuka! Itsuka, look!" Dracomon hopped on Itsuka's lap. "Doesn't that look like Airdraman's head?" "Huh." Atop the waterfall was a massive boulder whose shape vaguely resembled the top of a dragon's head, water pouring out from its open jaw. Itsuka hummed as she rested atop a rock. "It does, yes. I'd say so. You think the dragon from the story was an Airdraman just like me? Do you? Itsuka chuckled at Dracomon's enthusiasm. "Who knows? Maybe it was. The dragon was a hero to the Digimon who live here, and you're certainly my hero for saving my life." "Ah, yay!" Dracomon cheered, happy to hear that. Dracomon is Itsuka's hero. Mina let out a lengthy and relaxed exhale as she lay on the grass along with Ulramen. "Man, this place really is like a little piece of heaven. Feel like I could just nap the whole day away." "Eche, Ashido-kun, don't you dare fall asleep," Saiko chastised. "We're only taking a short break. We've still got a beach to get to." "Yeah, just." Mina lazily waved her hand. 5 more minutes. "Zzz. Ashido-kun. Let her sleep it out. You can splash some water on her to wake her up later," Kyouka said, resting against a tree in the shade, while Neimon already dozed off next to her. "Yeah, just enjoy yourself for a little while, it won't kill ya," Camie said as she sat at the river's edge soaking her feet, Labramon laying over her lap. "That girl can be, so wound up all the time, can't she?" she asked Yui, who sat next to her with a rudimentary makeshift fishing pole and string. "Mich." Yui nodded, just as her string began tugging. "Oh, Yui, you got one, you got one." Kanmon cheered and clapped when Yui pulled the fish out of the water. "Nice one, Koda-san." Izuku also cheered as he sat nearby, but quickly turned his focus back on the device in his hand. Spud Amon, who sat a short distance away, noticed how carefully Izuku seemed to be studying the Digivice, but turned away as he closed his eyes to get some rest. He was sure that was all he needed before he could digivolve again next time. "I told you we took too long," Saiko huffed. "Now look, the sun is about to set, and we're nowhere near a place we can sleep." While the day's warmth could still be felt, there was a pleasantly chilly breeze blowing through the air as the day came to a close, washing the area in orange and yellow colors. The stone road the Chosen had found themselves in had long ran out, leaving them following a beaten dirt path as they continued their journey. "So? We'll just camp out, it's not that big of a deal," Kyouka said. "Camp with what, exactly?" Saiko shot back. "We don't have any tents. Not even any sleeping bags. And let nature be your tent, and your spirit of adventure your sleeping bag." "Well put, Neimon-san." "Thank you, Kyouka-han." Saiko's expression only flattened at the two's back and forth, crossing her arms as she was decisively not happy with the thought of having to sleep in the dirt. "Oh, wait a minute." She hit her hand over a fist as she realized, "Backgammon. You utilize duct tape as your attack." Perhaps we can use that to build a makeshift bed with some branches and leaves. Ooh, I'd be more than happy to help in any way I can in Telly-san. Bakuman said, that's a very smart plan of yours. This quickly raised Saiko's mood as she smiled proudly. Well, I've dabbled a bit on survival techniques in preparation for the training camp. It never hurts to be too careful. I haven't camped outdoors, it must have been years. Mina commented. I like to sleep outside during this time of year. Oramen said. It's just so much more comfortable. Really? I guess I can see that. At least, if you don't have an AC, of course. Just bury your feet in the cold dirt and spread your petals. You'll feel the most refreshed you've ever been in the morning. Oramen cheered, while Mina's expression flattened a bit. Not all of us have roots for feet, you know that? I'm not putting my feet in dirt. You could just think of it as a mud bath. Camie added with a light giggle. Do humans take mud baths often? Labramon asked. Some do. It's supposed to be really good for your skin. Makes it healthy and shiny. Camie-chan's skin is very shiny. Oramen commented, which Mina nodded. I bet Atsushimi-senpai spends a lot of time at spas and beauty salons, right? Nope. Camie answered Mina. Never been to one in my life. I barely even use makeup, you know. Mina jolted, nearly tripping all over herself. Why you're saying you're just perfect right off the box. Midoriya-san. Itsuka spoke up to get his attention. You've been staring at that thing since we left Wide Falls. Izuku blinked, looking up from his Digivice. Oh, sorry, it's just... He held it up for her to see. Here, look. Is that... a clock? The rest of the group walked closer, and sure enough, the screen in the center of the Digivice was showing the current time, 19. I thought these things didn't even work. Kyouka said as she picked up her own. Mine's not showing anything. Mina either, said Mina. Corroborated Yui. Camie also checked her Digivice, smiling as she showed it off. Hey, mine works. Mina too. Itsuka also said. Do you think it's because our Digimon have transformed and the others haven't? It seems like the likeliest explanation. Izuku nodded. But that's not all. He pressed one of the buttons on the device, changing the display to show 3 blinking red dots near one another. If I'm right, I think these might be your Digivices, Kendo-san, Atsushimi-senpai. So we can track one another with these things? Could be useful if we ever get separated. Assuming we can even get these to activate, that is. Saiko said as she poked at her quiet Digivice. That's easy, Saiko and Bakuman just need to digivolve. Dracoman cheerfully said. Bakuman blinked, looking over at her. That's a great idea, Dracoman. But how do you digivolve? Oh, you know, it's just like wobbing. And you digivolve. Wabang? Bakuman tilted his head. Yeah. Try Wabong. Wabong. Wabawang. Wabaayang. Saiko stared flatly at the 2 screaming Digimon, before simply turning to Camie and Izuku. I feel like your Digimon are capable of giving us straighter answers. Izuku couldn't help but agree, looking down at the lion next to him. Spot-Amon, can you tell us anything? Spot-Amon flinched, quickly turning away from the group. Oh, of course I could tell you. I did digivolve, didn't I? It's like Dracoman said. It just kinda happened and that's it. Labrakuin, is that how it felt for you too? Camie said, crouching down in front of her partner to pick up his front paws and shake them. The dog Digimon nodded. I'm afraid so, Camie. When I saw you in danger, I just felt my body become overwhelmed with an inexplicable energy. Before I knew it, I had digivolved into Doberman. I'm sorry, but that's the only way I can explain it. Wait, Midoriya was being threatened by Fugaman. Kyouka said, Utsushimi by Tsukadaraman, and Kendo was dropped from the sky by Saberdraman. That's definitely a pattern. Izuku nodded. It seems like the Digimon transform when their respective partners in danger. It's almost like Quirk evolution, but in this case triggering a full-body mutation in another person's life or death situation, and once it's unlocked it can happen again as Labramon showed, So are these transformations triggered just by the desire to protect others, or maybe mumble? Midori-kun's rambling again. It's been a while since last time. Kyouka said, both her and Mina nodding. Izuku soon realized people were staring at him, and he just shut his mouth while trying to hide his blush. Neimon let out a light chuckle. Guess I'll just have to make peace. I'll never digivolve then. He shrugged his shoulders, pointing a thumb at Kyouka. I mean, just look at this mean mug. Does that look like the kind of face you want to rush over and help? Kyouka flinched, quickly raising her jacks as a threat. You want to maybe rethink that line? Hey, you should take it as a compliment. Neimon explained himself. I'm just saying, with that scary, mannish face of yours, you'll never be in Dongihei, only to get stabbed right away when he failed to do so adequately. As the group mulled over the information they'd gathered, Laberman's nose wiggled slightly. HM? Think. I smell the ocean. Camie blinked. Really? We must be close to the beach. Mina said. Then what are we standing around here for? Let's go. Saiko took charge, quickly picking up the pace as they all headed down the dirt road. And sure enough, after only a few more minutes of walking, they'd arrived at a large beach, pristine blue waves gently crashing onto the golden sand. Wow, how does a place like this not fill up with tourists? Mina commented. This island must be restricted to tourists, obviously. Saiko answered despite not really being asked. Now, didn't that Digimon fellow say we should be able to see main island from here? Yui nodded, before pointing. To direct Saiko's gaze further to the left. There. Saiko turned, and sure enough, there was a rather faint but unmistakable outline of land at the very furthest point in the horizon. Ah man, that's so far away. Mina said. You couldn't really expect it to be a stone's throw away, I guess. Kyouka sighed, while Saiko stepped ahead as she rummaged through her satchel, taking out a small compact telescope to look through. Judging from the distance, I'd say it would take about 10 to 15 minutes to cross this atop Dracomon's evolution. Less than that if she flies at top speed. Mina blinked as she watched Saiko peer through her telescope. Wow, you really did come prepared. What else do you have in that bag? Just basic woodland survival gear, a compass, flashlight, Swiss Army knife, a fire starter, 2 pairs of walkie-talkies. Kyouka stared, half impressed but also a bit confused. What did you think training camp was going to be? It sounds like you were prepared to be dumped alone in the woods and told to figure out. That I mean. Izuku frowned. Isn't that kinda what the pussycats did to us on our first day? Kyouka and Mina quickly frowned as they were reminded of that sudden bus stop, being unceremoniously dropped into the forest along with the rest of the class, and told to find the campsite all on their own. Yeah, fair enough. Mina looked over to Itsuka and Yui. Did they do that to you guys too? I'm afraid so. Itsuka sighed as Yui nodded. Alright, come on, let's not waste time dawdling. Saiko stored her telescope and clapped her hands together. Dracomon, if you'll please? The dragon hopped a bit. Oh, sure. Dracomon, carry everyone across. Dracomon, Digivo dash. Then, a loud roar cut through the sky, as a portion of the sea seemed to rise up. Further out into the sea arose a blue sea serpent with a yellow head, 2 fin-like protrusions on the side of its head, roaring loudly as it swam across the gentle waters. Is that another Digimon? Mina said. That's right. Ramen nodded. It's a Seadramon. Digimon Analyzer. Seadramon. Level 4. Type, aquatic. Attribute, harmonious. A sea serpent Digimon with a long body. It swims deftly through the water, constricting its prey with its powerful body. Its special move, Ice R, shoots frozen water like a rain of miniature ice spears. There's lots of Seadramon living in the ocean around the islands. Bakuman said. Kyouka groaned slightly, already getting a bad feeling. Let me guess, they're usually peaceful Digimon who would never hurt a fly? Ha! Neimon laughed. Far from it. Seadramon are brutally territorial, and will attack anything that invades their turf without mercy. But lucky for us, that turf's in the water and we're safe and sound on dry land. It's got no reason to come near the beach. Izuku hummed as he held his chin. Still, it could cause trouble if we try to fly over it. What if it sees Airdramon as a threat? Dracomon fight it. Dracomon not let it hurt Itsuka and friends. I am sure you could, but it would pretty awkward to try and fight while keeping all of us safe on your back, right? Dracomon blinked, quickly settling down as Izuku made a good point. Oh yeah. It's fine, Dracomon. Itsuka patted the dragon on her snout. We just have to wait for it to swim by, and it'll be safe to cross. Kinda pretty, isn't it? Camie giggled as she squatted, arms resting on her knees to watch the distant serpent out at sea. This must be what it's like to see Nessie in person. Nessie? Labramon blinked. Who is that? Is it another friend of yours? Oramen asked. She's referring to the Loch Ness monster. Saiko explained, a ridiculous story about a dinosaur living in a Scottish lake. It's preposterous. Well, aren't we kinda looking at one right now? Kyouka pointed out, Saiko quickly getting flustered. There's a simple explanation for this. Animals with quirks are not unheard of. This is simply a sea snake mutated by its quirk. Then, was the saber his face a mutated animal too? Mina asked, which Saiko quickly nodded at with the utmost certainty. Naturally. We just happen to be somewhere with a large number of animals with quirks. Then Camie pressed a finger under her bottom lip as she wondered out loud, couldn't Nessie just be an animal with a quirk too? Saiko flinched. I suppose that would explain things. But without concrete proof of its existence, it may as well not exist. What if it has a quirk that makes itself invisible? Kyouka theorized. That would explain why no one's ever caught it on film. That's dash. Yeah. Mina joined in. Quirks explain everything. And no, they do not. Saiko bristled. A massive sea creature wouldn't be able to hide itself for this long on such a limited body of water. Besides, accounts of the monster have existed for hundreds of years. Even if there ever was a Nessie, it would be long dead by now. What if dash? Don't you dare ask about life-extending quirks. You're just giving an imaginary monster every power under the sun for even the slightest scrap of believability. Saiko huffed, turning around to take a deep breath and calm her nerves. Isn't that thing gone yet? How much more time is it going to waste? It looks like it's starting to swim away. Itsuka said. It shouldn't be that much longer. As much of the group took a seat on the sand to wait, Izuku was still carefully watching the Seadraman in the distance. It was unlike anything he'd have ever seen, so he couldn't help but be a little awestruck at it. Whether it really was some kind of sea monster or, like Saiko said, a mutated animal, it was still something that sparked the imagination for him. Intelli-senpai, can I borrow the telescope just for a bit? Saiko blinked, but had no issue lending the item, quickly digging it out of her bag and handing it over. Thank you. Izuku took the telescope, eager to get a closer look at the massive fin serpent. Up close, it looked incredibly fierce, but no less majestic in appearance. But then, Izuku blinked, noticing something. It was rather small, about the size of a football, with rapidly buzzing wings and a large spike at its front. That's dash dot. Izuku's eyes widened, recognizing the strange metal bug as being the same type of thing that had flown off Tsukaderaman and Saberdramon. The metal bug flew to Seadraman, stabbing its long syringe-like spike right into the sea serpent's back, urging the monster to let out another louder, more furious roar. Guys! As Izuku spoke up, the sea serpent had begun violently thrashing in the water, quickly catching everyone's attention. Whoa, what happened to it? Kyouka asked. It's one of those bugs. Those thing we saw on Tsukaderaman and Saberdramon. I just flew up to it and bit it. Labramon's eyes narrowed as he watched the Seadraman flail wildly. This cannot be a coincidence. Tsukaderaman was acting strange because of the same thing. The Seadraman roared towards the sky, stretching out its body out of the water before heavily letting it fall back down, splashing a large wave of water upwards. Soon after, another wave began rising, charging at high speeds towards the shore. Oh no! We should probably dash. Run! The group all turned and ran as fast as they could, as the Seadraman washed itself ashore with fury, kicking up water and sand as it thrashed with its long body. It rose up, roaring as it spotted its prey, and breathed icicle shards from its mouth. Everyone scattered as quickly as they could, avoiding a potentially very bad situation. Coiling its body, the Seadraman swiped with its tail, aiming towards the closest targets. "Ashido, watch out!" Kyouka shouted as she shoved the pink girl out of the way, but only placing herself on the path instead, the leaf-shaped tip of the tail wrapping around her. Kyouka let out a loud cry as she was lifted off the ground and squeezed by the Seadraman's tail. "Kyouka!" Neimon shouted as he jumped forward, then immediately turned to the rest, frantically flailing his arms in a panic. "Hey! Somebody do something, and help her!" "Dracomon! Right, Itsuka!" The dragon charged ahead with a cry, a bright light emitting from Itsuka's digivice and quickly engulfing Dracomon as she grew far larger due to her transformation. "Airdramon!" The winged dragon roared as it charged at the Seadraman, colliding head-to-head with it to force the sea serpent to let go of Kyouka, the girl landing on the sand and quickly being helped out of the way by Izuku and Yui. Hissing loudly, the Seadraman shot more ice towards Airdramon, who quickly took flight to avoid the attack. "Spinning needle!" Airdramon blasted a hail of blade-like air needles on the sea serpent, the needles crashing into it and sending it falling down onto the sand. But the sea serpent still thrashed, flailing its body in every direction as it roared in equal parts fury and pain. "Airdramon! The bug! Aim at the bug!" Itsuka shouted. The winged dragon nodded, flying over the Seadraman as she flapped her powerful wings down towards it. God Tornado! Blasting down a stream of spinning blue flames, they washed over the metallic bug pierced onto Seadraman's back, causing it to explode and unleash a plume of black mist. The Seadraman let out a high-pitched hiss, contorting its body as it crawled along the sand to put itself back into the water, swimming away from the beach until it vanished in the water. "Good going, Airdramon!" Itsuka cheered as her partner landed on the ground, before her body glowed and shrunk back down to a Dracomon-shaped size. "Huff!" She dropped on her stomach, so tired, and it didn't take long before Itsuka rushed over to her, picking her up in her arms. "Dracomon did good? You did great. Just rest for now, Dracomon." Itsuka smiled at her. "Jerson, are you all right?" Izuku quickly asked. "Why, my arm just stings a little from being squeezed like an orange." She tried to lighten the mood. "But I'll be fine." "Is everyone else okay?" Mina called out, getting a thumbs up from Camie as she held Labramon. "Geez, why is everything here out to get us? Are we just cursed or something?" Izuku walked past her, moving over to where the smoldering wreckage of the metal bug was. It's not like he knew what he was looking at, just seeing a lot of burnt machinery without a clue on what any of it could mean. He saw someone walk up next to him, quickly noticing Saiko crouch down to investigate herself. Interesting. Can you understand any of this, Intelli-senpai?" "Not as much as I'd hope. Machinery has never quite been my forte." She picked up the scraps of the metal bug to better inspect it. "But I can say this much. See this empty compartment in its center? There is a pump attached to it. This device seems to have been designed to either inject something or siphon something out. It really is like a syringe." Izuku hummed. Could it be infecting the Digimon with something to drive them crazy? Could be, but that begs the question, why not detach itself once it's done so? Saiko held her chin in thought. This container is empty. It could have happened during the explosion, or maybe it delivered its payload as intended. But it was still trying to get something from Seadraman's body. Izuku concluded. Blood sample? Most likely, although I can't see any traces of it. Even with the explosion, I don't think it would completely disappear. There was that black mist we saw. Right, but what could possibly have created such a dash? "Hey, sorry to interrupt whatever it is you've got going on, Dash," Kyouka spoke up, "but we have a problem." Itsuka stepped up, holding Dracomon in her arms. "Dracomon's too tired to digivolve again, so we're going to have to put our plans on hold." "Sorry, Itsuka." "Don't apologize," she smiled at her partner. "You had to digivolve to save us." "You did great, Dracomon. the dragon, weakly cheered for itself as it snuggled closer to Itsuka. Saiko didn't look too happy with this turn of events, but there was clearly not much else that could be done. Well, unfortunate. We'll just camp out here for the night. We'll need materials, but we also have a few injured among the group. Jirokuen needs rest, and maybe we should look into making a splint just to be safe. Didi, relax, my arm's not broken, Kyouka quickly said, moving her arm gently to show off that it seemed fine. It just stings a little, that's all. Oh well, alright. In any case, Jirokuen could stay and rest with Dracomon. The rest of us, we're going to have to gather plenty of branches and leaves from the woods nearby. With Bakuman's help, we can create some makeshift beds so we don't have to sleep on sand, of all things. Why not just sleep in the RV? Camie suggested. Saiko turned her head to her, facing the girl with a flat look on her face. Oh sure. Let me just call my driver and tell him to bring us a fully stocked camper van. Camie blinked, smiling at Saiko. Well, like, you could do that, before pointing further down the beach, or we could just use that one. Everyone stared, following Camie's finger as it, sure enough, pointed at a perfectly placed camper van in the middle of the beach. Saiko's eyes bugged out, her face quickly growing red as Camie just kept an innocent smile on her face. Ooh, nice catch, Tsushimi-senpai. Mina cheered as she rushed past with ramen towards the camper van. Hang on a minute, Saiko said. And how do you propose we even get inside? Surely it's locked. It's open, called out Ramen as she opened the door, with Saiko nearly tripping over herself. Wow. Like, talk about lucky, Camie said as she and the others approached the camper van. Hold on, should we even consider this? Itsuka brought up, I mean, this van has to belong to someone, right? What if they show and find a bunch of strangers sleeping in what could be their home? I'm sure the three bears will understand why a bunch of lost, frightened kids took advantage of their carelessness. Kyouka said as she stepped into the camper van along with the others. Wait, this place ain't half bad, laughed Mina as they got a good view of the inside. Sure, it wasn't one of those ultra-expensive caravans that were practically mobile apartments, but it was more than any of them could have hoped for. 2 couches, 2 retractable bunk beds stored in the upper compartment, a small kitchen, and even a bathroom. Excuse me, come in, through, hot package, special DL Virwai. Neymon shoved his way past the small crowd as he made a direct line towards the bathroom, closing the door and locking it behind him straight away. Good to know he's got his priorities straight. Kyouka flatly said, Hey guys, we've got eggs. Mina called out from the kitchen after opening the small fridge. That takes care of dinner. Aren't we already intruding? Itsuka only grew more nervous. Should we really eat food that doesn't belong to us? Come on, Kenda-san. I'm sure they'd want us to eat their food, rather than let a bunch of poor, lost, scared and tired young ladies starve for the night. Now just you wait, while Mina-chan cooks us up some nice omelets. Ramen-chan, you can help. I handle a lot of the cooking back at my home, so I can teach you. Okay, Mina-chan. Itsuka sighed as everyone pretty much made themselves at home at the camper van. While she still felt a bit uneasy about it, it would be a lot better than spending the night out in the open. There was just enough room for all of them too, so maybe she should stop worrying and just accept luck as it came to them. She started to walk further inside the van, but then stopped as she noticed something from the corner of her eye. Midoriya-san? Are you all right? Izuku flinched where he stood, right outside the entrance to the van where he remained very stiff and nervous-looking. Oh, of course I'm all right. Why do you ask? It's just that, we don't know if anything else out here might try to attack us, right? One of us should stay on guard duty. And I volunteer. I insist even. Itsuka blinked. Oh, I suppose you have a point. We shouldn't let our guard down just because we found a place to stay for the night. We'll need to set up shifts, that way everyone gets to rest. Saiko said. Izuku quickly raised his hands. That's not really necessary. I don't mind staying up all night. Nonsense. What use is having a guard if they'll be too busy staving off sleep anyway? Saiko argued. I'll handle the second shift. Kyouka raised her hand as she sat on the couch. Are you sure, Jirokuen? asked Itsuka. What about your arm? It'll be fine after I get some sleep. Besides, I don't need my arm to yell out, danger, do I? I guess not. Saiko nodded. Very well, I'm willing to take the third shift. Atsushimi-san will take fourth, Kendo-kun fifth, Kodai-kun on sixth, leaving Ishido-kun for the last one. Works for me. Ooh, more sleep time for me. Mina cheered as she worked on the eggs. Now, everybody start lining up and prepare to delight on Chef Mina-chan's amazing egg-making prowess. With their dinners ate, and the sun having already set, everyone prepared to go to sleep. While it was earlier than they were accustomed to, everyone agreed they should look into having as early of a rise as they could. The far-reaching sky was lit up by thousands of tiny stars, leaving Izuku in a bit of wonder at just how many of them there were. With a little help from Camie's fireball, making a small campfire on the beach was easy, helping to keep him and Spot-Amon warm in the surprisingly chilly nighttime along with some blankets. It didn't take very long for Spot-Amon to end up falling asleep, but Izuku didn't mind as his partner clearly needed the rest. So Izuku was left alone to tend to the fire, his mind wandering away from looking out for any threats. That just felt like a very distant thing to worry about, the silence of the beach making it seem like nothing bad could ever happen in such a peaceful place, with only the soft waves breaking along the shore to break up the stillness. After a while, Izuku put his focus back on the Digivice to see if he could uncover anything else about it, but at the moment, it didn't seem he'd have much luck. He could see the extra 2 dots behind him, indicating Camie and Itsuka were still inside. He could check the time, which just reminded him how long the night was going to be, and there was a third option that he couldn't quite make sense of, as all it displayed was a single bar on the bottom of the screen. Nothing he did altered the bar, or made anything else show up, so after much too long at testing it out, Izuku admitted defeat and put the Digivice down. Saiko had given him her spyglass to be on the lookout for any possible threats in the distance, but he'd kinda been using it more to stargaze than anything. He wasn't too well versed in stargazing, but he'd learned a thing or two at camp from the Pussycats. Which is why it was odd to him that he couldn't recognize any constellations. There was a part of him that didn't quite want to admit what he had been thinking about all day long. After all, if he were to admit it, then that would make the subject of getting back home that much more complicated. But he couldn't lie to himself for too long, and everything he'd seen up to this point was pointing to just one possible conclusion he could make. Yo, Midoriya. Izuku squeaked, caught by surprise and jumping when Kyouka spoke up. J-Gyro-san? Why are you awake? It's my shift, remember? Oh, has it already been that long? He chuckled a bit nervously. You know what, I still feel awake. Just go back to sleep, I'll keep watch. That was not part of the deal, Deku. But your arm dash is perfectly fine. See, she stated, taking a seat on the sand across the fire while she waved her arm to demonstrate it didn't hurt. Now come on, what's this about? You've been acting nervous and jumpy since we found the RV. So, talk to me. Why your seats? Izuku fidgeted, his cheeks growing pink. I take it you've noticed a slight unevenness. When it comes to, our group. Kyouka stared at Izuku for a few seconds. Do you mean, how you're the only dude who got brought along on this weird ride? Why yes, exactly, he sighed. I didn't really think about it before, but Intelli did bring it up just before we all went to sleep. She smirked with a light chuckle. Mineta and Kaminari would probably be eating themselves alive if they could see you. They'd be all that lucky piece of walking lettuce, or something like that. Izuku flinched, his face growing increasingly red. I'm not a lucky anything. I would never even think about taking any enjoyment out of the unquestionably a frightening and clearly dangerous situation we're in as some way to pike get closer dash. Kyouka let out a snort and a laugh. Relax, Midoriya. I believe you, she cackled as Izuku deflated like a balloon. So this is because you feel nervous about sleeping in the same van as 6 girls, yeah? Why yeah? What about the Digimon? She asked. Most of them are guys and they're sleeping in there too. That's different. Izuku said, although he frowned at his own answer. With them it's just. I'm honestly not even sure if they're humans. He looked over at the sleeping Spadaemon. And even if they were, you can just tell by looking at them they wouldn't. Why Pola Mineta? Pola Mineta. Maybe, but I still made Neimon sleep in the bathroom just in case. This earned a light chuckle from Izuku. Still. Yeah, you have a point, she waved, but like I said, this is something Intelli brought up earlier too, since she felt a bit uncomfortable too. Ashido and I vouched for you. We know you're not the type to do anything weird. In the end, we hung up a large sheet we found that separates the front seats from the rest of the van. I know a front seat isn't the most comfortable place to sleep, but we figured it was either that, or have you sleep in the luggage compartment. The former felt like the best we could do. Izuku took in a breath. It's more than I would have asked, he smiled. Thank you, Jiru-san. I guess I'll try to sleep. He stood up, gently scooping the sleeping Spadaemon into his arms to carry him. Hey, where is Neimon anyway? Still asleep. Just let him. Kyouka shrugged. I'll be fine on my own. Are you sure about Dash? Midoriya, it's fine. She gave him a confident smirk. If anything happens, I won't do anything stupid. I'll run right back to the van and wake everyone up. She scooted over to where Izuku had been sitting, putting the blanket over her shoulders. Oh, all right. Here. Izuku carefully took the walkie-talkie, handing it over to her. Hopefully we won't need them tonight, but just in case. Kyouka took them with a short nod. Good night, Midoriya. Good night, Jiru-san. Izuku then walked back to the camper van, carefully placing down Spadaemon on the front seat before taking the driver's seat for his bed. Kyouka was left alone, with nothing but the sound of the waves to keep her company. She really wished she'd thought to pack an instrument of some kind with her. A harmonica or something would really help pass the time. Maybe she could find some rocks and seashells lying around, make herself a little impromptu drum set and get some practice in. Maybe it was the boredom creeping in, but that was starting to sound like a really good idea. Before she could commit to it, however, Man, I think we should really look into sleep-friendly toilets. Neimon said as he dragged himself over to the campfire. That was actually a really good nap I just had, but with just a few adjustments, I think sleep toilets could replace ordinary boring beds in just a few years. Kyuka's expression flattened as he took a seat on the sand next to her, slumping his whole body forward until his chin landed on the sand as well. So, what's new around the campfire? It snaps and crackles, still waiting on it to pop, she said. You can go back to sleep, I've got this. Nah, it's no biggie, he waved. I'm already up anyway. Oh please, I insist. Kyouka flatly said. No, I simply must refuse. Neimon countered with a lazy tone of voice. We're partners, so we'll get through this Togethi. He slumped, ears drooping as he was already quickly falling asleep. Kyuka's expression turned into a slight frown, but she just scoffed and focused her attention back on the fire. Partner? Like you'd be any help? Neiman's ear twitched, the Digimon slowly lifting itself up to look at her. Whoa, hey, I can be plenty helpful. Kyouka just stared at him. Need I remind you I was nearly squeezed like a grape just a few hours ago by a giant sea snake? Yeah, and I helped. How? I entrusted the job of you onto someone more capable. Kyouka couldn't even say anything, just reaching up to rub the bridge of her nose. Thank you for that. I don't know what else you expected me to do. Wouldn't have been very helpful for anyone if both of us were in need of being rescued, that's for sure. Sighing, Kyouka shrugged her shoulders. You know what, you're right. I'm not going to hold it against you. Some people can jump headfirst into danger like it's nothing, and others just can't. Neither one's more right than the other. Exactly. Neimon nodded. I'm just not the fightin' kind of guy like the others are. Besides, if I was in danger, it's not like you'd come running in to help me either. Kyouka blinked, frozen still for a second. What Ash? Why the hell would you say that? Did not hear us talking about how we're training to be heroes back home. Well yeah, but... Neimon shrugged. You're going to school for that, right? So you're not actually heading into anything dangerous. It's all staged, I imagine. How are you, Dash? i.e. taken actual on-the-field internships. With real heroes, dealing with real dangerous villains. Neimon tilted his head. So you've fought them before? Kyouka paused. WL. And not exactly. We're students without a license, so we're forbidden from actually getting physically involved with Dash. So you don't know. Kyouka flinched. What Dash? You don't know that, if you had to jump into danger to save someone, if you could actually do it. Oh, of course I would. Kyouka said, maybe a bit louder than she intended. Fugaman. Back at the village. I jumped into that, didn't I? So did I. Neimon shrugged. But that's because everyone else was doing it too, strength in numbers and whatnot. For all you know, you did the same just because the others were. But if it was just you Dash, I would have jumped in anyway. Kyouka said as she stood back up, just starting to feel restless. You sure about that? Neimon asked, looking up at her with a doubtful look on his face. Yes, I'm sure, she seethed. See, I just don't happen to believe that's something you can know until you do know. Neimon shrugged. And you won't know until you find yourself in that situation. Kyouka quietly grunted. Well, luckily, I'm not that narrow-minded. I've known in my heart that being a hero is what I really wanted since I was a little girl. I know what I feel, and I don't need proof to justify what I feel. She roughly turned her back on him, starting to walk away. Oi, where are you going? Perimeter search, she grunted back. Neimon hummed and sighed, shrugging his shoulders as he shook his head. The fiery springtime of youth. A few minutes passed, Neimon stalking the fire to keep himself warm before. Neimon, Izuku said as he stepped closer. HM? Oh, Izuku. What's up? Where's Jiru-san? Perimeter search. Neimon shrugged. That girl just does what she wants, you know. I see. Well here. Izuku handed over the spyglass over to the Digimon. I forgot to give her this earlier, you guys might need it. Thanks. I'll let her have it when she gets back. Thank you. I'm going back, so good in a dash. Hey, wait a second. Izuku blinked. What is it? You're a hero student like Kyouka, right? Tell me something. You ever been in a situation where you were the only one capable of jumping in headfirst into a dangerous scenario? Izuku seemed a bit surprised by the question, but he quickly nodded. Yes. That's happened to me before. Someone I knew. He was being held hostage by a villain. None of the heroes there could do anything to help him, and I was just stuck in the crowd watching it all happen. And, well, it was kinda my fault that whole thing even happened in the first place. Neimon hummed. And? What did you do? I just started running. He laughed a bit awkwardly. It was really crazy and really stupid of me, but I just felt like I needed to do something. I couldn't sit around and let it happen without at least trying to help. So I jumped in and tried to rescue him. And how did that turn out for ya? Another chuckle. WL. To be completely honest, I don't think I really helped at all. I couldn't back then because, WL, my quirk hadn't developed yet, see. I didn't have any kind of power that could have been useful in that situation, so all I did was throw myself at the problem and hope for a miracle. Which, in a way, it did come. We were both saved by the greatest hero who ever lived, All Might. After everything was said and done, I got my ear chewed out by the heroes for my, admittedly very dangerous stunt. But a while later, All Might ran to find me. He told me how I had inspired him to take action when he thought he couldn't, which was just crazy for me to think about back then. But he told me, every hero has that moment when their legs just start moving on their own to rescue someone. And that was all the proof I needed. That even being as powerless as I was back then, that I could still be a hero. Neimon didn't say a word, seemingly hanging on to Izuku's every word. That are you crying? Izuku flinched, quickly rubbing at his eyes. Sorry, I just get a bit emotional when I think back to that day. He quickly put on a smile on his face. It's really no exaggeration to say, that day. It completely changed my life. With a hum, Neimon nodded. I see. And you guys all take this stuff seriously? Oh, of course we do. Izuku said. All of us are training hard to become the best heroes we can be. And to do that, like our school motto says, we have to go beyond. Plus ultra. Naaman hummed. Why do you ask anyway? No reason. Naaman shrugged. Just lookin' for conversation. It's pretty dull out here with nothin' but the sand to keep you company. Oh. Well, do you want me to stay here until Jiru-san gets back? Naaman sighed happily. Oh, you are such a gentleman. Would you kindly? Of course. Izuku chuckled. Actually, I've been meaning to ask a few questions. Is that so? About what? Well, about everything really. This island, the Digimon, and… Oh, enough of this! Izuku and Naaman flinched at the loud shout coming from the van. The van! They both turned, just in time to see thick black bars emerge in front of every door and window, completely barricading the camper van to prevent anyone getting in or out. A figure jumped off from behind the vehicle, landing heavily atop the vehicles. Two wide eyes stared at Izuku and Naaman, a simple curved line smile facing them on a polished metal face. A face that also doubled as a body, the machine, being a layered conical shape with two yellow metal legs and metal arms that wielded thick tonfas on each hand. Izuku's eyes widened as he already felt one for all course through his body. Is that a Digimon? Yeah. It's a Daemon. Digimon Analyzer. Digimon. Level 4. Tipped. Mutant. Attribute. Wrathful. A slow-witted Digimon who believes itself more capable than it actually is. More of a nuisance than a threat, it is surprisingly skilled at using its tonfas. Its special move, Gun Vulcan, shoots sticky, smelly pellets from its weapons. Izuku took a step forward, quickly getting into a fighting stance. I'm going to give you a chance. Get rid of those bars right now. No good. No good. Daemon taunted. I can't do that. Boss Gray says, the Chosen have to be taken care of before they arrive at Main Island. And that's what Daemon dithied. Boss Gray? Izuku blinked, but quickly refocused. I may not know who you're talking about, but I'm guessing this means you're the first person who might have some answers for us. Release everyone in that van, right now. You don't scare Daemon. Naaman frowned, carefully looking up at their opponent. This ain't right. Izuku looked at him. What do you mean? Daemon is hardly what you'd call a strategist. He wouldn't know his way out of an open box, let alone think of setting a trap for us. Then that just means what I already suspected. Izuku said, You heard it too, right? Naaman nodded, growing more nervous. Yeah. That yell from earlier sounded totally different from Daemon. Chuchu, the second voice made itself heard again. Very astute. Daemon, if you please, I would like to look at them with my own eyes. With a low chuckle, Daemon tilted his body to the side, shifting to reveal a tray attached to his back, and on that tray sat a small yellow stuffed mouse, stitching visible across its whole body, wearing large red gloves and a dangerous and cocky look in his eyes. Chuchu. We meet at last, Chosen One. A mouse? Izuku blinked, but Naaman jumped in shock. Oh no. It's Chuchuman. Digimon Analyzer. Chuchuman. Level 3. Type Beast. Attribute. Wrathful. A miniature Digimon with a devilish mind. Though it is weak by itself, its tactical schemes and sense for battle can turn even the most simpleton of Digimon into efficient war machines by simply listening to his advice. His special move, Chuchu Twitter, hypnotizes opponents with evil whispers in their ears. Chuchuman? Is that bad? You better believe it's bad. Naaman jumped as he flailed his arms and legs. Whenever Daemon and Chuchuman are together, it turns Daemon into a terrifying monster in battle. Chuchu, you flatter me. But that's Mr. Yellow, to you, the mouse Digimon said. Now, if only you bothersome kids would have simply cooperated. I had hoped to catch all of you in one fell swoop, but you just kept walking in and out of the van at your leisure. But it's okay. All good plans have enough of a margin to account for last-minute changes. All of the real threats are safely locked away, anyhow. We have only a few stragglers to be dealt with. Midoriya. The cries for help quickly came from inside the van, Izuku and Naaman seeing the rest of the students and their Digimon striking the windows and door in the hopes of causing them to budge. Izuku's eyes widen, which only got Neimon more nervous. Hey, Izuku. I'm quickly getting to learn what that look means, but listen to me. We don't stand a chance against Chichumen. We have to RU dash. But before he could finish, Izuku had already dashed towards Daemon, leaping high into the air as he spun his body for a powerful roundhouse kick. How plain! Chichumen chuckled. Left. And Daemon quickly raised his arm, blocking Izuku's kick with his tonfa. Izuku, however, used the weapon to bounce himself off of it, spinning through the air over Daemon, and up. Daemon raised his other arm, blocking the axe kick from above, Izuku once again taking the block and using it to leverage himself and jump back into the air with a backwards flip. Simple, simple. Chichumen cackled loudly. Daemon, to the right. Shoot him down. Gun Vulcan. Daemon aimed its tonfas, which fired off black pellets like a machine gun, accurately guessing where Izuku was going to fall down before he even landed. With nothing to jump off of, Izuku was blasted by dozens, if not hundreds of the pellets, each one sticking to his body in thicker and thicker clumps. When Izuku crashed to the floor, his arms and legs were completely glued together or to his torso, leaving him with nothing more to do but to struggle. It also didn't help the pellets were emitting a foul stench this close to his nose. Daemon then leapt off the roof of the camper van, landing with one foot directly on top of Izuku's back, getting him to cry out in pain as he was stomped against the sand. Chuchu. Chichumen cackled. I almost pity you poor simpletons. It's hardly fair to put you up against one of such talent and might such as I. But whatever Boss Gray wants, I make sure of it that he gets. You and your little friends will all have a nice, quiet nap. In the bottom of the ocean. Chuchu. What? Daemon blinked as he heard his commander's surprised squeak. Chichumen. Turning, he'd find Chichumen being held up in the air by. Hey big guy. Look what I got. Kyouka shouted to get Daemon's attention, holding the small mouse Digimon with her earphone jacks. Maybe pay closer attention to what's happening around you instead of gloating next time. Kyouka. Jiru-san, shouted Neimon and Izuku. You can thank me later, grinned Kyouka. More importantly, are we fighting a mecha poop? Daemon. Rescue me at once, you oaf. The metallic poop blinked and jolted. Oh. You give Chichumen back. Fat chance, she held up the mouse. If you want your friend back, then let go of mine. Daemon paused, seemingly considering the proposal. Well, Daemon. You utter buffoon, shrieked Chichumen. Don't listen to her. I'm the one you should be listening to. Just shoot her. Shoot her. Okay. Daemon cheerfully answered. Gun Vulcan. Kyouka yelped as she desperately jumped out of the way from the sticky pellets, running away to find some cover at the front of the camper van. Okay, genius. Now what's your plan? She muttered to herself as Daemon approached, trying to think of something and do so fast. He. Daemon whined, give back Chichumen, or Daemon will hurt you. He then jumped out to aim his guns at Kyouka. Got Y dash. Huh? Only to blink, finding the space in front of the van empty. Hey, where did you go? Meanwhile, underneath the camper van, Kyouka made sure to keep her hand tightly over Chichumen's mouth as she crawled beneath the vehicle, stepping out from the other end to then rush her way over to Izuku. Midoriya, are you gross? What is that smell? I know, it's awful, I'm wrapped up in it. Izuku answered back, really not wanting to think about it any more than he had to. Okay, how the hell do I even start getting you free from whatever this is? Kyouka. She heard a quiet half-hush, half-yell to get her attention, seeing Neimon wave his arms so she'd see him. Keeping himself at a safe distance by the fire, Neimon frantically motioned towards the sea, mimicking a motion of rolling a barrel. Quickly figuring out what he meant, Kyouka was careful to grab Izuku by his shirt where the black pellets weren't sticking to, and tried her best to drag him down the beach and towards the water. It wasn't exactly easy to drag a whole human body with one arm, while trying to keep a mouse quiet with her other one, but she gave it her best try none the same. Unfortunately, that awkwardness would mean that, sooner or later, Chichumen would struggle itself free enough to be able to cry out, Daemon! Over here! Crap dash! Kyouka cursed, seeing the giant poop robot peer out from where she had left it scratching its head. Oh, Chichuman. Found you. Daemon cheered. Get me back this instance. Boost attack now. Okay. Daemon jumped, leaning forward as it prepared. Ooh-st attack. A mighty cloud of gas erupted behind it, launching Daemon into the air like a rocket, straight towards Kyouka, and much too fast for her to dodge. Daemon rammed right into her, sending the girl flying back until she landed on the sand with a cry, Daemon landing near her as he grabbed Chichuman in midair, placing him back on the tray on his back. The mouse Digimon let out a sigh of relief as he found himself back in his seat. Alright, now that bothersome distraction is over with. He then aimed a dangerous glare towards Kyouka. You've just volunteered to become the first to go. Kyouka struggled to get back to her feet, glaring defiantly at both Digimon. If you think I'm down for the count, you've got another thing coming. Kyouka let out a choked gasp, Daemon suddenly jutting out its hand to grab her by the throat, lifting her off the ground. Kyouka! Daemon shouted. Choo-choo-choo-choo. See how you like it, you little pest, the mouse growled. Daemon, choke the life out of her. Daemon chuckled, only tightening his grip around Kyouka's windpipe. Daemon could only stare and watch in horror from a distance. His legs were shaking, his arms were shaking, his whole body was. He could hear Izuku scream, the screams of the others trapped in the van, but worst of all, he could hear Kyouka trying to scream as she gasped for air. And with nothing left to do, Daemon's legs began moving on their own. Eawewa. Stcccc. He cried out as he rushed headfirst towards Daemon, happy accident, and threw a rotten banana peel straight at his back, landing directly on Chichuman's head. The mouse slowly and stiffly turned to face Daemon, a look of sheer murderous contempt stuck on his face. Dare? Demon right I dare? Daemon yelled. Get your dirty paws off of my partner. And just like that, a light shone. Daemon, digivolve to. What? Chichuman flinched as a potent light emitted from Kyouka's digivice, as well from Daemon's body, completely engulfing. The banana-shaped body grew and stretched sideways, becoming spherical in shape as his arms and lungs lengthened and grew more muscular. Deep red gloves covered his hands, while red and blue shoes with a star on them covered his feet. Shaggy hair grew along the sides and the back of his head, as well as his armpits, but only a single hair sprung out from the top of a shiny dome, along with a red tattoo spelling future. A goatee adorned his face, along with a pair of black sunglasses that shined as the light washed away from his body. Nanamon! Chichuman could only stare in horror, realizing, and Mr. Orange was telling the truth? This is Digivolution? Ooh, ya damn right, Pipsqueak. Nanamon shouted. You're but as grass, my friend, and this guy's got the weed whacker. With a shout, Nanamon jumped at Daemon with a jumping kick, striking his opponent right in the face to get him to stumble back, and more importantly, let go of Kyouka. Before she could fall on the sand, Nanamon caught her in his arms, jumping back to get some safe distance. Kyouka! Speak to me! The girl took in a deep gasp for air, followed by a cough as air began circulating back into her lungs. Daemon? You better believe it, baby. Nanamon grinned. This fool still has plenty to learn, and he's not ashamed to admit it. He carefully set Kyouka down on the sand. Now, let me handle these punks. It's the least I could do after what I said earlier. He straightened up and took 2 steps forwards. Let me show you. My own fiery springtime of youth. Kyouka blinked, very lost as to what Nanamon was saying. Fiery? What? Chichuman only grew more angry, and just as nervous, by the second. Daemon, get this eyesore away from me. Okay, gun Vulcan. Daemon quickly fired out the pellets from his gun, but Nanamon made no attempt to dodge them. Instead he shouted, Poop attack, and as he did, he wildly swung his arms to fling dozens and dozens of poops, blocking the pellets from reaching Nanamon, but also ramming straight into Daemon and Chichuman, knocking them back. Chichuman frantically cried out as Daemon fell. Get up, get up, get up, quick, I can still win this. I can still win this. Mr. Yellow. Nanamon yelled to get the mouse's attention. Today you learn a powerful lesson. A lesson in what it means to be a hero. Nanamon clenched his wrist hand, which began to glow with red energy. There are no shortcuts. No warning signs. It's a do or don't life, and one I will gladly step into to protect others. I will take those words and hold them close to my heart. His fist only glowed with greater intensity as he charged towards Damon. This is the day, the moment, that I go beyond. Plus ultra. And swung his fist with a powerful jumping uppercut. Oyaji punch. The red energy gathered on his fist exploded right on Damon's face, blowing both Digimon high into the air, their screams growing more and more distant until they vanished over the horizon line, a twinkle under the moonlight signaling their departure. Nanamon watched as they flew out of sight, bringing up 2 fingers to his forehead for a lazy salute. See ya. Still, it's a bit of a shame we couldn't have interrogated that rodent for some information. Saiko lamented. With Chuchuman defeated, his trap had quickly unlocked, freeing everyone from the van. Maybe I got a bit too excited. Naaman said, rubbing the back of his head. You did great, Naaman. Ramen cheered. Naaman digivolved too. Dracomon jumped with joy. Kind of a strange transformation, I have to say. Itsuka quietly commented. Yui nodded. Mina huffed as she kicked one of the wheels of the van. Well, that settles it. I'm sleeping under the stars tonight. Hear, hear. Camie seconded, not at all looking forward to stepping back inside that death trap. Let's, just grab some blankets and lie them down over the sand. Good plan, Atsushimi-senpai. Mina said, but I'm not going back in there to get them. Me neither. But someone has to. Maybe we should play rock, paper, scissors for it? Come on, you're our senpai. Shouldn't you volunteer for, oh wait, Kodachan? Before she could stop her, Yui had already jumped into the van again to grab some blankets. As everyone gathered around the fire, Kyouka held back as she smiled down at Naaman. Thanks for saving me. It's what partners do. Don't mention it. He shrugged it off. Kyouka just smiled with a light chuckle as the two walked closer to the campfire. Who knows, maybe you'll make a good hero someday. Hey, everyone. Naaman spoke up as they approached. I'm sure you're all very thankful towards me, so. As a reward for saving everyone's lives today, I was thinking that today. I get to sleep with Camie-chan tonight, yes? The group flinched, except Camie, who just blinked. I guess it's fair, right? Woo baby. Here I kohai, only for Naaman to quickly get jabbed by Kyouka's jacks and fall on his face. Not happening. But partner. Naaman whimpered on the sand. As your partner, it's also my job to keep you in line. Kyouka smirked. In the misty air of the early morning, a pair of wings flapped in near total silence, nearing the cliffside. Expertly, they flew between branches and leaves, never once disturbing the sensitive foliage as they moved by. The brown-feathered body landed atop a tree branch, deep red goggles on a metallic helmet with a purple heart on its forehead, focusing in on its targets, the winged serpentine dragon that had just landed, and the 7 humans it had brought along with 6 other Digimon. A small microphone emerged from the bird's helmet, before he spoke into it. This is Mr. Brown. Come in, Boss Gray. Digimon. Analyzer. Level 4. Bird. Attribute. Wrathful. An excellent scout who specializes in nighttime missions. With its infrared goggles, it is capable of operating even in total darkness. Because its offensive abilities are low, its special move, Infrared Ray, allows it to snipe at enemies from long distances. Mr. Brown, report. The cold voice on the other end of the line responded. It is just as you said, the targets have made landfall on Main Island. Point Bravo Alpha. As I expected. Once we lost contact with Mr. Yellow, it was inevitable they would arrive. Shall I alert the closest operative of their arrival? No, the voice answered. Not yet. Maintain visual contact with the targets at all times. Report their every move only to me. Do not interfere in any capacity. For the moment, we will simply watch. Understood. Mr. Brown, out. The microphone retracted, and Owlmon simply stood where he was, keeping a watchful eye on his targets. The trip wasn't exactly the most comfortable, I must say. Saiko said as she straightened out her outfit. Well, there's 7 of us, plus 6 Digimon. Even a big dragon like that only has so much room, right? Camie said. I think for someone who only learned to fly yesterday, Dracomon-chan did a terrific job. Mina cheered the little dragon. And thanks also go to Oramen-chan for providing safety harnesses with her nomad ivy things, or whatever. The flowery Digimon blushed a bit with a small curtsy. It was my pleasure. Pleased with her clothes, Saiko focused on the new task ahead. Alright, we're on this main island, so the next thing to do is figure out where we should be heading. The terrain around them wasn't that much different from where they were before, although there were a lot less trees around them, giving Saiko a good unobstructed view for a good distance. Bakuman. Yes, Intelli-san. Help me get atop that boulder over there. That's a good advantage point to try and find some sign of civilization. Yes, Intelli-san. Bakuman gave a salute and the two walked over to a rather large rock formation sitting nearby, Bakuman helping give Saiko a bit of a boost to get her on top of it, where she could scan the area with her spyglass. Meanwhile, Izuku was wandering a bit off from the group, taking note of the large mountain that sat in the distance. Is that a volcano? It's huge. That's Repeat Mountain, answered Neimon. It used to be a volcano, but it's been dormant for years. Totally harmless. Smoke. Yui pointed out that there was a lot of smoke coming from the dormant volcano, covering a good portion of it. That is worrying. Izuku said, although none of it's actually coming out the top, it seems. Kyouka couldn't help but frown slightly. Knowing our luck so far. Well, we shouldn't relax either way, said Itsuka. Who knows if there aren't any more Digimon out there who might want to attack us. What was that little rat's problem anyway? Mina said, he didn't even have one of those weird bugs on him. So why's he picking on us? Izuku hummed. I heard him mention a Mr. Orange. You think that might have been Fugaman? He looked towards the others, but mostly just got a few uncertain shrugs. He also mentioned a Boss Gray, so that means they must be working for somebody. There are evil forces at work in this world, repeated Yui. Izuku blinked, but nodded as he remembered where he'd heard that before. Right. That's what Digimon warned us about. From the sound of things, it seems like we're being targeted by someone. And probably because of these things. He motioned to his Digivice. Great. We've only been here a day, and already people hate us. Kyouka said. I don't care how many they got, jumped Kanmon. It could be dozens of Triple that. Let me in. I'll take 'em all on. Yui blinked, looking down at the candled Digimon as he energetically bounced around, before she carefully placed her hands on his head, pushing down to stop him from moving. It's dangerous. I laugh in the face of danger. Kanmon energetically waved his arms instead. When I digivolve, I'll blow away everyone who comes after Yui. It'll be all W, and with a boom. I'd rather we just not get into fights at all from now on, but hey, that's me. Neimon shrugged with a sigh. Kyouka blinked, looking down at him. Well, someone's attitude sure changed from last night. Hey, that was all adrenaline. Neimon responded. It can make a guy say some really dumb stuff, that's all. Either way, let's try and hope we don't get into any more trouble. Itsuka said, it's bad enough we have to deal with crazed Digimon, this Boss Gray stuff seems way out of our league. We need to find someplace safe and hopefully get a hero to help us. You really think we can find a hero out here? Mina asked. It's worth a shot, right? Itsuka said with a light shrug of her shoulders, trying to smile to stay positive. We could ask Jagaman. Izuku blinked, looking over at Spot-Amon. Jagaman? The lion only gave Izuku a quick glance before turning away. I guess. He's kind of a hero, like the ones you guys talk about. He's protected these islands for years, so if anyone can help us, it's him. Great idea, Spot-Amon. Labramon nodded. But we get to meet Jagaman. Dracomon cheered. We have to find him first, don't we? Questioned Ramen, but he could be anywhere. It's still better than nothing. Izuku assured her. As long as we have a name, maybe someone knows where to reach him. Jackpot! Yelled out Saiko from atop the boulder. Everyone, I have located our next destination. What did you find, Intelli-san? Asked Itsuka. A factory. Saiko excitedly answered, just beyond that ridge. The walk is a bit long, but there's no doubt in my mind we'll find someone there who is capable of helping us. A factory? That sounds promising. Itsuka said, gaining a bit more optimism. There's bound to be people. There, right? Kyouka said. Mina nodded, but then noticed Ulramen's look of uncertainty. Ulramen-chan? What's wrong? It's just, I don't remember ever hearing about any factory around here. Me neither, said Neimon as he scratched his head. Maybe it's new? Suggested Bakuman, as he helped Saiko get back down from the rock. I guess, but what are they even making there? Asked Neimon. Oh, who cares what it's used for, huffed Saiko. It's somewhere we're bound to find actual humans who can tell us exactly where we are. Now let's get moving and we might just reach it by noon. The rest of the group saw no reason they shouldn't give it a try, since there seemed to be no other signs of civilization nearby, and so, they set off towards the factory, hoping to find some more answers. Itsuka. I'm hungry. Dracoman quietly whined. Itsuka sighed, gently patting the dragon on the head to soothe her. I know, I'm sorry Dracoman. We all are, grunted Kyouka. Hey, fearless leader. Would it really kill us to stop and take a rest? Do you want to find a way out of here, or what? Saiko huffed back. Look, we can see the smokestacks already. If there is a factory nearby, then it stands to reason there's a town close by as well. You can get all the rest and food you want there. It's not like the factory's going anywhere, so I don't see what all the rush is about. Kyouka grumbled. Saiko let out an annoyed sigh. Am I the only one here actually in any hurry to find out where we are, and how to get back to camp? I can't understand why you are all acting so carefree about all of this. Izuku flinched a bit, raising his hands to hopefully defuse the situation before it got out of hand. Intelli-senpai, that's not it at all. We all want to find a way back, of course we do. That's right. Camie added, albeit with a much more breezy smile on her face compared to Izuku's growing nervousness. It's just, like, it won't do us any good to start freaking out and get all crazy about stuff we can't control, right? This only seemed to earn more ire out of Saiko. I'm sorry, crazy? Is that what you think of my actions? I'm crazy for actually trying to find answers, instead of rollicking around and listening to old wives' tales from these. These, she motioned vaguely towards the Digimon, what even are you anyway? We've already said, we're Digimon. Labramon answered. You ain't very sharp, are ya? Neimon asked, getting Saiko angrier. That's not, are you human or animals? Saiko grunted. We're Digimon. Kanmon jumped, but his answer only got Saiko to fume further. Ha! Saiko's face is all red. Dracoman giggled. Guys, let's calm down, alright? Itsuka tried to step in. I am quite calm, thank you very much. Saiko bristled, but quickly straightened herself up in a more composed appearance. You can slouch around if you would like, but I will be making my way to the factory. Do as you please. She quickly turned on her heel and began marching away. A dash. Intellis and wait for me. Bakuman quickly followed, leaving the rest of the group behind. Itsuka let out a sigh as she watched Saiko leave, before turning to the rest of the group. What say you guys? Kyouka shrugged. Well, we know where she's going, and immediately took a seat on the ground. She'll survive for a few minutes. Here, here. Neimon backed her up, quickly lying down on the grass. I'm beat. Any more walking and my legs will fall off. Mina knelt down to rest. You're tired too, right, Ulramen-chan? Ulramen nodded, mimicking her partner and kneeling down. I could go for a rest for sure. Besides, Saiko has Bakuman with her. She's in good hands. As long as he doesn't get all that cardboard wet. Mina chuckled a bit. Itsuka still didn't look entirely sure about this plan, but, okay. It's settled then. Camie quickly jumped up beside her. You guys just let Camie-senpai and Labrakuen worry about the food. We'll bring you guys back some lovely treats. Labramon nodded. I've been smelling some berries nearby for a while, so it won't take long. Oh. All right. Itsuka said, but then noticed Izuku still staring towards where Saiko had left. Midoriya-san? What about you? Izuku paused for a quick moment to think, but he simply couldn't get it out of his mind. I think I'll go after Intelli-senpai. Even if she's with Bakuman, if there's even more dangerous Digimon over here, she should have someone to back her up. Spottyman, are you coming? The lion flinched a bit. Of course I'm coming. I'm not tired or anything. Itsuka nodded, feeling a bit more confident with that plan. All right then, maybe just to be extra safe, you should have one more to go with you. I'll go too. Itsuka blinked, a bit surprised by Yui volunteering herself. Koda-san, that's fine, I can go with Dash. Dracoman is hungry. You said, Dash. Well, that's true, but Dash. Stay, she said. Eat. Before she started walking after Saiko. Yeah. We'll protect Saiko. We'll give Em a POW. And a wham. Anyone who tries to attack us will be ZW. Kanmon cheered as he followed behind Yui. Izuku also quickly excused himself, following with Yui. Izuku and Yui quickly met up with Saiko, who was grateful for their assistance, in her own way. The walk was still a bit lengthy, much of it occupied by Izuku asking Saiko questions about her quirk, which the girl was happy to give answers to. He tried asking Yui as well, but she was a bit more cagey, not just about her quirk, but simply in general, really. Eventually the factory would become visible. There was no fence around the perimeter, which was a bit strange, but Saiko remained optimistic as it simply made their entrance that much easier. The factory was a single building with a number of smaller storehouses whose contents they couldn't see. This place is pretty big, Izuku said as they walked towards the factory. What do you think they make here? I bet they make huge stuff. Camie said, like way big. They have to, for a place this big. Right, Yui? Nietzsche, was her answer. It doesn't really make sense. Bakuman said as he rubbed his cheek. Why would anyone build a factory all the way out here? Main Island doesn't have anything of value as a resource. Izuku started wondering himself as he looked to Saiko. Intelli-senpai, do you have any dash dot? Intelli-senpai? He blinked, noticing her furrowed brows. What's wrong? You'd think there would be a lot more movement around a busy factory, right? She noted, getting Izuku to really take note of their surroundings. That's true. We haven't seen anyone since we got here. That I don't like this. Spottyman said. Something smells wrong in this place. Isn't that just the smoke? Bakuman asked, but Spottyman shook his head. No. I have a bad feeling about this. Should we maybe go back? Asked Izuku. At least wait for the others to dash. Absolutely not, said Saiko. We've made it all the way here. I am not going to suddenly turn back based on something as illogical as a gut feeling. It's not a gut feeling. Spottyman argued. Didn't you hear me? I said I smelled something wrong. Oh well, that makes all the difference then. Saiko flatly stated as she made her way to the front doors, marching in without hesitation. Izuku and the others did pause for a moment, but it didn't take them long to go inside after Saiko just to make sure she wasn't about to walk into a dangerous place. The inside of the factory was a bit more chaotic than they expected, multiple hallways stretching out in various directions, pipes and wires lining the walls as a cacophony of clangs and metallic whirring filled the air. It wasn't oppressive enough that it was unbearable, but they did have to raise their voices slightly to speak up over the racket. Well, at least we know the factory's operational, Izuku said, but he couldn't help but note that they still didn't see anyone around. There has to be a map around here somewhere. Saiko hummed as she looked around the room, but there wasn't anything along the walls. Yui slowly looked around before pointing down a hallway. The light. Everyone looked over to where she pointed, and sure enough, it was the only hallway that ended in a noticeable light. Perfect. Let's go. Saiko didn't wait a second, and the group quickly marched down the cramped metal hallway. Along the way they would be able to peer into other rooms they passed by, but they generally only held strange machinery none of them recognized. After a while, they finally reached the light-filled room, finding themselves atop an elevated platform looking down on a large room. With plenty of lengthy tables and benches, they quickly recognized it as a mess hall, complete with a kitchen where a line was formed. Unfortunately, much to Saiko's displeasure, the line was not being formed by human or even humanoid figures. Instead, the mess hall was filled with 20 or so floating gear-like machines with red eyes, and gears for hands that were munching down on steel nuts, screws and bolts as their lunch. "Are those robots?" Izuku asked. "They're Hagurmon," answered Camie. Saiko just sighed defeatedly. "Let me guess. More Digimon." Digimon Analyzer. Hagurmon. Level 3. Type: Machine. Attribute: Wrathful. A mysterious mutant Digimon in the shape of a gear. It houses many gears inside of itself, and if only one stops moving, then its body shuts down. Its special move, Darkness Gear, shoots out black gears that embed themselves in its opponent's body. "Guess there's no humans here after all," Bakuman said. "Oh, I'm not giving up just yet," said Saiko with a renewed fire. "Look at them down there. These Hagurmon are clearly just the grunt work in this factory. But someone has to keep these things in line, correct? The foreman here may just yet be a human, looking after all these machines. No matter how advanced a machine becomes, you still need humans to program them." Intelli-san. What's that look of pity for? She bristled at the cardboard Digimon. "I could still be right, can't I? Could just be another Digimon." Yui said the obvious. "Why yes, but it could also not." Saiko stubbornly clung to her point. "As long as there is a non-zero chance of it, then we won't know who is wrong until we try to find the answer." With a huff, she turned to head down the staircase. "I'll just ask to be pointed towards the one in charge, and we'll see who's dash." "Wait!" Spot-Amon quickly stood before Saiko, and immediately started to shove her and the rest of the group back to the doorway they came from, Spot-Amon glancing back to make sure the Hagurmon hadn't spotted them yet. Thankfully they were too high up, and the mess hall was too noisy from their voracious eating that nobody noticed they were there. What's the big idea?" Saiko said, quickly growing annoyed. "I'm only going to ask. It doesn't hurt anyone to do that." "Spot-Amon, what's wrong?" Izuku said, seeing the uncertain look on his partner's face. The lion let out a small sigh, but still looked increasingly nervous. "I don't think it's a good idea to let them know we're here." "And why not?" Saiko asked, tapping her foot from her growing impatience. "Because there are no Hagurmon on Main Island." Spot-Amon said, "And that weird smell. It's all over this factory, and all over them." Bakuman hummed as he inspected the walls of the factory. "Now that I see it up close, this place seems really clean still, for a factory. No wear and tear whatsoever. I think it might have been built only a short while ago." "I fail to see why that's relevant," Saiko said, still a bit huffy. "Intelli-san, I understand why this might frustrate you." Izuku stepped in to hopefully calm her down, "But the Digimon are the ones who've been living here. If they think something feels strange, then shouldn't we listen to them?" Saiko's eyes only narrowed, her cold frown only turning into an even lower temperature glare. But while she opened her mouth to air out more of her complaints, she quickly noticed something that snapped her out of the current topic of conversation. "Hold on, where's Kodai-kun?" Izuku blinked, and sure enough, when he looked around he couldn't find Yui. "Kodai-san." "Yui." Kanmon blinked, clearly not having noticed her leaving either. "Where did you go?" Bakuman looked around and quickly pointed, "I think I see her." She went further down the hallway. "Yui, wait for me." Kanmon quickly hopped after her, the rest of the small group following suit. Soon enough they would see Yui's red sundress past a doorway that lead into another open area of the factory, the girl in question staring down from the elevated platform towards something the others couldn't see yet as they approached. "Kodai-san," Izuku called out. "Kodai-kun, don't just run off ahead of us like that." Saiko chastised, and Spot-Amon had to hold his tongue over all the time Saiko had just started marching along on her own. Yui glanced back as the others approached, and simply pointed down towards the factory floor. As the others approached to see what she is pointing at, their eyes widened as they saw it. While the assembly line was currently halted, it wasn't difficult to recognize what was being built. The metal bugs they'd seen on the previous island sat half-formed on the assembly line, dozens, if not hundreds of them in production. Those are those things that turn Digimon violent. Camie finished Bakuman's thoughts. This is where they come from? No way. Izuku's expression quickly changed from surprise to alertness as the situation just got a whole lot more complicated. If this is where they're coming from, then we could be in danger. We should probably leave and dash. Hold on now. Saiko interrupted. What do you mean, leave? This is a golden opportunity to get some answers. What? Look, we don't actually know what these bugs are for, right? We're just speculating what they're capable of. This is our chance to know for sure what's going on here. She pointed over the railing, towards the other end of the large room. There's an office over there. If there's some sort of computer, or even just plain paper files, we might be able to get an idea what we're actually up against. Izuku couldn't help but feel a bit nervous still. What if we get caught? We don't know how long the Hagurumon's lunchtime is going to last. At that, Saiko smirked and pointed up. Izuku blinked, following where she was pointing to, and on the wall behind them, just above the doorway, was a large clock. While it had no numbers on it, it did clearly mark the sole break for the Hagurumon's lunch, a small section of the clock being painted red with the picture of a hunk of meat within it. We have about 12 minutes. More than enough time, provided we get moving right away. The others stared at Saiko, which got her to feel a bit self-conscious pretty quickly. What are you staring at? Sorry, Intelli-san. Bakuman quickly apologized. It's just, I wasn't expecting this from you. Saiko is always rushing things and bossing others around. Camie said, but she's got guts after all. Mich. Yui nodded. Saiko gained a light blush, but she didn't look too happy with this reputation she seemingly had. I'm still training to be a hero, you know. And something clearly strange is happening around here, so if we can get some information that we can pass along to the pros, then I'm not about to pass it up, alright. While he wouldn't admit it out loud, Izuku was taken just as much by surprise. Saiko had definitely been presenting a certain picture of herself up to this point, so being shown this more audacious side of her was a surprise, and not an unwelcome one. Izuku's eyes hardened with determination, as he nodded to let her know he was fully on board with this plan. Right, let's hurry up. Saiko commanded, the group quickly heading down the stairs to cross the room as quickly as they could. It really did seem like every worker there was gathered in the mess hall, so the trip to the other side was quick and simple, allowing them to get up the stairs without any issue. The office door was open, much to their relief, and everyone stepped inside. The office itself wasn't all that interesting. It was as professional as one could expect, with several file cabinets, a desk with an outdated cord phone and lamp on it, and a rubber duck, which was slightly unexpected. There were a pair of lockers as well, but most noticeable of all, the wall behind the desk was filled with monitors that showed security footage across the entire factory. There was a brief moment of concern over whether someone spotted them walking in, but everyone silently agreed that, if there was no alarm blaring right now, then they were probably in the clear. Saiko quickly focused on the console located beneath the security monitors, quickly deciding on what to do next. Right, Midoriya-kun, Kodai-kun, you both look through those files. Spadaman and Camie, check those lockers. I'll see what I can dig out through that computer over there. Bakuman, the entrance to this office is a blind spot on these security monitors. You keep an eye out for anyone approaching. Roger, Intelli-san, Bakuman said, before stationing himself behind the ajar door, giving him a good view of the entire factory floor. The rest quickly headed off to their respective tasks. The file cabinets had plenty of papers to sift through, but as soon as Izuku and Yui started to do this, these are just pictures of rubber ducks. Izuku blinked, staring at black and white photographs of several similar, but different models of rubber ducks. Yui also stared at various photos of rubber ducks wearing different tiny hats. Cute. Meanwhile, Spadaman and Camie opened up the first of the lockers, only finding some work overalls and a broom. Moving on to the second one. More of the same. Spadaman cursed. Oh, wait. Look. Camie picked something up from the floor of the locker. Is this a clue? That's a bedpan, Kanman. Put that down. Spadaemon winced. Keep searching. Saiko ordered. There might still be something useful buried under there, urging Izuku and Yui to look through the files faster, while Kanman and Spadaemon checked the pockets of the overalls. Saiko focused back on the computer ahead of her, removing a pair of glasses from within her vest, feeling pretty confident with herself. Those summer computer courses she took when she was 11 were about to pay off. The computer was horrendously outdated, lacking in nearly every advancement made in user-friendliness and utility in centuries of computer technology, but this was but a mere bump on the road for someone like her. In just a mere minute, she was already pulling up schematics, work schedules, cafeteria menus. She should probably focus on that first one, as it sounded like the most useful information, but her genius could still have gathered more. She carefully but quickly analyzed the schematics, showing how those strange bugs were built. Much of the specifics were a bit beyond her expertise, but most of the information of how they functioned wasn't that important anyway. Her eyes scanned over a section that seemed promising. As she suspected, the bugs were injecting something into other living beings, inducing a state of blind rage, but the purpose of it all was harder for her to understand. Dark energy? Harvesting? What does any of this mean? She muttered to herself as she kept trying to dig deeper. The signal controlling these things. Coming from a separate base. Repeat mountain? But just as she felt she was getting closer to more concrete answers. Someone's coming, Bakuman warned. They're heading for the stairs. We have to hide. The warning got everyone alarmed and scrambling to find good hiding spots in what few there actually were. Spadaemon, Kanman and Bakuman quickly rushed into one of the lockers, squeezing themselves in before closing the door. Seeing this, Yui quickly grabbed Izuku's wrist and followed the Digimon's lead, getting the both of them into a locker to hide. Meanwhile, Saiko had to hurry to leave the console exactly as she had found it before, in a slight panic, diving underneath the desk in what wasn't exactly her most well-thought-out plan. But it was too late to try and change course. Bakuman, you're standing on my foot. Oh, excuse me. Oh, wait, you don't have feet, Canon, said Bakuman. Oh, right. The candle Digimon remembered as the three creatures fidgeted to try and find some comfortable way that they all fit inside the locker. Bakuman, get Kanman on your back. Just lift him up a bit. Spadaemon ordered, and when Bakuman did so, it helped to alleviate some of the pressure on the three of them, although Spadaemon had to step on top of the bedpan, which wasn't really something he was happy with. Inside the locker next door, Izuku and Yui were having a harder time finding a comfortable position. Or at least, Izuku was, as even despite the very real threat of being caught and possibly attacked did nothing to assuage the fact he was extremely and very closely pressed against a girl. Kodai-sen, I'm so sorry, this isn't Dash. Sure. She shushed him, her expression not changed in the slightest from discomfort or embarrassment even as her face was pressed against Izuku's chest. Saiko, meanwhile, could feel her own heart pounding against her chest. This was easily the dumbest hiding place she could have chosen, and she should have tried to squeeze inside one of the lockers instead. If the person about to walk in thought about taking a seat, then it was all over for her. She thought that maybe she might still have time and run over to the lockers, but then, what a pain! She heard the voice grunt as a figure entered the office with heavy footsteps. Quite tall, with scaly blue skin except for the white that ran up his chest and neck, lengthy red hair draped down his back, his dinosaur-like face obscured by a metal mask with a single horn sticking out backwards. Metal gauntlets covered his clawed hands, and metal also covered the side and the leg seams of his green pants. Metal shoulder pads and a lengthy tail that ended in a blunt metal tip. Kanman, can you see anything? Spadaemon carefully whispered, asking the candle Digimon as he was at a taller advantage point on top of Bakuman to peek through the small gaps on the locker's door. Ah, Dash! Kanman yelped. It's Strike Dramon. Digimon Analyzer. Strike Dramon. Level 4. Type, Dragon Man. Tribute, Moral. An exterminator known as the Commando Dragon. While normally having a quiet and composed personality, when it finds its target it will become possessed by a terrifying destructive instinct until its opponent is vanquished. Its special move, Strike Fong, engulfs its body in super hot flames before charging recklessly. The dragon man lazily dragged his feet along the floor as he approached the desk, rubbing the back of his neck as he yawned like he had just been awakened from a nap. Thankfully, he stopped just before the desk, grabbing the phone and pressing a button before waiting. Soon enough, there was a click on the other end of the line. Ah, this line is for emergencies only. One could get in trouble by abusing it. Don't give me that crap. Strike Dragon grunted at the voice on the other end. This is Mr. Blue, and you're the one who told me to call. Now what's so important that I had to interrupt my nap for? Ah, Mr. Blue. So good to hear from you, the voice cooed. Very well, I'll cut straight to the chase. That shipment you've been working on? We're going to need that order tripled. Strike Dragon clicked his tongue. Triple? Are you joking with me? Yesterday it was double, and so was the day before that. We keep pushing the Haguramon like this, and sooner or later, they're going to start rioting. These are direct orders from Boss Gray. I'm afraid, the voice chuckled. You're more than welcome to speak to him and tell him your complaints, if you'd want. Strike Dragon didn't answer, not verbally anyway, as his nervous disposition quickly sent the message that he didn't want to risk crossing his boss. Fine. Tell him I'll see to it it's done. Wonderful. I knew you were an understanding fellow, Mr. Blue. With that, the voice disconnected, Strike Dragon placing down the phone with a grunt. That rotten Mr. Green. I just know he's enjoying seeing me squirm. He sighed, picking up the rubber duck that sat on the desk, apparently speaking to it. He's always trying to play himself off as Boss Gray's favorite, even if it means kicking down the rest of us. Such a pain in them? He paused, noticing something. For a brief moment, the students and Digimon felt their hearts skip a beat, wondering if maybe he had noticed them, but his focus was on the security monitors. What's this? Only Saiko was in the right position to be able to glance up and see what Strike Dragon had seen, a squeak getting caught in her throat. Right there, in plain view, she could see Utsushimi Camie and the rest of the other girls along with their Digimon partners, wandering into the factory. No, not now. Why did you have to show up now? She internally panicked. Intruders? Just what I needed. Hold on, are those dash? He leaned over the table, looking closer at the monitor to better see the small pale blue devices the humans carried. It can't be. Boss Gray was right, the legends were true after all. He let a small smirk cross his lips. Just my luck. The chosen ones wander right through my front door. I'll have to take care of them. Such a pain. What do you think? Squeak squeak. Strike Dragon nodded at the rubber duck's advice. You're right, no point in putting myself in danger. If these chosen really are as dangerous as Boss Gray says, well, I'll just let our other unwanted guests deal with them. He placed the duck down, picking up the phone again. Yeah, this is Mr. Blue. Gather up 6 other Haguramon and meet me by the warehouse. With that he put down the phone and headed out the office. They didn't all come out right away, wanting to make sure Strike Dragon wouldn't suddenly turn around and re-enter, but once it felt safe enough, everyone came out of their hiding spots. We have to warn them. Izuku was the first to say anything, just as soon as he was out of that oppressive locker. Yui emphatically nodded in agreement. Don't you think I know that? Saiko hissed, holding her chest as her heart was still racing a mile a minute. As soon as it relaxed a little, she quickly turned to the console again, tapping away at the keyboard with her eyes glued to the computer screen. If only I could find some sort of PA system, or something to send them a message. Why don't we just go and kick Strike Dragon's butt? Kanmon said with a jump. It'll be all, pyobi. Leave our friends alone. Are you mad? We have no idea how strong that monster is, and the only one among you who has been able to transform is Spot Amon. And even then, with those gears running around, he'd be at a numerical disadvantage. Then I'll just digivolve too. Kanmon proudly said. Saiko huffed. We don't know if you even can. Now is not the time to rely on inconclusive odds. Can too. Watch me. I'll digivolve right now. Kanmon clenched his teeth and braced himself, but there was no change to his current appearance beyond his cheeks turning purple from holding in his breath. Saiko ignored the candle Digimon's attempt, focusing back on the computer. Hold on a second. I've found the factory's blueprints. If we're here, then the warehouse should be. I see, I see. Did you find a way to get in touch with them? No, I'm afraid that is impossible. Saiko answered Izuku. A confrontation is surely inevitable, but we hold the advantage of surprise. Do you have a plan, Intelli-san? Asked Bakuman. Saiko let a smirk cross her face as she turned to the others. Of course I do. My formula of success is already decided. This place looks smaller from the outside. Kyouka said as she and the others stood at the entrance of the factory. Where do we even start looking? Hello. Anybody home? Neimon called out, startling Kyouka a bit. No answer. Maybe they never even got here. Where else could they have gone? Itsuka said, besides, Intelli was dead set on getting here. I doubt she'd get sidetracked no matter what. They might just be somewhere deeper in the building. So, should we split up or something? Asked Camie. That's what they always do on TV. Mina sighed. I just hope they have some real food around here. Those berries weren't filling at all. Oramen nodded, holding her stomach. Yeah. I am very sorry. Labramon regretfully said, I really thought I had smelled something more substantial. You did your best, Labramon. Don't beat yourself over it. Itsuka assured him. Dracoman fidgeted a bit. Still hungry. Camie looked at the Digimon, already feeling sorry for them. Well, a factory this big has to have a kitchen, right? Let's dash, she then paused, looking up towards one of the hallways. Hey, someone's coming. Floating slightly above the ground, a Haguramon approached the group with a friendly smile on its face. Welcome. Welcome to our factory. How may I be of assistance? Itsuka blinked, taken a bit aback by the talking gear, but it seemed friendly enough. Oh, thank you. Actually, we're sorry, but we've been traveling for hours hoping to find some help, and dash. We're starving. Mina whined. Please tell me you have some food. The Haguramon just kept its smile. Of course, of course. You must be exhausted. Please, follow me, we'll take care of you right away. It turned and started hovering away, the girls exchanging it. Few looks between each other. Should we? Kyouka asked. I'm not so sure. Something here smells strange. Labramon said. What's the problem? He said he'd take care of us, right? You guys are too quick to suspect people. Mina said as she started following the gear Digimon. Let's go already. Mina quickly marched ahead of the group followed by Oramen, the other girls exchanging a few more glances of uncertainty. But without any other option, they decided to go ahead and follow the Haguramon, if only so as to not leave Mina alone. After walking through several long and cramped hallways, the small group was led towards a wide and spacious room by the Haguramon, many large containers stored there, stacked highly on top of one another. The room didn't quite appear finished yet, still in the midst of construction, with 3 large cranes set up around the room still holding heavy girders and metal panels. Awaiting them was Strike-Draman, sitting atop one of the containers. Greetings, chosen ones. Itsuka quickly felt a dangerous unease fill the air, but she had to keep calm. Are you in charge of this factory? We were hoping we could find someone to help us. I don't doubt it. The Dragon Man Digimon sighed as he stood up atop the container. Unfortunately for you, you're beyond any help. This'll be the place your legend comes to an end, chosen ones. Mina jolted. What? Does that mean we're not getting any food? Mina, get behind me. Oramen said as she stood in front of her partner, ready to protect her. Everyone watch out. Neimon warned. Strike-Draman is a very powerful and ruthless Digimon in battle. That's Mr. Blue to you, rat. Strike-Draman gruffly said. And while I could easily tear you all to shreds myself, I don't like to get my hands dirty unless I must. He reached down, grabbing hold of the latch on the front of the container. Instead, I'll let another troublemaker who thought he could waltz in here deal with all of you. He pulled the latch, letting the container's door swing open. A low growl could be heard coming from inside, followed by heavy footsteps as they approached the entrance. Saliva dripped down a snout that bore vicious fangs, the powerful blue wolf emerging from within the container. Its front paws were covered by thick red gloves, except for where its large claws had ripped through them, and from the silver mane that covered its back emerged 2 lengthy red arms resembling a scarf. Neymon took a step back, looking noticeably horrified. Oh no! It can't be Dash. That's Jaegerman. Labramon shouted. Digimon Analyzer. Jaegerman. Level 4. Type Beast. Attribute, Harmonious. A powerful beast Digimon with fearsome fangs and a crushing bite. Its leg strength is so great, it can hurl its entire body into the air in a mighty pounce. Its special move, Spiral Blow, unleashes a vortex of wind out of its mouth. On its back, Ulramen pointed, as two metallic bugs could also be seen clinging to the giant wolf's back, the monster's eyes lacking in any sort of reasoning and leaving only pure rage. Jaegerman's being controlled. Dracoman shouted. Jaegerman let out a furious howl, before launching himself forward with a pounce towards the group. The girls and their Digimon all jumped aside just in time to avoid the attack, the wolf Digimon furiously snarling as he blocked any escape using the path they'd come from. Itsuka! I'll save Itsuka! Dracoman, Digivolve too. The small dragon spread out her wings, but quickly her defiant posture slumped as she grabbed hold of her stomach. Aya! So hungry! Dracoman! Itsuka shouted, rushing by and picking up her partner in her arms just as Jaegerman threatened to land on top of the dragon, smashing a paw down on the floor with enough force to leave a dent. Ulramen quickly stepped up, shouting, Nemesis Ivy, stretching out her claw-like vines to grab hold of Jaegerman, but the wolf thrashed its body with so much strength, Ulramen was easily thrown into the air with a cry. I've got you, I got you. Mina shouted as she caught Ulramen in her arms. Are you okay, Ulramen? Mina-chan. You saved me, the flower Digimon sighed in relief. Everyone, run! Shouted Neymon as he dashed past them, the others soon taking his advice and taking off, fleeing from Jaegerman as they headed deeper into the maze-like collection of storage containers. The wolf Digimon remained in hot pursuit, jumping atop containers as it relentlessly chased the girls and their Digimon, forcing them to abruptly change paths whenever he lunged towards them again. While the thought of splitting up had crossed their minds, the unfortunate truth was, there simply wasn't that many options to take for escape paths, and the further they got, the more corralled they were starting to feel. And that feeling reached its limit when they stumbled right into a dead end, piles of storage containers forming a wall ahead of them. Oh no, Dash! This isn't happening, this can't be happening. Mina panicked, already hearing the howling behind them getting closer. Camie! Everyone! I'm sorry. Labramon said as his legs nearly buckled underneath him, I'm just too tired to do anything. My stomach won't stop growling either. Neymon said, holding his stomach. It's totally empty. I couldn't get the tiniest bit of poop out even if my life depended on Dash. A loud crash was heard as Jaegerman landed on the floor behind them, Neymon jumping up and shrieking. What? I take it back, I made a mess after all. Kyouka grimaced, but she focused on the violent beast that was now breathing down on them. We kinda need a plan, and we need one quick. Itsuka also faced the snarling beast, her hands enlarging as she raised her fists, readying herself for a fight. Just stay behind me. I'll try to hold him off as best as I can, and the red of you make a run for it. I'll fight with Itsuka. Dracoman said. No, Dracoman, you're going with Dash. Before she could finish, interrupted by Jaegerman letting out an enraged roar, slowly stalking closer to the group. This can't be it. Mina trembled, her eyes watering as she collapsed to her knees, clutching Ulramen tightly. I don't want to die, Dash. Amidst the growing terror, as they all stared their possible death right in the face, Camie was the one to notice it first. It was a metallic screech followed by grinding, a rumbling echoing along the warehouse as if something large was currently moving. And then that noise was followed by one other, getting the attention of the girls and their partners, as well as the enraged Jaegerman. Camie looked up, her eyes widening a bit as she spotted them. Two of the nearest cranes were moving, turning their heavy bodies, the protruding arms all moving to face them, as well as their heavy cargo. But as she focused on the cab of one of the cranes, she could just about spot a familiar shade of green on one of them, giving her a good idea of what was happening. She saw Jaegerman search around, just as distracted by the noise as they were, but not yet realizing to look straight up. She knew if he did, then this whole thing would flop, so she wasted no time in charging forward, passing ahead of Itsuka much to her surprise, and blowing out a plume of purple smoke right at Digimon. That smoke soon turned into several tiny devils wielding pitchforks, dancing around the wolf Digimon's head, sticking out their tongues at him and mooning him to get his attention. The monster let out a growl, snapping his powerful jaws at the tiny devils to get rid of the pesky annoyances. It was a valuable few seconds Camie had bought for them before release. At Saiko's command, Izuku pressed the button on the console before him just as she did, unlocking the ropes of their cranes to let the heavy pipes and girders freely fall downwards, directly on top of the menacing wolf Digimon. A thunderous noise of crashing metal resounded all over the area, Digimon being immediately buried underneath the heavy construction materials. The girls and the other Digimon were caught by surprise as everything came crashing down in front of them, until, "Hey, you guys!" Izuku called out, quickly using one for all to let him leap off the crane and down the storage containers until he was at ground level, Spot-Amon following suit. "Are you alright? Midoriya-san?" Itsuka said, clearly still a bit shocked. "Midoriya." Mina squalled. "Why you saved Yuus?" "It was all in Telly-senpai's plan. I just followed her instructions," he said, sounding very relieved they were all safe. "And if not for Utsushimi-senpai's quick thinking, it's possible it wouldn't even have worked." Camie just smiled, holding up her fingers in AV. "It was nothing." "How did you even know we were here?" asked Kyouka. "I'll explain later, but now we should dash." "Hey, why are you all standing around?" Saiko yelled out as she, followed by Bakuman and Yui, climbed down the ladder to get to ground level. Kanmon was last, having some trouble slowly descending the ladder without any legs. As soon as Saiko was close, she just let go of the ladder and landed on the floor. "Let's get out of here before that other monster shows up with backup." "Alright, we have to dash." Izuku's voice died in his throat as he heard it, the groaning of metal being moved. The pile of construction material was shifting as the trapped monster began pushing its way from underneath its prison. With a mighty roar, Digimon burst out from underneath the pile of metal, only looking angrier than ever before. It immediately turned its head, spotting Saiko and Yui, and with a loud howl, blew out a powerful vortex of wind from its mouth that collided against the crane, smashing past the ladder while Yui was still on it. The metal creaked as it bent and snapped, Yui falling backwards until she was free falling down to the floor. "Why Yui?" shouted Kanmon as he gripped to the ladder, but just as he did, a streak of green rocketed by as Izuku grabbed Yui off the air. Digimon only began howling more and more, blasting powerful wind shots everywhere as they crashed against storage containers and walls, breaking through solid metal and concrete with ease, bringing down the cranes and storage containers and getting them to crash all around them. "What? How do we stop this crazy thing?" yelled out Namon. "If we could just get those bugs off of it, maybe it would calm down." Kyouka said, but it's not like she had any idea on how to get close enough to the raging beast to achieve that. Placing Yui down to safety, Izuku quickly turned his focus to the raging blue wolf, the look on his face hardening. He was nervous, of course he was, but knowing everyone else was too only steeled his determination. He felt the familiar rush of power course through his body, and just like that, he was airborne again. "Izuku!" He heard Spot-Amon cry out his name, but it didn't slow him down as he charged straight towards Digimon. The blue wolf thrashed his body to slam a shoulder against Izuku, but he deftly vaulted over Digimon to avoid it. Grabbing hold of a chunk of fur on the wolf's mane, Izuku quickly grabbed hold of one of the mechanical bugs with his free hand, pouring every ounce of power he could muster to try and either pry the bug off of Digimon, or at the very least crush it with his bare hand in the hopes that would be enough. Unfortunately, Izuku hadn't counted on those scarf-like arms on Digimon's back to actually function like arms. The red appendages flailed wildly before they swiped down on Izuku, the finger-like extremities gripping around Izuku tightly, squeezing down on his chest with more strength than he would have ever expected. Izuku let out a cry of pain, letting go of Digimon's fur and the bug as the wolf raised him up into the air, letting out a howl as he continued to squeeze the life out of the boy. Spot-Amon immediately jumped in, wielding his sword as he charged towards The wolf. Let go of him. Blue brave. But as he got close, the wolf swung a powerful paw at the lion, smacking him aside with ease. The other Digimon quickly joined in, doing everything they could even against a much stronger opponent. Baby breath. Retriever bark. Nemesis ivy. Despite their attempt, the attack seemed to just bounce off of the beast, Jagomon roaring and blasting out another vortex that, while it thankfully didn't directly hit any of them, was still enough to blow away all of the Digimon and hurt them. And not even a scratch? Intellicen, can't you think of something? Bakuman asked in growing panic. Unfortunately, Saiko seemed frozen in place, her eyes wide with fear. It's impossible. And my plan. It should have worked, it didn't, we can't, it's hopeless, it's dash? She jolted as Yui pushed right past her, heading towards the pile of construction material left on the floor. She grabbed a heavy metal pipe, her quirk allowing her to shrink it down to about the size of a baseball bat, which she quickly wielded. Yui charged at the wolf without any hesitation, swinging the metal pipe in front of her with as much strength as her body could muster. While it connected with Jagomon's front leg, it only seemed to anger the monster further as it let out a snarl, then swiped with its other paw. The blow was too fast for Yui to jump away from, Jagomon's paw colliding against her and the wolf pinning her to the ground, and pressing down on her as it howled triumphantly. Why, shouted Kanmon as he hung from the ladder. His eyes widened in horror, but then quickly that fear was turned to anger, the candle Digimon throwing itself off the ladder, and fall from a great height towards Jagomon. You dash! You get your paws off of Yui! And then, light burst forth from the Digivice beneath Jagomon's paw. Kanmon, Digivolve too? The light washed over Kanmon's small body, completely engulfing him in it. The flame atop his wick grew and exploded in a fiery blaze, the flames stretching down Kanmon's body and taking shape, muscular arms and legs growing out from the inferno. The man-like monster that landed on the ground was completely coated in flames, deep blue eyes peering through the fire as a stitched-up mouth let out a victorious war cry. Meramon! The wolf growled at its new opponent, blasting out another vortex of wind to collide against the burning Digimon. The fire around Meramon flared up as he leapt straight over the wind blast, and charged directly towards Jagomon. Hua! I'm burning up. Crimson flame. His fist glowed with powerful roaring flames, before he threw a fireball from it directly against Jagomon's face. The large wolf was sent backwards, off of Yui and letting go of Izuku in one fell swoop. Let's go! But Meramon wasn't done, charging right against Jagomon and wrapping his arms around the wolf, lifting him right off the ground as he continued running, finally slamming the wolf against a wall with so much strength, he burst straight through it. On the other side were a number of machines emitting a lot of heat and steam. Jagomon quickly stood back up, lunging towards Meramon with a powerful swipe with its claws, catching the burning Digimon right in the chest. Meramon stumbled back, but still stood tall as he laughed in the wolf's face. HWH ha 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 ha. That can't hurt me. Can't stop me. I'm burning up. I'm yearning up. Heat knuckle. Both of Meramon's fists raged with heat and flames, before he aimed a flurry of punches, colliding against the wolf with a repeated cry of, Hata tata 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 ta. And with one final and mighty punch, sent the wolf flying backwards and crashing towards the ground. Back at the storage room, Yui got up and quickly checked on Izuku. While he was banged up, the boy seemed fine. Keikore-san. Yui nodded, knowing what Izuku was about to say, that her partner might need her help. Go! Izuku urged her, and he didn't have to do so twice as Yui got up to chase after Meramon, but, Kodai-kun, wait! She stopped as she heard Saiko call out. That room they're in, that is where the generators that power this factory are. One wrong move, and this whole place will blow up, with us inside of it. Yui's eyes widened slightly, and she quickly nodded as a silent way of saying she would handle this. Turning, she rushed straight towards the hole in the wall to see Meramon and Jagomon still exchanging vicious blow after vicious blow, being far too close for comfort to all those generators lying around the room. Meramon! Yui called out, these machines could blow up the factory. Destroy the bugs. The bugs! Meramon blocked another of Jaegamon's claw swipes, letting out another cry. Uhuea! You got it, Yui? He shoved the wolf aside to get behind him, his fiery arms wrapping around Jaegamon's torso before Meramon lifted the wolf off the ground, and with a loud yell, slammed the wolf down on its back and shoulders with an explosive German suplex. This was enough to stun Jaegamon for just enough time, leaving him wide open for Meramon's attack. Heat Knuckle! The burning Digimon sent 2 flaming fists against the metal bugs, smashing them with each blow and getting them off of Jaegamon once and for all. The wolf let out a weakened cry as he stumbled down to the ground, the threat seemingly over. After a few seconds, Jaegamon slowly reopened his eyes and pushed himself back on all fours, shaking the cobwebs out of his mind. What have I done? Jaegamon! Meramon called for him. You're okay now. Yes. And I have you to thank for, the wolf nodded. My sincerest apologies, Don't sweat it, man. It wasn't your fault. Meramon assured him with a thumbs up. Hey, listen, do me a favor, will ya? Get Yui and all the others out of here, right away. Jaegamon as well as Yui both blinked at that request. But the wolf quickly nodded. Of course, but what will you dash? I'm about to blow this place skiy hi yi. HWH ha ha ha. Meramon cackled, turning towards the generators as the flames in his body flared up. Get them all to safety. I'm counting on ya. Jaegamon flinched slightly, but immediately did as told. He rushed back out the hole, picking up Yui in the process, then made his way towards the rest of the students and their Digimon. Please, I know I haven't done much to get you to trust me, but you must hurry and get atop my back. Itsuka blinked, clearly a bit apprehensive about this. Why do we dash? Factory's gonna explode. Yui succinctly explained, which certainly lit a fire underneath everyone else. Throwing all caution aside, they all got atop of Jaegamon, and the wolf ran as fast as it could, the sounds of distant explosions quickly growing louder and louder, along with Meramon's laughter, as the factory collapsed with each fiery eruption. The once imposing factory had quickly been reduced to ash and rubble. The Haguramon had quickly evacuated the facility, and now mostly just hovered around the premises aimlessly without a job to fulfill. Yui stared at the smoldering ruins with bated breath, until finally, Yui. She could see the little candle Digimon bouncing up and down as he made his way towards her. She sighed, a very subtle smile crossing her lips as she greeted her partner with a congratulatory pat to the head when he reached her, Kanmon giggling happily. Nearby, Jaegamon humbly bowed his head towards the Chosen. Thank you all for rescuing me from Strike Dramon's control. I am forever in your debt, Chosen Ones. Don't worry about it. Kyouka said with a light wave of her hand. Speaking of, what do you think happened to Strike Dramon? Izuku wondered. He must have ran away when he saw how cool and strong I became, obviously. Kanmon chuckled as he bounced up and down. Ha! Did you see me? Did you see me? Wasn't I the coolest? You did great, Kanmon. Ramen clapped. You certainly saved all of us at the last minute, and I thank you for that. Labramon nodded. Did you have to act so creepy though? Asked Namon. I mean, I'd be scared out of my mind going up against a shouting lunatic like that. What? Why would you be scared? I'm a hero, just like Yui. Heroes aren't scary. Kanmon argued. Ha! Meramon is cool. Really cool, cheered Dracomon. Humph. Thank you. At least someone gets it. Kanmon said, puffing out his chest slightly. Spadamon let out a light sigh. You shouldn't be fishing for adulation, you know? A real hero would just be happy with a job well done, regardless of how many people cheer him on. Yeah? Is that so? But that's not fun. Kanmon said, people cheering for you is the best part. It's what keeps you going, right? I'm right, aren't I, Yui? She vaguely replied, placing her hands atop Kanmon's head to hold him down from his restless bouncing. You'll get there.